Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. The rain that Tuesday came down in the particular way that made the city feel like a dream of itself. Everything reflected twice, once in the wet pavement and once in the low-hanging cloud cover that bounced the streetlight back earthward, in a diffuse amber glow that made the whole night feel overexposed. It was the kind of rain that had no interest in you personally, but would nonetheless soak through every layer you owned if you stood still long enough, methodical and indifferent. The way large systems are always indifferent to the small things moving through them. Reeve Callahan had been walking for 51 minutes. They knew this because they had checked their phone at the corner of Dunmore and 11th, and it had said 11:22, and they had left the apartment at 10:31, and the math was the kind of math your brain does automatically when you're trying to keep it occupied with anything other than the thing it keeps returning to. The walk had taken Reeve through the warehouse, district where the streetlights were spaced widely, and the puddles were enormous and dark between loading docks, and then north through the edge of Chinatown where red lanterns still burned above closed restaurant doors, and their reflections sat in the street below like coals cooling in dark water. And now they were in the stretch of Vanthorpe between the financial district and the residential blocks, where the buildings were a mix of old limestone facades with ornate window surrounds and newer glass and steel insertions that seemed embarrassed to be standing next to all that carved stone. The sidewalks here were wide. The trees planted in their iron grates still had last year's dead leaves packed into the grates' corners, black and wet and pressed flat. A woman in a yellow slicker walked a dog on the opposite side of the street, moving fast, head down, the dog trotting with the serious efficiency of a small creature that understands weather better than its owners do. Reeve watched them until they turned a corner. The umbrella was the same umbrella it had always been, which is to say it was old and imperfect, and belonged to the category of objects that you keep, not because they are good, but because they are yours. Reeve's father had carried it for 20 years, through the specific urban weathers of a life lived without a car, a working-class stubbornness about transit that Reeve had inherited along with the umbrella itself, which arrived in a box of things that came back from the hospital on a Thursday in November 3 years ago. The umbrella was navy blue, or had been. The colour had faded to something between navy and grey, in the way of things left too long in hallways, sun-bleached incrementally, a slow erasure. The handle was smooth dark wood, worn to a polish by decades of palms, and one of the metal tips on the ribs was missing, leaving a bare wire end that occasionally caught on things. The canopy had a tear. It was not a large tear, maybe an inch, and a half of separated fabric along the line where two panels met near the 7th rib, and Reeve had been tilting the umbrella forward and to the left for so long to keep the drip off their face that the compensation had become automatic, invisible, the kind of small ongoing adjustment that the body absorbs so completely it stops feeling like effort. Reeve did not think about replacing it. The weight Reeve carried tonight was not metaphorical, or rather it was both. A literal heaviness in the sternum, the physical manifestation of something the body knows before the mind will admit it. Reeve's daughter, Nadia, was 23 and living in the city 2 miles from Reeve's apartment, and they had not spoken in 6 weeks. Not because of a fight. There had been no fight, no single moment of rupture that could be identified and examined. There had instead been a gradual cooling, a series of unreturned texts becoming 2 weeks of silence, becoming a month, becoming 6 weeks, and Reeve had been doing what Reeve did, which was hold the concern at a careful arm's length, check in lightly every 10 days or so with a text that struck the careful balance between reaching out and not demanding response, and interpret the silence as Nadia needing space rather than as anything more alarming. Reeve was practiced at the arm's length interpretation, had been practicing it for years. Nadia had struggled, in the parlance of those who love people who struggle, which is a parlance developed specifically to name the thing without looking directly at the thing. In her late teens and early 20s there had been periods of withdrawal, periods of too much drinking, a hospitalisation at 20 that Reeve had handled with exactly the right combination of practical action and controlled terror, ensuring that the practical action was visible and the terror stayed interior where it wouldn't burden Nadia with the weight of Reeve's fear on top of her own. Reeve was very good at this, had been told, by therapists and crisis counsellors and well-meaning friends that this was a strength. Reeve had accepted this characterisation and continued performing it. 6 weeks of silence. Reeve walked north on Vanthorpe and the rain fell, and the umbrella's torn panel dripped on the left side, and Reeve tilted without noticing and thought about everything except the thing they were thinking about. The city at this hour had the particular quality it always had after 11 on wet nights, which was loneliness elevated to the status of atmosphere. Not oppressive loneliness, not the kind that closes in, but the open kind, the kind that comes from being a single moving point in a large and mostly still landscape, a consciousness travelling through a city that has largely suspended its consciousness for the night. Reeve had always found this hour easier than daylight hours, which required performance, which required the maintenance of the specific expression and posture and conversational register of a person who is managing well, because in daylight people could see you and make assessments. At midnight in rain, no one was making assessments. You could walk with your face completely relaxed into whatever it actually was, and the city would not notice. Reeve's face, relaxed into what it actually was, looked tired. It looked like someone who had been holding something up for a long time. They were crossing Vanthorpe at 16th, stepping down off the curb into an inch of running water that flooded immediately into Reeve's left shoe with the cold, shocking completeness that only happens when the water finds the gap between shoe tongue and lace, when the umbrella changed. Reeve felt it before they saw it. The handle shifted in their grip, not slipped, not moved by wind, shifted as though something in the mechanism had changed, a subtle redistribution of weight that travelled up through the wood into the palm and registered as wrongness before any conscious analysis. Reeve stopped, in the middle of the crosswalk, and looked up. The tier was closing. The 1.5 inches of separated nylon along the 7th rib panel was drawing together with the purposeful, unhurried movement of a mouth deciding to close. Not flapping, not shifting in wind, moving with intention, the two raw edges of the tear approaching each other in a straight and even line, and along that line, as the edges met, tiny pale filaments materialized and drew taut, each one placing itself with the precision of a hand that knows its work. Stitches. The filaments were stitches, pale and fine as spider silk, but with the specific tension of thread pulled through fabric by someone who has been sewing long enough to know the right pressure, the right angle, the right rhythm. The last stitch drew taut. The tear was gone. Reeve stood in the crosswalk in an inch of running water with rain pounding the canopy above and did not move for several seconds. A car came around the corner from 16th with its wipers going fast and its headlights catching the rain in two bright columns, and Reeve stepped back onto the curb automatically, feet moving without instruction, and stood on the sidewalk under the repaired umbrella and breathed. Above them, the acoustic quality of rain on the canopy changed. It was a subtle change, but unmistakable. The rain hitting the nylon, which had always had the crisp, varied percussion of water, striking taut fabric at whatever angles the wind dictated, became something flatter and more even, the variations smoothed out, the volume turned down by a fraction, as though the canopy had absorbed a degree of soundproofing, along with its new integrity. The rain beyond the umbrella's edge still fell with the full force of the storm. Reeve could see it, could see individual drops in the glow of the nearest streetlight, could see the way it struck the pavement at a slight angle and rebounded in tiny crowns of impact. But it was happening on the other side of something. Now. A membrane. A threshold. Under the canopy, the air was different. Stilled. Close. It held a faint smell that hadn't been there before. Cedar and dark space and something mineral, like the inside of a stone building that hasn't had its windows opened in years. The streetlight at the corner of 16th pulsed. Not flickered. Pulsed. One controlled throb of amber light, expanding and contracting over perhaps 2 seconds, then settling back into steady glow, with the calmness of something that accomplished its purpose. Reeve looked at it the way you look at something you know you saw correctly, but want to give yourself the opportunity to have been mistaken. The light was steady. The light had pulsed. Both things were true. Reeve looked down. The puddle at the base of the curb was wide and dark and still, except for the rain rings spreading and overlapping across its surface, and in the puddle, Reeve could see the reflection. Their own legs, dark-trousered, rain-soaked. From mid-shin down. Above the legs, the underside of the umbrella canopy, dome-shaped and whole. Above that, the inverted smear of the streetlight. Clear enough, ordinary enough, the standard upside-down city visible in any large puddle on a lit street. Behind Reeve's reflected shoulder, a second umbrella. It was not dramatically present. It was present the way a shadow is present, or the way peripheral vision delivers something that you're not sure you've truly seen until you look directly at it, and it's no longer in the expected place. In the puddle reflection, it appeared as a dome shape hovering at the specific angle of someone walking close behind and to the right, slightly offset, adjusted with the careful considerateness of someone sharing a sidewalk in tight quarters. Not threatening in posture, the posture of attention, the posture of something that has been following for long enough to know your pace and has matched it without effort. Reeve turned around. The sidewalk was empty. Rain fell on the empty sidewalk and on the dark facades of the buildings and on a fire hydrant painted yellow and on the iron grating of a tree bed from which a young maple grew, its bare branches beaded with water that caught the streetlight and held it in small cold points. Nothing moved. Nothing else was there. Reeve turned back to the puddle. The second umbrella was still in the reflection. It had not moved. It maintained its position just behind and to the right of Reeve's reflected figure, that careful angle, the angle of a companion who has been adjusting their coverage with long, patient attention. The streetlight at 16th pulsed again. Then, a beat later, the streetlight at 17th, further up the block, pulsed once. Then the light at 18th. Sequentially, metronomically, as though something was moving up the row and pressing each one in turn like piano keys, not frantically but deliberately, at the interval of a slow pulse, a counted rhythm, 1, pause, 1, pause. Reeve counted the pulses before they could decide not to. In the canopy above, barely perceptible, a new process was underway. The repaired area had been made whole, but the wholeness was not static. It was being reinforced, refined, the stitching pattern being elaborated beyond what was necessary for mere repair and into something more thorough. Reeve could not see the stitches from below, could only feel their placement as a sequence of faint tugging sensations transmitted through the fabric and the metal ribs and the wood of the handle and into the palm, each tug timed to the count of the streetlights overhead, each one drawing something tighter, defining a perimeter more precisely. A border. Something was defining a border with exacting care. Reeve stood on Van Thorpe at 16th and understood that the umbrella was no longer simply shelter. It was doing something to the boundary between inside and outside, and the inside was getting smaller. Reeve had heard the story the way most people heard it, fragmentarily, over years, in the way that city stories accumulate. A sentence from a neighbour, a paragraph in a blog post, a brief mention in a local paper's column about urban folklore. The name Gloamskein, which was either very old or someone's very good invention. The description that came up consistently across these fragments: tall, thread thin, a figure assembled from the space between things rather than from matter itself, which is how people describe things they'd never seen clearly but needed to account for. The association with torn fabric, broken things, the category of damage that people kept patching without stopping to address. The specificity of its appetite, not fear, not pain, but the particular resource burned by the act of holding things together past the point of honest capacity. The story said it lived in the seam. The story said it moved along fault lines, the fault line in fabric, the fault line between what you could manage and what you actually needed, the fault line between the face you showed in daylight and the one that appeared at midnight when you were alone, and the performance requirement dropped away. It didn't attack, it offered. The offer was maintenance, your protection, kept up, your shelter, made perfect. The tear that had been dripping on you for months, closed. The bent rib that threw the balance straightened. All the small accumulating damage of a thing held together through will rather than wellness, repaired, made seamless, made flawless. The offer was the dream of anyone who had been patching things for long enough. You don't have to keep doing this. I'll hold it up for you. The cost, the story, was consistent on this. The cost was the perimeter. Every improvement to the shelter reduced the territory under it. Every stitch placed was a stitch toward total enclosure. The world got quieter and smaller and softer and more curated, and you walked inside the perfect circle, and the circle was warm and still and had no weather, and slowly, so slowly you couldn't identify the moment it happened, it stopped being shelter and started being all there was. What Gloamskein stitched, the story said, was not fabric. Not exactly. What it stitched was avoidance, the capacity to not feel, the muscle you used to keep the most difficult truths at the exact distance, where they were visible but not touchable. It stitched that muscle into something else. A wall, a canopy, a private room with no door, only a perimeter, and you inside it, and the world outside it, and the world's claim on you diminishing one stitch at a time. Reeve knew the story. Reeve stood on a rain-wet sidewalk in the middle of the night with the second umbrella following in every puddle, and the streetlights counting their careful rhythm, and the canopy above being perfected by something that knew its work, and held the story in mind with the same arm's-length posture they used for everything that was true and difficult to look at directly. Then they thought about Nadia. 6 weeks. The last text had been brief. "Hey, just checking in. Hope you're okay." The read receipt had appeared at 9 p.m. on a Sunday, and no response had come. Reeve had looked at that read receipt for longer than was useful, and then put the phone down and gone to bed and lain in the dark for an hour and a half before sleeping, and the next morning made coffee and gone to work and not texted again because Nadia needed space, and Reeve was good at giving space, and giving space was the correct thing to do, and Reeve continued being correct about this for 6 weeks. 6 weeks was a long time to be correct. The handle vibrated in Reeve's grip. Another stitch placed, another point of the perimeter refined. Above them the stitching continued its slow, precise work, and the canopy got slightly heavier. The air under it got slightly stiller, and the rain on the outside of the umbrella's circumference was getting very far away. Reeve thought about the rule. The story had always included the rule. Close the umbrella, shake it once. Accept one thing you can't keep holding up tonight. The logic of the rule was the logic of all good protective measures. Interrupt the process before the process completes. Close the shelter before the shelter becomes the only world available. Let rain in. Let the honest weather back through, because honest weather, however harsh, was preferable to the alternative, to the soft, muffled dimness of perfect protection, to the city made small enough to contain. Reeve's fingers tightened around the wooden handle. The wood was warm in a way it shouldn't have been. Rain and cold and the middle of the night, and the handle was warm the way a living thing is warm, and Reeve thought, yes, this is what the story was telling you. When the wood is warm and the air is still and the world beyond the edge is getting farther away, this is the moment the rule is for. Reeve closed the umbrella. The snap of the mechanism releasing travelled up through Reeve's arm as a small shock, and the canopy folded inward, and the private room collapsed, and rain hit Reeve's face and head and neck all at once with the full force of a storm that had been waiting patiently on the other side of a membrane. It hit like cold and honesty and the complete specific reality of being in a body in the world on a difficult night. Reeve stood in it. The streetlights ahead on Vanthorpe were steady, not counting, not pulsing with measured intention. They glowed amber and constant the way streetlights were supposed to glow, and the rain fell on them, and the light scattered through the rain, and the city was enormous and wet and indifferent and completely ordinary. Reeve shook the umbrella once, one downward, outward motion, sharp, decisive, the motion of someone breaking a spell they don't believe in, but are performing anyway, because the body understands certain gestures even when the mind is sceptical. The water flew from the canopy in a brief scattered arc, catching streetlight for half a second, tiny points of amber-lit water dispersing back into the rain. Then, standing in the open rain on Vanthorpe at 16th, Reeve let the thing arrive, the thing they could not keep holding up tonight. It arrived the way things arrive when you stop holding them at arm's length, quickly, completely, with the velocity of something that has been restrained and is now free. It was not a single thing. It was a cluster, a tightly wound collection of related truths that had been kept at bay through the same continuous muscular effort that tilts an umbrella to avoid a drip. Nadia was not okay. Reeve knew this, had known it for longer than 6 weeks, had known it for months, in the peripheral way, the way you know things you're not ready to know, cataloguing small evidence and filing it under the heading of probably fine. She needs space. She's an adult. You can't hover. The unreturned texts, the 2 cancelled. Dinners, both with legitimate sounding reasons that were nonetheless cancelled. The one phone call 3 months ago where Nadia had sounded not quite right in a specific familiar way, a flatness in the voice, a slightly too controlled quality, the careful monitoring of word choice that happened when the unmonitored version of the conversation would be much harder. Reeve had heard all of this and responded to the surface of the call, and hung up and done nothing except add the call to the internal filing system under the heading of probably fine. Reeve accepted, standing in the rain on the open sidewalk, that probably fine was a shelter they had been maintaining for years. Not for Nadia's sake, for their own. Because if Nadia was not fine, Reeve would have to enter the full unmediated presence of that fact, and the full unmediated presence of that fact meant the return of the specific terror that had lived in Reeve's body during Nadia's hospitalization at 20. The terror of loving someone who might not be accessible to love in the ways that mattered. The terror of being present for something you could not fix. Reeve was afraid of that terror, had been managing their way around it for 3 years. The acceptance was not a thought. It was a recognition the body made, a dropping of something held at a specific tension for a very long time, and the dropping was physical. Reeve felt it in the chest, the release of a held thing, the sudden heaviness that follows when you stop bearing weight you've been bearing so long you stopped noticing the bearing. It was raining on Reeve's face. The rain was cold and specific and completely honest. Reeve stood in it for 30 seconds. Then they opened the umbrella again, and it opened like an object. The snap of the canopy catching air, the familiar lean of the bent 7th rib, the drip beginning again immediately on the left side. Nothing had changed. Everything was the same damage it had always been. Reeve looked in the nearest puddle, one umbrella, one figure, the city reflected in its ordinary way, water and light and no secondary presence. They walked to the nearest bench, a city bench outside a closed bank branch, and sat down under the umbrella in the rain and called Nadia. It rang 6 times. Reeve counted. On the 7th ring, Nadia answered. She said, "Mum." Her voice had the quality Reeve had been filing under probably fine for 3 years, the careful monitoring, the controlled quality. But underneath it, now that Reeve was listening with their arm's-length posture dropped, now that the umbrella was just an umbrella, and the night was just a night, and the rain was just rain, underneath it was something more immediate, something tighter, something that had been waiting for a call in the same way that a person sitting in the dark waits for a light to come on. Reeve said, "I'm here. I've been thinking about you. Are you okay?" The pause lasted 4 seconds. Then Nadia said, "Not really." Reeve sat, on the bench in the rain under the old umbrella that had been their father's, with its bent rib and its drip and its small honest damage, and listened to their daughter talk. This would be the version where the rule was followed, where the walk ended on a bench in the rain with an honest phone call and the world restored to its full, difficult, necessary size. This would be the version worth writing down. But there is a longer story inside this one. There is the story of the months before the Tuesday walk, the architecture of how a person arrives at a midnight walk in the rain carrying the specific weight Reeve was carrying. And there is the story of what would have happened, what almost happened, across how many small incremental almost happenings, if the rule had not been followed when it needed to be. And there is the third story, which is the story the city keeps in its longest memory, the story about Gloamskein itself, about where it came from and what it truly is and why the umbrella and not something else. These stories are not separate. Reeve's father had been a man who carried things without complaint. This was the family story about him, told with pride in the way that family stories about strengths are told with pride, without awareness that the strength described is also a limitation, that the capacity to carry things without complaint is also the capacity to not acknowledge weight, and that this capacity tends to be transmitted. Gus Callahan had worked maintenance at a downtown hotel for 31 years, had raised 2 children largely alone after Reeve's mother left when Reeve was 9, and Reeve's brother Dom was 6, had done this with the specific variety of functional stoicism that working-class single parenthood requires. Not cold. Gus was not cold. He was warm in the ways available to him, present at dinners and school events, capable of the kind of humour that comes from someone who has accepted the terms of their life, but emotionally, sealed in the sense that the seal was never acknowledged as a seal. It was just how he was, just how Callahans were. Reeve had grown up inside this assumption. The umbrella had been Gus's for 20 years before it came back in the box from the hospital. Reeve had watched him carry it through 1,000 rainy mornings, had watched the particular way he held it, tilted slightly forward, shoulders slightly hunched, moving through weather with the acceptance of someone who does not expect weather to accommodate them. Reeve had inherited this posture along with the umbrella, had inherited the carry without complaint, had inherited the filing of difficult things under probably fine, and the maintenance of function in the presence of things too large to fully feel. Nadia had grown up watching this. Nadia, who had her grandfather's dark hair, and her grandfather's laugh, and her grandfather's particular tendency to go very quiet when things were hard, as though stillness was the appropriate response to storms. The thing about inherited postures is that they fit. They fit because you grew up in them, because the body formed around them, because they were transmitted not through instruction, but through decades of daily demonstration that this is how you stand in the world. They feel like self. They feel like character. They do not feel like a shelter that was handed to you by someone who was also sheltering, who received it from someone also sheltering, a lineage of umbrellas passed down through generations of people who were never told they were allowed to close them. Reeve had not understood any of this at 30, had understood pieces of it at 40, was still in the process of understanding it at 47 on a Tuesday night on Vanthorpe at 16th, holding a navy blue umbrella in the rain. The story of Gloamskein, as Reeve knew it from the fragments accumulated over years, was not a ghost story in the conventional sense. Ghost stories were about the dead, returning, about the past refusing to stay past. Gloamskein was something different, a story about process, about the way certain kinds of protection, applied consistently over time, changed not just their user, but the capacity of the user to exist without them. It was a story about the moment protection became dependency, which was always a quiet moment, which was always a moment preceded by something exhausting, which was always a moment where the thing being offered felt like exactly what was needed because it was exactly what was needed. For a moment, for a time, for the duration of a specific storm. The problem was that some storms never ended. Some storms were not weather events but personal climates. Some people lived in rain they couldn't name, and for those people the protected circle was very attractive, and the size of it didn't seem to matter much, because the world outside the circle had never been particularly hospitable anyway. The legend attached Gloamskein to umbrellas, specifically, and not to, say, bottles or beds or the various other objects through which people constructed their managed distances from difficulty. Reeve had thought about this. The umbrella was specific because it was public and mobile. It was shelter you carried with you, shelter you maintained through physical effort, shelter that went where you went, and thus defined the territory of your safety, not as a fixed location, but as a portable perimeter. An alcoholic's distance from feeling was fixed to wherever the drink was. A recluse's distance from feeling was fixed to the home. The umbrella person was different. The umbrella person had learned to carry their managed distance with them, to walk through the world under it, to maintain the protected circle not by staying home but by taking the circle wherever they went. To all appearances they were out in the world. They were walking, engaging, present. The circle was invisible from outside. From outside you just saw someone who seemed okay, who was managing, who tilted slightly to compensate for the drip but otherwise moved through things with admirable steadiness. From inside the circle the world was always slightly muffled. Gloamskein loved this person, specifically, because this person had done all the work already, had built the shelter, established the habit of shelter, internalized the compensation for shelter's damage. All it had to do was perfect the shelter they were already using, and perfect it was irreversible. There was a woman on Reeve's block named Cecilia Marsh, who had been on Reeve's block for 11 years. Reeve knew her as the way you know long-time neighbours, by face and brief exchange, by the rhythm of her comings and goings visible from Reeve's front window, by the occasional deep conversation in the elevator that went on longer than either of them planned and ended, with both of them holding too many grocery bags and promising to get coffee that never materialised. Cecilia was a retired music teacher, late 60s, who had lived alone since her husband died of a coronary 6 years ago. She walked every day. This was well known on the block. Cecilia's walks were as regular as weather, out the front door at 7:30 a.m. regardless of conditions, back at 9, the particular blue windbreaker she wore in spring and fall, the heavier coat in winter, the same red umbrella on rainy days that Reeve had been seeing for 11 years. Reeve saw the red umbrella on rainy days, saw it leave the building and return to the building regular and reliable. The way Cecilia held it was very particular, not tilted into the wind the way people tilted who were walking to somewhere in a hurry, but held perfectly upright, perfectly centered, with the posture of someone who has learned to position themselves at precisely the center of available shelter, who has made a practice of being exactly where the protection is. There had been a period, Reeve placed it at about 4 years ago, when the walks changed. Not stopped, not obviously different, but subtly altered. The walks got slightly longer, then slightly shorter, then regular again at a different time, 8 a.m. instead of 7:30, and Cecilia looked slightly different during this period, harder to describe, the way people look when something has happened that they haven't yet incorporated. Reeve had seen this and filed it under probably fine and not asked. Then the walks were the walks again, and Cecilia was Cecilia. And several months later in the elevator she mentioned a granddaughter who had been living with her briefly and had moved on. The mention made in the quick passing way of something managed and processed. Nothing to see here. Reeve said the appropriate things, and they both rode up to their respective floors and went inside. What Reeve didn't know, could not have known, was that the granddaughter, whose name was Petra, and who was 22, had moved in with Cecilia after a hospitalization and had stayed for 3 months, during which Cecilia had held everything with the steadiness for which she was known, the functional stoicism, the posture of the centre of the circle, and had then watched Petra move back to her own apartment across town and had spent the next 6 weeks sleeping badly and walking twice the usual distance and opening the red umbrella on every walk regardless of weather. Not because it was raining, because it was familiar. She'd held it open inside the apartment once. Reeve didn't know this. Nobody did. But the story that circulated among the very old residents of the block, in the way that these stories circulate, fragments in hallway conversations, half sentences in the laundry room, things said and left to settle and not followed up on. The story was that Cecilia's walks had changed in a way that was hard to name, that she came back from them these days with the particular stillness of someone who has spent a long time inside a quiet room, that the red umbrella seemed to live in her hand on rainy days in a way it hadn't before, not carried but inhabited, the way an instrument is inhabited by someone who's been playing long enough that the separation between hand and instrument is not quite there anymore, that her world, as reported in elevator conversations and hallway nods, seemed to be getting incrementally smaller, the references gradually condensing from a life that included concerts and grandchildren and occasional travel to a life organised around the daily walk, the routine of the apartment, the reliable shelter of the red umbrella. Nobody said anything about this in terms that would require response. They filed it under probably fine. Reeve thought about Cecilia sometimes on the walk home, not with insight, not yet with any sense that Cecilia's story and their own were parallel, were in fact the same story at different ages, different generations of the same inherited posture. Reeve thought about Cecilia the way you think about a neighbour who has become a fixture, with the low-grade warmth of familiarity and the low-grade inattention of someone whose attention is directed elsewhere. After the bench call, after Nadia said not really, and Reeve listened for 40 minutes in the rain, after they agreed that Nadia would make an appointment tomorrow. Not maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow. Reeve asking clearly and Nadia agreeing clearly. After the call ended and Reeve sat for a moment on the bench while the rain slowed slightly into something more like a heavy mist, Reeve thought about Cecilia and the red umbrella. Thought about it with new attention. Thought about the way she held it, centred and precise, the posture of someone positioned exactly at the middle of their available shelter. Thought about the walks that had changed and then changed back. Thought about the granddaughter Petra, mentioned quickly in the elevator, the thing managed and processed. Thought, how long has she been patching that instead of putting it down? The thought was not about Cecilia, or not only about Cecilia. Reeve stood up from the bench and began walking home. The rain had gone mist-light now, barely requiring the umbrella. But Reeve kept it open specifically, deliberately, as a choice rather than a reflex, noting the difference between the two. Under the canopy it was still dripping on the left side where the tear was. The drip was cold and specific, and Reeve didn't tilt to avoid it, let it land. The city was still large and wet and completely present, and it had its full complicated claim on Reeve, and Reeve felt it, all of it, the love and the fear and the accumulated weight and the specific terror of that phone call, and underneath all of that the older, longer terror, the terror of losing someone the way the filing system had been designed to protect against. Felt all of it in the cold rain under the honest imperfect umbrella and did not tilt. 3 weeks after the Tuesday walk, Reeve ran into Cecilia in the elevator. Cecilia was coming back from her morning walk. She had the red umbrella folded under her arm, its canopy beaded with water from a light morning rain that had passed an hour ago. She looked, as she usually looked, contained and composed, the careful posture, the centre of the circle. Reeve said, "Cecilia, how are you?" And then, before the conversation could go the way these conversations went toward fine, good, can't complain, said, "Actually, can I ask you something?" Cecilia looked at Reeve with an expression that moved through several things quickly. Surprise, caution, the faint opening of something that had been held shut. She said, "Sure," Reeve said. "I've been thinking about Petra." A beat. The elevator rose. Cecilia said, "Have you?" Reeve said, "I think I didn't ask how you were doing then, during all of that. I'm asking now, I guess." Late. The elevator opened on their floor. They stood in the hallway for a moment, both of them, with wet umbrellas, the building quiet around them. Cecilia said quietly in the voice of someone who hasn't said the thing out loud in a long time, "Not well. I wasn't doing well. I think I'm still not doing especially well, but in a smaller way now, She stopped. She looked at the red umbrella under her arm. She said, "I keep taking these walks. I think they're good for me. I think I may be. I've been thinking lately that I may be taking them for the wrong reason. Or not the wrong reason, but a reason that is getting..." She stopped again. Reeve said, "Smaller?" Cecilia looked at them. Something in her face shifted, the controlled composure opening fractionally, and she said, "Yes, smaller." They stood in the hallway and the building was quiet, and outside somewhere rain was starting again, the sound of it arriving distantly against the windows at the end of the corridor. Reeve said, "Do you want to have that coffee?" "Not eventually. Now this morning if you want," Cecilia looked at the red umbrella for a moment longer. Then she tucked it more firmly under her arm, not raising it, not opening it, just holding it closed, and said, "Yes, I think I would." The coffee lasted 3 hours. Cecilia talked about Petra, about the 3 months in the apartment, about the texture of those months, the middle-of-the-night sounds of another person in the apartment being simultaneously the best and the hardest sound she'd heard in years, because it meant someone needed her, and it meant someone was fragile, and it meant she had to be steady in a way that left very little room for not steady. She talked about watching Petra leave, and feeling both the relief of someone whose sustained effort has reached its conclusion and the sudden collapse of the structure that effort had been maintaining, the way soldiers reportedly feel after sustained combat, the profound disorientation of no longer being needed to hold something up. She talked about the walks. She said, "I started carrying the umbrella every morning, even when it wasn't raining. I noticed one morning that I was walking differently when I had it, calmer, like I was in a..." She paused. She said, "Like I was in a bubble, I suppose, and I thought that was what the walks were for, to feel that. And then more and more the walk was about getting to that feeling, the bubble feeling, and less about the actual..." She gestured vaguely. Reeve said, "The world." Cecilia said, "The world. Yes." She turned the red umbrella in her hands. It was sitting on the table between their coffee cups, folded, not opened, and she turned it with both hands the way you turn something you're considering. She said, "I've had this umbrella for a long time. My husband bought it. After he died, I kept carrying it because it felt like he was still here, in that small way, the way objects do that. And then it started feeling like more than that, like it was actually doing something, like it was..." She stopped and looked at the umbrella and then looked at Reeve. She said, "Is that crazy?" Reeve said, "No, I don't think it's crazy." They looked at the red umbrella on the table between them. Reeve said, "I think sometimes things accumulate meaning until the meaning is heavier than the thing, and you're carrying the meaning, not just the thing," Cecilia said. "And the meaning is what? A way of not having to feel something," Reeve said, "or feeling it at the distance where it doesn't knock you over." Cecilia was quiet for a moment. Outside, the rain was coming down properly now, and the coffee shop's windows were running with water, the street beyond them blurred and impressionistic. The kind of view that makes the inside feel warm in a specific and necessary way. She said, "My daughter wants me to see someone, a therapist. I've been putting it off." Reeve said, "I know that particular putting off very well. Cecilia looked at them. Reeve said, "I've been putting Nadia off for 3 years, her and myself, everything, at arm's length." Cecilia said, Yes, that's exactly what it is, arm's length." They sat with this for a moment, the arm's length and the rain and the coffee and the red umbrella on the table between them. Then Cecilia picked up the umbrella and held it for a moment and set it down on her own side of the table, no longer between them. She said, "I'll call the therapist today, if you'll tell me how Nadia is." Reeve said, "She made her first appointment last week. It's early days. But she called me the day after I called her. She called me. And we talked for a long time about nothing important, and it was the best conversation I've had in months." Cecilia said, "Because you were in it." Reeve said, "Because I was in it." Nadia's appointment was on a Thursday. Reeve didn't ask how it went. Waited. On Friday evening, Nadia texted, "It was okay. Weird, but okay. She wants to see me again Tuesday." And then, after a pause of 10 minutes, "Thanks for calling, Mum," Reeve read the text and sat with it and let it be what it was, which was small and important and not a resolution but a beginning. The umbrella was in the cylinder by the front door of Reeve's apartment. It had been there all week. The weather had been dry, an unusual dry stretch for the city in spring, and there had been no occasion to use it. Reeve passed it every morning and every evening, and looked at it the way you look at an object that you're recalibrating your relationship to, noticing the history and trying to find a relationship to it that's yours rather than inherited. The tier near the 7th rib panel was still there. It would always be there unless Reeve fixed it or replaced the umbrella, and Reeve hadn't decided yet which of those to do. For now, it was just the damage, small and visible and unrepaired, which seemed right, which seemed like the correct relationship to the small ongoing damage of things. The legend as Reeve now understood it, understood not from the newspaper column or the blog, posts or the fragments accumulated over years, but from the inside, from having been under the canopy when the stitching started, was not finally about a monster. It was about a process. It was about the particular way that necessary things, maintained past their necessity, became something else entirely. The umbrella was necessary in rain. The protection was necessary in crisis. The managed distance was necessary when the full presence of something would have been more than the body could survive. These were true needs met by real adaptations. The problem was not the adaptation. The problem was the continuity. The problem was the way the adaptation continued past its time, continued so long and so automatically that it stopped being a choice and started being the only available mode of being. The problem was the inherited posture of the carry without complaint, the lineage of people passing down their umbrellas along with their silences, each generation learning from the previous. One that this was just how you stood in the world, never being told that standing in the world differently was possible, that you were allowed to put it down, that the storm you'd been sheltering from had probably passed some time ago, and you were just continuing to shelter from the memory of it. Gloamskein, in this understanding, was not a creature that came for you from outside. It was a process that lived in the seam, between necessary and unnecessary, between adaptive and habitual, between shelter and enclosure. It was what happened when you kept saying just get through it, again and again, past the point where getting through it was the right response, until getting through it was the only response available. It stitched that threshold closed. It perfected the shelter until the shelter was indistinguishable from the world, and the protection against it was not strength, was not the additional capacity to endure. The protection was simple and costly and available to anyone who could manage it. Let the rain in, close the umbrella, shake once, accept one thing, not once, again, and again, whenever necessary, whenever the stitching started, whenever the canopy got slightly too heavy and the air got slightly too still and the world beyond the edge started getting farther away. The practice was ongoing. The capacity to be rained on was a practice, not a state, and it required tending in the same way that anything worth having required tending. Reeve stood at the front door of the apartment building on a Tuesday morning 3 weeks after the night walk, and it was raining. Not the heavy storm rain of that night, but a lighter spring rain, the kind that is almost pleasant if you're dressed for it. That smells like earth and new growth, and the city becoming itself again after winter. Reeve took the umbrella from the cylinder by the door and stood in the lobby holding it. Opened it. Let it assume its dome shape in the enclosed lobby. where there was no rain, just the reassurance of the canopy's familiar shape. The seventh rib was still bent. The canopy still leaned slightly with its weight. The tier was there, small and unstitched and ordinary. Reeve stepped out the front door into the rain. On the front steps, Cecilia Marsh was standing with her red umbrella at her side, closed, letting the light spring rain fall on her silver hair and the shoulders of her blue windbreaker. She looked like someone practicing something. She looked like someone standing in weather and learning again how that felt. She looked up when Reeve came out. Reeve said, "Good morning?" Cecilia said, "I called the therapist." Reeve said, "How was the first appointment?" Cecilia said, "I cried for 45 minutes. She kept the box of tissues on my side of the desk the whole time. She looked at the red umbrella in her hand. She said, 'I carried it, but I haven't opened it yet. I thought I'd try walking a little first without it.'" Reeve looked at their own umbrella, open above them, felt the familiar dome of shelter settle its private ceiling, felt the specific quality of the covered air. They lowered the umbrella, let it close, not the sharp mechanic snap of the practiced gesture, but gently, the way you'd lower something you weren't done with but were setting aside for a moment. The rain on Reeve's face was light and specific and completely honest. The city was large and wet and fully present, and making its full complicated claim. Reeve said, "Want company on the walk?" Cecilia smiled, a real one, the kind that reaches the eyes of people who have been doing their practicing. She said, "I'd like that very much." They walked. Two people on a rain-wet sidewalk in a city that didn't know them, in the full unmediated weather of a morning that had no interest in accommodating either of them. Two umbrellas carried, not opened, handles in hand like the handles of things you haven't put down yet but have stopped hiding behind, the damage unrepaired and ordinary and entirely acceptable. Ahead on Vanthorpe the streetlights had gone off for the morning. The day was coming in grey and cool and real. In a rain-choked city, what Gloamskein stitches is not fabric. It stitches the distance between you and the rain, and it stitches it so well and for so long that you forget the rain was ever something you could simply stand in, until one honest night, on an empty sidewalk, you close the umbrella and let everything that's been waiting on the other side of the canopy come back through, and the world, which has been patiently raining the whole time, turns out to be exactly as large and cold and necessary as you always knew it was, and exactly as survivable. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain came sideways that night, the way it only does in October, when the storm stopped pretending to be polite and start meaning it. It hit the windows of the Castelling building with a sound like thrown gravel, steady and accusatory, and the streetlights below dissolved into smears of amber that ran down the glass in long, nervous trails, turning the whole street into something that looked less like a city block and more like a painting left out in the weather. The kind of painting a person stares at too long and starts to read things into that the painter never put there. Mara Voss had been standing at the window for 40 minutes. She knew it was 40 minutes because she'd checked her phone at the start of it. 2:14 a.m, the screen said, with that particular blue-white cruelty phones have at that hour, and she'd checked it again just now, and it said 2:54, which meant the rain had been doing this for 40 minutes, and she'd been watching it do this for 40 minutes, and nothing about either fact made her feel any different than she'd felt at 2:14, which was the way she'd felt for approximately 6 weeks running, unedited. That was the word that kept coming. Not sad, not anxious, not the clinical vocabulary her therapist kept offering her like items on a menu she wasn't hungry for. Unedited. Like a rough cut of a film where all the wrong moments are still in, all the pauses and false starts and scenes that should have been cut for time, and the director has walked off the project and left the whole mess running. She pressed her palm flat against the glass and felt the cold come through immediately. The genuine deep cold of a pain that the building's heating system had given up on. That particular cold that feels like the window is borrowing temperature from somewhere else entirely, somewhere without weather. Her breath fogged against it in a short cloud that appeared and dissolved, rhythmic as something breathing back. The street below was empty the way streets get at almost 3 a.m, which is a different emptiness than midnight empty or 4 a.m. empty. Midnight empty still has the memory of people in it. 4 a.m. empty has already accepted the situation. Almost 3 a.m. empty is the in-between kind, the kind that feels like a held breath, like the street itself is waiting for a decision to be made. She watched a piece of newspaper tumble down the sidewalk, lifted and thrown by wind, plastering itself against the tyre of a parked car and then peeling free and vanishing into the dark between two buildings. She watched it the way you watch things when you have nothing to watch, and the watching is itself the point, the act of directing your eyes outward so you don't have to hold them inward, where the real weather was happening. 6 weeks since Daniel had taken his key off the ring and set it on the kitchen counter with a careful quietness that was somehow worse than if he'd thrown it. 6 weeks since she'd watched him pull the door shut behind him with the same careful quietness, the latch clicking with a politeness that felt like a verdict. 6 weeks of the apartment at full volume in the absence of another person, all the sounds a space makes when it's only holding one person instead of two, the refrigerator's hum, the pipe's opinion on temperature changes, the way her own footsteps seemed louder without other footsteps to mix with. She hadn't moved the key. It was still on the kitchen counter. She told herself this was because she kept meaning to throw it away and forgetting, but she knew, in the honest chamber of herself, that operated only at hours like this, that she kept it there because throwing it away was a kind of editing she wasn't ready to do. Throwing away the key was cutting the scene, and some part of her was still waiting for the scene to resolve itself differently. If my life could just cut to a different scene. She thought it the way she always thought it at windows at this hour, which told her something she had already been told by the therapist and hadn't yet been able to make herself believe. That this was a pattern, that the pattern was the problem, that the problem was older than Daniel and would outlast Daniel, and had in fact eaten Daniel from the inside out without either of them fully noticing until the key was on the counter and the door was clicking shut with its intolerable politeness. But knowing the shape of a thing doesn't make you not want it. The rain intensified. It seemed to throw itself against the window with something approaching intention, and she felt the glass tremble under her palm, a fine vibration like a plucked string settling, and she almost stepped back from it. Almost. Instead, she pressed her hand harder against it, matching her temperature to its cold, and she thought about nothing in particular, which was a way of thinking about everything, and the streetlights below kept bleeding their amber into the rain-streaked dark. She'd moved into the Castelling building 11 months ago, 2 months before Daniel, when she'd been looking for a place large enough for two people who weren't yet living together to try becoming two people who were. She'd liked it immediately in the way you like buildings that have history in their bones, the crown moulding, the plaster ceilings with their faint crack maps, the wide plank floors that had been walked by dozens of generations of insomniacs before her and would be walked by dozens after. The windows were original. The super, a compact and uncommunicative man named Stroud, who smelled of machine oil and something floral she'd never identified, had told her this with a pride that seemed slightly strange for windows. Original double pane, he'd said, from the 43 renovation. They don't make glass like that anymore. She'd thought at the time that this was just the thing supers said, the equivalent of a car salesman telling you about the engine, she thought, about it now, her palm on the glass, the cold moving through her hand and up her wrist. Original double pane, the space between panes where the cold lived, where the smeared reflections lived, layered over each other on rainy nights, her own face translucent and rain-distorted and somehow unconvincing, like a photograph of herself she didn't quite recognise. She could see her reflection now in the glass, or something like her reflection, rain-warped, amber-tinted from the streetlights below, slightly wrong in the way reflections get when the light is bad enough. Her face looked like it was trying to remember something. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and the wind finding the window's edges made it seem to move even though she was inside and there was no wind touching her, which was a trick of the light and the vibrating glass and her 40 minutes to 55 minutes of standing here without sleeping. She blinked. The reflection blinked a half-second later. She told herself this was the kind of thing you noticed when you were tired, the micro-delays the brain manufactures when it's running on nothing, the way sounds come slightly unsynced from their sources when you've been awake too long. She told herself this and believed it in the part of her brain that handled rational explanations, and she didn't believe it at all in the other part, the older part, the part that was already paying a different kind of attention. The rain shifted angle. A gust hit the building and the window transmitted it as a full-body shiver, the whole pane flexing inward a fraction of a millimetre, and she felt it in her palm and thought about how glass is technically a liquid, the old story, The one about medieval cathedrals having thicker panes at the bottom because glass flows so slowly downward over centuries. She'd heard later that this was not precisely true, that medieval glass was uneven because of how it was made and not because it had flowed, but she'd always, like the first version, glass as something that moved, glass as patience made visible. The window shivered again, and she heard something in the shiver that she couldn't immediately name, a texture to the vibration, a quality beyond simple wind transmission, something that made her think of the way a voice carries through a wall, not the words but the presence of words, the shape of meaning without its content. She took her hand off the glass, stepped back one step. The room behind her was dark except for the small lamp she'd left on in the hallway that threw a thin yellow light across the floor. She could see the ghost of the room in the glass behind her reflection. The lamp, the dim furniture shapes, the stack of books on the coffee table she'd been not reading for 3 weeks, the kitchen counter she'd carefully not looked at on her way to the window. Everything doubled in the glass. Everything insubstantial. She thought, go to bed. This is not productive. The rain will be, doing this whether you watch it or not. She stood exactly where she was, because there was something happening to the street below, and she was trying to determine if it was something happening to the street or something happening to her eyes. The streetlights, there were 3 visible from her window, spaced down the block at what she'd always registered as even intervals, were doing something to the rain around them. Not wrong exactly, but different from how rain usually looks in streetlight. That particular silver needle quality, each drop a brief bright line. The drops around the farthest streetlight were doing this correctly. The drops around the middle one were slightly wrong. Not invisible, not absent, just slightly not the right colour, a fraction too gold, a fraction too still, as if the light source behind them was different light than the sodium yellow she'd been watching for 40-some minutes. She squinted. The middle streetlight's rain normalised. She blinked. It was off again. She thought, tired. This is tired. The middle one has a different bulb, that's all. And then the second image began. She would later try to describe it, in the weeks after, when she was trying to understand what had happened and, more importantly, what was still happening, and she would never quite find language that fit. It was not like seeing double, because seeing double is horizontal, 2 versions side by side. It was not like a reflection, because reflections reverse. It was like, and this was the closest she'd get, like watching 2 slides stacked in a projector, both lit, both fighting for the same rectangle of screen. One slide was the street she knew, the other slide was another street, occupying the same space, using the same geometry, but lit differently and wet less severely, and containing a quality of light that she associated with early morning in late spring, that particular brightness that doesn't exist at 2:54 a.m. in October. The 2 images did not blend. They did not overlap smoothly the way a double exposure blends in photography. They stuttered against each other. They competed. They were both fully present and neither was winning, and the result was a visual sensation that she felt not only in her eyes but behind them, in the part of the skull where headaches begin, a low insistent pressure that was not quite pain. She stood with her mouth slightly open and watched the lamppost at the near end of the block exist in 2 positions simultaneously. Here, in the right place, in the rain, and there, 3 feet to the left, in the wrong light, in the spring morning version of the street. The parked cars below doubled. 1 Volvo became 2 Volvos, identical except that one was wet and one was not. One was dark and one was catching morning light off a bumper that didn't have any source for that morning light and didn't need one. She breathed in slowly through her nose, breathed out through her mouth, standard protocol for the moments when she couldn't trust what she was perceiving, which had been a feature of her life since adolescence. The brain's occasional decision to offer her a version of reality slightly more interesting than the base model, which her psychiatrist called a symptom, and she privately called a condition, and her grandmother had called the sight, with a certainty that had always made her simultaneously want to laugh and not. But this was different from the other times. The other times had been internal. Things she saw that weren't there, gaps and additions, the occasional face in peripheral vision that dissolved when she turned. This was on the glass. This was on the outside. She could see it moving past her own reflection rather than behind her eyes, and she knew the difference the way you know the difference between a dream and a room. She put her hand back on the glass. Cold. Still cold. and trembling in a way that wasn't wind. Her own reflection in the layered glass was in trouble. She could see this clearly. Her reflected face was present in both layers, slightly different in each, the room version and the spring morning street version, and they were not aligning. The version of her face in the first layer had her here, at the window, hand pressed flat, hair loose, expression the particular blank of long watching. The version in the second layer had her face turned slightly, eyes towards something she couldn't see, and the expression was different, unreadable, pointed at something outside the apartment that didn't exist in the wet October dark. The building shuddered. Not the window. The building, or at least this part of it, a slow, deep movement from below that she felt through her feet on the floorboards before she felt it through her hand on the glass. A sound like a door somewhere in the structure closing too hard, the vibration of it travelling up through wood and plaster, up through the original double panes of the 43 renovation. And then she saw herself outside. Not her reflection. Not the reflection's strange, half-turned, alternate layer face. Herself. Standing on the sidewalk below, in the second version of the street, in the wrong light, dressed differently. She was in a grey coat she owned but hadn't worn in a year, a coat that was on a hanger in the closet behind her right now, and walking. Walking away from the building with a steadiness of purpose she didn't currently possess, with the calm-spined forward momentum of a person who had made a decision and was executing it without second thoughts. She pressed her forehead against the glass. The cold hit her like a correction. The figure below, the version of herself below, in the wrong light, in the grey coat, did not stop walking, did not turn, did not acknowledge anything, just walked with that terrible confident pace, reaching the corner of the block, turning left into the spring morning version of the street, and the parted rain of the wrong-lit view seemed to close behind her like water over a stone. Mara's breath came out against the glass in a long, unsteady fog. She stood there with her forehead on the cold pane and her hand beside it, and her heart doing something arrhythmic, and she thought, very clearly and very stupidly, I want to be her. The figure who walked away, the version with the grey coat and the decided posture and the clear corner to turn. She wanted it the way you want water when you've been thirsty too long, not as preference but as need, as something the body has converted from desire into requirement. She opened her mouth. She shut it again, because there was something in the glass, in the seam between layers, in the place where the two views were fighting for the same frame, that seemed to be paying attention to whether her mouth was open or closed. Something in the way the trembling changed quality when she'd opened it. Something in the way the second image had brightened, fractionally, immediately, as if a dimmer switch had been turned a single notch upward by her intention. She stepped back from the window. The hallway lamp threw its thin yellow across the floor. The rain talked against the glass. The two images in the window continued their unresolved competition, the real street and the wrong street, both present, both insisting. She thought about the super, Stroud, and the way he'd said original double pane from the 43 renovation, and the way the pride had seemed strange and she'd filed it as a super's eccentricity and never thought about it again. She thought about a conversation she'd had in the elevator 3 weeks after moving in, with an older woman from the 6th floor named Mrs. Patris, who had lived in the building for what she said were 30 years, and said it with the authority of someone reporting a geological fact. Mrs. Patris had been carrying a plant, a small fern in a plastic pot, and she'd said without preamble, without connection to anything they'd been discussing because they'd been discussing nothing. They'd been standing in the elevator in the practiced mutual silence of building cohabitants. Don't stand at the windows when it rains at night. Take it from me. I learned it the hard way, and I'm telling you now before you have to. Mara had said, the way you say it. I'll keep that in mind. Mrs. Patris had said, no you won't. Nobody does. But I'm telling you anyway. And the elevator had opened on 6, and the woman had stepped off with her fern, and the doors had closed, and Mara had thought, in the slightly uncharitable way of a person settling into a new building and still calibrating its characters, eccentric, probably lovely, definitely eccentric. She thought about it now with a different calibration entirely. She turned from the window, took 3 steps toward the couch, turned back. The window held its 2 images with a patience that felt absurdly editorial, like it was waiting, like the situation had a grammar she was only now learning to pass. She crossed to the window again and grabbed the blind cord and pulled. The blinds came down in a rush, the slats clattering against each other, the bottom bar hitting the sill with a sound like a sentence ending, and the window disappeared behind them. Both images gone. The room went darker, the only light the hallway lamp, and the rain became purely sound again, its visual component removed, just the percussion of it on glass and the low moaning commentary of wind around the building's edges. She stood with the blind cord still in her hand. Her heart was loud in the absence of the visual. She moved to the side of the window, to the wall beside the frame, and she put her forehead against it. Paint and plaster. Flat and cool and absolutely singular. No competing layers, no double exposure, just paint over plaster over lathe, and the deep structural certainty of the building around it, a certainty that had been here since 1943 and would probably be here after her and had nothing to do with desire or escape or grey coats on different lit streets. She breathed in, she breathed out. This is my room, she thought, in the deliberate and slightly awkward way of a person following instructions they don't fully understand but have decided to follow. This is my storm. The rain against the blind-covered glass, the lamp in the hall, the key on the kitchen counter, the stack of unread books. This is my night. She kept her mouth closed. It wanted to open. There was a sentence forming in her chest that wanted out, that had been forming for 6 weeks, since the careful click of a closing door, that wanted to be said to something that appeared to be listening. It felt like relief in advance. It felt like stepping off something high. It felt like the thing you say when you've decided, and the decision is to not decide anymore, to give the deciding to something with better credentials for it. She kept her mouth closed, the wall against. Her forehead was cool and unremarkable and exactly what it was. She held herself there for 1 full breath, and then for 3 more, and on the 4th she felt something change in the quality of the room. Not a sound, not a visual shift since her eyes were closed, but a kind of pressure equalization, like the moment when an altitude change resolves in your ears and everything stops feeling slightly wrong. The trembling she'd been feeling through the floor since the image had started, the sub-perceptible vibration that she'd been attributing to building pipes and wind and the specific mechanical personality of the castelling structure, it stopped. She opened her eyes. She was looking at the wall. It was a wall. It was the wall beside the window frame, the one that met the building's exterior, painted the same off-white as every other wall in the apartment, with a small mark near the baseboard where a previous tenant had scraped something heavy across the floor. She looked at the mark. It was just a mark. It had been made by something ordinary moving through an ordinary room on an ordinary day that was now years behind her and would never be recovered or known. She felt, to her surprise, something that was not relief and not safety, but was adjacent to both. A low-level groundedness, like returning from something without quite knowing she'd left. The room felt like hers in a way it hadn't felt like hers while she'd been at the window. She let go of the blind cord. She went and sat on the couch in the thin lamplight, not lying down, not making the commitment of lying down, just sitting with her feet on the floor, listening to the rain make its case against the glass. After a while she slept sitting up, and she didn't dream, or if she dreamed she forgot it between sleep and the grey morning light that came in around the blind's edges and woke her with the particular tactlessness of post-rain October daylight, stripped clean and bright as new metal. She pulled the blind up. The street was singular. One street. Wet and quiet in the early morning. A few cars, a dog walker moving quickly against the cold. The streetlights had gone off with the dawn, and the lamppost at the near corner was just a lamppost, standing in its one location without duplication or ambiguity. The glass was just glass, cold when she touched it, her breath fogging against it once and dissolving. She made coffee and didn't think about what she'd seen, or she tried not to think about it, which is a different operation entirely, and which succeeded about as well as not. Thinking about things usually does, which is to say it succeeded until the 3rd cup of coffee, when she sat down with her phone intending to do something else, and instead opened her contacts and scrolled to a name she hadn't scrolled to in 6 weeks, and sat looking at it without calling. Then she called. The phone rang 4 times and went to voicemail, and she hung up and looked at the ceiling, and the ceiling told her nothing useful. 2 nights later the rain came back. She was awake for it this time, not by accident, but by the particular insomnia of anticipation. The way you stay awake for things you've told yourself you're not waiting for. She'd gone to bed at 11 and read the same page of the unread book 4 times, and turned out the light and laid in the dark, listening to the building's breathing. And at 1:15 she'd heard the first rain on the windows, and had been out of bed before the sound fully registered, some reflex in her body making the decision before her mind could vote on it. She stood in the dark bedroom doorway and looked at the living room windows. Rain on the glass, streetlights below smearing their gold. Normal. She crossed to the window and stood before it and told herself she was checking, just checking, that she was not here because she wanted to see the other street, that she was here in the reasonable and defensible capacity of a person who had experienced something unusual and was maintaining awareness of whether it recurred. She was lying to herself. She knew she was lying to herself. She stood at the window anyway. The glass was cold. The rain came sideways in gusts. The streetlights did their amber dissolution in the water trails, and she stood and she watched and she waited without admitting she was waiting. For 20 minutes there was nothing. Just rain. Just October. Just the singular, unremarkable street with its singular, unremarkable lights. She felt something in her chest that was genuinely, embarrassingly close to disappointment, and she recognised the feeling, and hated it, and felt it anyway. At the 22-minute mark, she'd checked her phone. The window began to tremble. Not wind trembling. She'd learned the distinction now in the way you learn distinctions once a distinction has mattered. Wind trembling is irregular, responsive. It comes and goes with the gusts. It has the quality of external cause. This other, trembling, was internal to the glass itself. A continuous fine vibration like the trembling of something alive. Like the quality of the air right next to a speaker before the sound starts, when the membrane is moving but the movement hasn't yet organised into something you can call music. She pressed her palm to the glass, and the second view arrived. It came faster this time, or perhaps she recognised it faster. The layering of the spring morning street over the October street, the cleaner light, the less severe wet, the 2 lamppost positions fighting for the same spot in her visual field. And behind the layering, in the seam between views, that fine, crack-like quality in the glass that was not cracking, she could see it more clearly now that she was looking for it. The seam lines that ran through the pane like lines on a map, organising the view into sections, creating the impression of deliberate editing, of frames divided for a purpose. Her reflection was split again, half in the room, half in the other light street. The room half had her hand on the glass, lamp from the hall behind her, hair loose. The other half had her turned slightly, face aimed at something in the spring version of the street. Something she still couldn't identify, just a direction of attention. And the figure on the outside street arrived again, the grey-coated version of herself. Walking with that same decisive steadiness down the spring morning sidewalk, in a direction away from the building, in a posture that described certainty the way architecture describes function, every line of it built for a specific purpose. She stood in the real October dark and she watched the built-for-purpose version of herself walk away, and she felt it again. The want. The pulling. 6 weeks of the key on the counter and the 4 unanswered calls. She had called 3 more times after the first, she was counting, and the single text that had said, "I just want to understand what happened," and had been answered finally with a brevity that was its own kind of verdict. "Mara, I think you do understand." 6 weeks of the unedited rough-cut running. 6 weeks of the wrong scenes. The seam lines in the glass brightened as headlights from a passing car swept the window. She saw in the bright momentary flare of headlight on wet glass something she hadn't seen on the first night. In the seam lines, in the actual grain of the glass where the lines ran, there were marks, not scratches, not damage, deliberate, tiny, regular marks that ran along the seam lines the way mile markers run along a highway, and that she could not read because they were too small and too briefly lit, and because they were in no alphabet she knew. The headlights passed. The marks went back to invisible. The figure in the grey coat reached the corner and turned. "Take me there," she thought, and felt the words form fully in her mind. Felt the intention of them. Felt the relief of them. She shut her mouth against them. She went to the blind cord. Her hand found it in the dark by memory. She pulled the blind down. The slats clattered. The views cut. She stood in the darker room with the rain on the other side of the blind, and her forehead went to the wall, and she breathed and she grounded and she said silently, with the specificity of someone who has learned why the specificity matters. This is my room. This is my storm. This is my night. Her mouth stayed closed. The wanting didn't stop. That wasn't how it worked, she was learning. The wanting stayed exactly where it was, full-sized, undiminished, just boxed into a space where she could look at it without giving it the key to anything. Like a photograph of a place you can't go back to. You look at it. You don't confuse looking at it with being there. She went back to bed. She slept better than she had in 6 weeks. She didn't know why. She didn't analyse it. She accepted it the way you accept good sleep when it comes. Gratefully and without. Interrogation, because interrogating good sleep is one of the most reliable methods of ending it. The week that followed was ordinary. This was its own kind of disorientation. The way ordinary feels slightly provisional after something strange. The way every day seems to be taking place on a stage whose backdrop you no longer entirely trust. She went to work. She did graphic design, freelance from the apartment, and occasionally from coffee shops when the apartment got too loud with its own silence. She answered emails. She ate real meals at real mealtimes, which she'd been doing badly at for the 6 weeks prior. She called her sister in Portland and talked for an hour about nothing in particular, which was its own achievement, the ability to talk about nothing in particular requiring a stability she'd lost track of. She did not call Daniel again. She walked past the key on the kitchen counter twice a day, and did not move it, and did not examine her reasons for not moving it. She slept. The rain stayed away for 7 days. This was October in a northeastern city, which meant 7 rainless days was a small gift, a temporary generosity from a month that was not on the whole known for generosity. She was aware of checking the weather, not as weather checking, but as something else. Monitoring, she'd call it in her more honest moments, the way you monitor a situation that you are neither fleeing from nor fully approaching. On the 8th day, the rain came back. It came back in the evening, during the small, quiet hours after dinner and before midnight, and she was awake for it naturally this time, not by insomnia but by the ordinary consciousness of a person spending a rainy evening in their apartment. She was at the drafting table, working on something real for once, a logo project that had a deadline and a client who emailed, and the rain started against the windows and she finished the thing she was doing before she looked up. When she looked up, the windows were streaming with it. The streetlights were doing their amber dissolution. The room was reflected faintly over the wet exterior in the harmless, overlapping way of all lit rooms on all rain-night windows. She got up and went to the window, not because she couldn't stop herself, because she'd made a decision a few days back, not consciously, but in the way decisions sometimes solidify without a moment you can point to. She'd decided to understand what she'd seen rather than to simply not see it. She'd decided that the pattern of avoidance and blind closing and forehead to wall, while functionally correct in the moment, was not a long-term posture she was interested in. She was a graphic designer. She understood images. She wanted to know what she was looking at. She stood at the window. The glass was cold and the rain was making its full argument, and the streetlights were doing what streetlights do, and everything was, for 15 minutes, entirely singular. Then she felt the trembling. She felt it first in her feet, through the floorboards, before it reached the glass, a sub-bass vibration, almost subsonic, that she associated now completely with what was coming. She pressed her hand to the glass, not urgently, but with the deliberate steadiness of someone doing a thing they've chosen to do. The second view came, and this time she stayed with it. She looked at the seam lines. She looked at them carefully, with the analytical half of her mind that she used professionally, the part that understood composition and intention, and the grammar of visual information. The lines were not random. She'd thought they might be fractal random, the way actual glass fractures, but they weren't. They had a structure. They divided the window into sections that had a logic, something like the logic of editing in film. This section contained her reflection. This section contained the street. This section contained the other lit street, and the seam lines organised them into a composition, a deliberate arrangement of competing images, as if the glass had been planned for this, as if the window had been designed, in the original double-pane sense, to hold a certain number of views simultaneously. She moved her face close to the glass and looked for the marks she'd seen in the headlight flare. They were there, in daylight, in the angle of the streetlight through rain, barely visible but present. Fine, regular markings along the seam lines, each one identical, repeated at intervals of perhaps 2 inches. She breathed on the glass, fogged it, and in the brief moment before the fog dissipated, she could see them more clearly. The marks were, she didn't know how to categorize them, not letters, not symbols in any tradition she knew, but structured, repeated with a precision that ruled out accident. The figure in the grey coat appeared in the other lit street. Mara watched it, watched herself, walking with that forward certainty, and for the first time she tried not to want it. Not as an exercise in will, not as discipline, but as genuine curiosity. What was she actually looking at? Not the emotional content of it, not the want it produced, but the thing itself. A figure walking. A figure that moved with a quality she didn't currently possess. A figure that didn't look back. Where are you going? She thought at it. Not with the wanting, just as a question. The figure didn't answer, obviously. It walked. It turned the corner. The seam lines in the glass did not adjust toward her this time the way they had the first night, the way they'd seemed to be reaching toward her reflection. She stood slightly differently, perhaps. Her posture was different when she was watching instead of wanting. She took her hand off the glass and stepped back. She went to the drafting table and pulled out her sketchbook and went back to the window and started drawing what she saw. She drew quickly. The composition of the double image, the location of the seam lines, the rough positions of the marks she'd seen. She drew her own reflection as she saw it in the glass split between layers, and she drew the other street figure in the grey coat. She drew the lamppost in its 2 positions. She did not close the blinds. She stood at the window and drew until the second image began to fade. It faded gradually, the spring morning light dimming, the other street view losing opacity and clarity until the October street was the only thing the glass was showing, and the seam lines went back to invisible, and her reflection was singular again. Just her. Just the room behind her, just the lamp. She looked at what she'd drawn, then she looked at the rain on the singular window for a while longer. Then she closed her sketchbook and went back to her drafting table and finished the logo, which she sent to the client at 11:47 p.m. with a note saying she hoped it worked and she'd be glad to revise. The client would respond in the morning saying it was exactly right. She went to bed and slept and didn't dream about glass or other streets. She found Mrs. Patrice in the elevator 4 days later. Not by accident, or not entirely. She'd started timing her elevator use slightly differently, which she told herself was building schedule awareness, and which was in fact the mapping of when an older woman with a fern might be moving between lobby and 6th floor. Mrs. Patrice was not carrying the fern this time. She was carrying groceries in a canvas bag that said "Market" on it in faded block letters, and she looked at Mara when she got into the elevator with the expression of a person who has been not exactly waiting. "3rd floor," she said, as Mara reached for the panel. "Yes," Mara said, pressing 3 and then 6. They rode for 2 floors in silence, the building kind. Mara said, "I need to ask you about the windows." Mrs. Patrice didn't look surprised. She looked at the elevator doors and adjusted her grip on the canvas bag and said, "I was wondering when you'd get to that. You told me not to stand at them in the rain at night." "I told you not to stand at them in the rain at night. I should have listened." "No one ever does," the woman said without rancour. "What did you see?" Mara said. 2 views, the street I'm on and another street spring light, a version of myself, walking away." Mrs. Patrice made a sound that was not quite a sigh and not quite confirmation. The elevator opened on 3. Mara stayed on. "What did you do?" the woman asked. "I closed the blinds. I put my forehead on the wall." "Both times?" Mara paused. "Both times, yes." "Did you say anything to the glass?" "No." The woman turned and looked at her for the first time. She had the kind of face that belonged to someone who had spent a long time making accurate assessments of situations, the lines of it all running toward a central gravity of directness. "Good," she said. "Don't say anything to the glass." "What happens if you do?" The elevator opened on 6. Mrs. Patrice stepped out and then turned back, holding the door with her forearm. She said, "The woman on the 5th floor, the one before you. She was a teacher, middle school. She was going through something. I don't remember what. A sick parent, maybe. Something she wanted to leave. She stood at the window and she said the thing. I could hear her. My unit's above hers and the building carries sound badly in the west wall." "What happened to her?" "She left," Mrs. Patrice said. "Or she stayed. That's the thing. She told me after that she couldn't tell the difference anymore. She was here, in the apartment, going to school, teaching her students, eating dinner, all of it. But she also felt like she was somewhere else, always half in another scene. She said looking at her own hands felt like looking at someone else's hands. Mara said, Did she move out? Eventually. I don't know where she went. I hope somewhere that had fixed the feeling. She let the elevator door start to close and then held it again. The building's old. 43 renovation, so Stroud will tell you. He says it like it's a selling point. Maybe it is. Maybe not. For everyone. She released the door. Don't say anything to the glass. The door's closed. Mara rode back down to 3 and stood in the hallway outside her door for a while before she went in. She went to the library. This was not a thing she'd done since she was a child with her grandmother, who believed in libraries the way some people believe in churches, with the mixture of reverence and practical reliance that makes a belief real rather than ceremonial. The library near the Casterling building was a Carnegie library, late 1800s construction, the kind that sat on its block with the quiet authority of something that had outlasted several generations of things that were supposed to outlast it. She went on a Thursday afternoon when the city was grey, and the light was the specific flat. Grey of pre-winter October. The light that makes everything look archival. She spent 4 hours there. She was looking for something she didn't have a name for, which is the hardest thing to search for and occasionally the most productive. She started with building history. The Casterling's construction date, 1938, renovation 1943, which lined up with what Stroud had told her. She found city permits, a mention in a neighbourhood history pamphlet printed in 1987 that described the renovation as extensive, including replacement of all exterior glass with custom-manufactured double-pane units produced by the Gloamskein Company of Pittsburgh. The Gloamskein Company she could not find beyond that single mention, which was itself interesting, as a glass manufacturer operating in Pittsburgh during the war years should have left more trace than a single sentence in a local pamphlet. She searched glass history in general and found more than she expected. Glass as a material had a long history of being treated as something more than structural. The medieval glass she'd been thinking about, the Venetian tradition of glass workers on Murano, and the laws preventing them from leaving the island, laws that became, in the most serious cases, death penalties the knowledge in the glass was worth killing to keep. She found records of alchemical interest in glass as a medium, not just a material, the idea that glass held a liminal quality, that it was neither solid nor liquid. The slow-flow legend again, the one she'd always liked, and therefore existed in a space between categories that made it, in the alchemical framework, interesting. A threshold material. A between thing. She found, in a collection of regional folklore assembled in the 1960s by a folklorist from the State University, a half-page entry she had to read 3 times before she could take it fully in. The glass graph tradition, found in accounts from multiple sources in the northeastern industrial corridor, describes an entity or phenomenon associated with the spaces between glass panes, particularly in older buildings where double-pane glazing was installed during the mid-century period. Sources describe glass graft as a seam presence, something that exists in the architectural seam between inner and outer pane, feeding not on fear or on the standard folkloric appetites, blood, breath, life force, but specifically on what several sources independently call the wanting out, a desire to leave or escape one's current circumstances, to exchange the present for an imagined better version of it. The phenomenon reportedly manifests visually, producing a double exposure effect in affected windows during rain, in which the viewer sees their current street and simultaneously a better version of it, populated by a version of themselves living more satisfactorily. The central danger, all sources agree, is linguistic rather than visual. The phenomenon cannot complete itself, one source writes, it cannot finish the splice, unless the viewer speaks aloud a desire to be transported. Sources consistently advise, close the blinds, leave the window, and under no circumstances speak to the glass. The folklorist had written, in a footnote, the remarkable consistency across sources for this particular motif, the double image, the speaking prohibition, the specific nature of the longing involved, suggest either genuine independent parallel development of the legend or a common experiential basis. I have found no satisfying explanation for the latter. Mara sat in the library and looked at the page for a long time. Then she took a photograph of it with her phone. Then she sat there longer. She thought about the marks in the glass, the regular marks along the seam lines, the ones she could only see when the glass was fogged or when headlights hit at the right angle, the ones in no alphabet she knew. She thought about the Glessing Company of Pittsburgh and its single appearance in the historical record. She thought about 1943 and what was happening in 1943, the specific atmosphere of that year, a year in which a substantial portion of the world wanted to be somewhere else, was in fact the most broadly and collectively directed toward elsewhere that the century had managed. An entire generation of men in other countries doing other terrible things, and their families at home wanting the splice, the cut, the jump to a different scene. She thought, what a good year to install these windows. She photographed the page again, as if having two photographs of it made it more real. She went home. She knocked on Stroud's door in the basement the next morning. The super's apartment was in the building's lower level, a space that in other buildings might be storage or utilities, but here had been converted, at some point in the building's long history, into an actual dwelling, low-ceilinged and lit by a row of windows at the top of the wall that were half above ground and half below it, giving the impression of a room that was trying to decide whether it was inside or outside. The space smelled of machine oil and the floral thing she'd never identified. Stroud answered after 2 knocks. He was a man of, she estimated, 65 to 70, with the compactness of someone who had spent decades in spaces that rewarded smallness. Low ceilings, tight crawl spaces, the architectural innards of buildings that were not designed to be inhabited by their mechanics. He looked at her with the expression he always had, which was not unfriendly, but was not precisely welcoming either. The expression of a man who has learned that most knocking on his door is someone else's problem arriving at his threshold. "Ms. Voss," he said. "Stroud," she said. "Can I talk to you about the windows?" A pause. Not the pause of someone deciding whether to answer, but the pause of someone deciding what answer to give. "The windows are original," he said. "I know. You told me when I moved in. They're in good condition for their age. I'm not complaining about their condition." She stopped. She tried to find the language for this that would be direct without being ridiculous. She said, "I've seen the double image, in the rain, at night." Stroud looked at her for a long steady moment with no expression at all. Then he said, "Come in." She came in. The apartment was exactly what she would have expected. Efficient, undecorated, organised with the specific functionality of a person who lives in a space the way a tool lives in a toolbox, arranged for use rather than comfort. There was a workbench along one wall with an impressive array of tools organised with the precision of someone who would notice if one was moved. There was a small kitchen that was extremely clean. There was a chair and a lamp and a bookshelf, and the bookshelf had books on it that were all, as far as she could see, about buildings, architecture, plumbing, electrical, systems, the practical literature of structural maintenance, except for one. On the end of the second shelf, separate from the others as if it had been deliberately distanced, was a thin volume with a dark blue cover and no title on the spine. Stroud caught her looking at it and looked at it himself and looked away. "Sit down," he said. She sat in the single chair. He remained standing, which in the low-ceilinged room gave him an advantage he seemed used to taking. He said, "How many times?" "3 nights," she said. "I closed the blinds all 3. I did the thing, the wall, the breath." "Did you speak?" "No." He exhaled. It was a long exhale and it had relief in it. He turned to the workbench and picked up a tool, not purposefully, the way people pick things up when they need something to do with their hands. A wrench. He turned it. "Good," he said. "What is it?" she said. Not a question exactly, more like an invitation. "I don't know exactly what it is," he said. "I know what it does. I know how to manage it. The 2 things are different." He set the wrench down. The windows were installed in 43. The company that made them, Glessing, was a real company, and also not exactly a regular company. The man who ran it had ideas about glass, ideas from older traditions. He supplied a number of buildings in the northeast during the war years, specifically buildings in cities, specifically buildings where people were gathered in numbers, specifically during a period when wanting out was common, prevalent. "He fed it," she said. "I don't know that he fed it intentionally. I think maybe he thought he was offering something, a service, a kind of relief valve." He picked the wrench up again. "The windows work differently in different buildings. In some I've consulted on, they've been replaced. The effect stops when you put in modern glass. But the castelling, he stopped. The owners don't want them replaced. The building has a preservation designation. The windows are historic. They're a health hazard. The building board doesn't see it that way. He said this without irony, which made it worse. The position of the building's ownership is that the effect can be managed by residents who understand it. And how do residents understand it if no one tells them? He looked at her. I tell the ones who knock on my door, he said. You're here. She thought about the teacher on the 5th floor. She thought about Mrs. Patris saying I learned it the hard way. She thought about how many residents had not knocked on Stroud's door, had stood at the windows alone and said the thing, or hadn't said it, and had never had the framework to understand what they were not saying it to. She said, the marks in the glass, along the seam lines, what are they? He looked at her differently now, with a quality of attention that suggested he was revising his estimate of the situation. You saw the marks, he said, in fog and in headlights. Most people don't see them, he said, or don't look closely enough to see them. What are they? He was quiet for a moment. Then, instructions. Or, the residue of instructions. What the glass was told to do when it was made. He shook his head. I can't read them. The person who could read them has been dead for 40 years. I have a description. He went to the bookshelf and took down the thin blue volume and came back and offered it to her. She took it. It was lighter than it looked. The cover said, in small gilt letters that she'd missed from across the room, notes on the glazing method. Is this his? His students, Stroud said. More of a record than an explanation. The explanation died with glazing. He looked at the book in her hands. You can borrow it. Bring it back. I'd like it back. She held the book carefully, the way she would hold something that deserved care. She said, Have you ever? She stopped. No, he said. I've lived here 31 years, and I've never stood at those windows at night in the rain. I've maintained everything else in this building, but I'm not stupid. Mrs. Patris said she learned the hard way. She did, he said. She's still here. She's been managing it for a long time. He looked toward the half above ground windows where the pale October sky sat cut in half by the building's foundation. Some people manage it fine, some people it divides. The teacher. Among others, he said. He didn't elaborate. She thanked him and took the book upstairs. She read the book in one sitting, which was made possible by the fact that it was 60 pages long and written in a dense, cramped hand that had been photocopied and then presumably photocopied again. The letters greyed and slightly blurred, but entirely legible to someone willing to lean in. The student who had written it, the name given only as Welsh, no first name anywhere in the text, had clearly been a person of scientific training who had encountered something for which science gave inadequate vocabulary and had spent the 60 pages dealing with this problem with increasing frustration and occasional lapses into something that was either poetry or despair. The central argument, such as it was, ran approximately as follows. Glessing had understood glass not as an inert material, but as a medium, a substance capable of holding patterns of information the way a magnetic tape holds sound, not by being altered in any structural way visible to instruments, but by being, during manufacture, oriented in a particular direction. The manufacturing process, Welsh was vague on this, either because he didn't know or because he was protecting something, involved the introduction into the glass batch of material he called only the precipitate, which Mara spent considerable time trying to identify from context and could not. The resulting glass, when installed in double-pane configuration, created in the space between panes a zone that Welsh described as receptive, meaning that it collected and held the orientation desires, his term, of people in proximity to it. Not actively, not with agency, the way a magnet collects filings not because it wants them, but because it is what it is. The double image effect was a sign of saturation. When enough orientation desire had been collected in the seam space that the glass had begun to project. The projection was not imaginary. Welsh was insistent on this, but it was not reality in the full sense either. It was what the glass had absorbed and was now feeding back, amplified, personalised. The glass showing you your own want in the form of a possible life, a version of yourself that had already executed the desire you were still holding. The danger, Welsh wrote, and underlined, is that the glass is not offering transport. It does not and cannot take you anywhere. What it can do, once permission is spoken, is complete the resonance. A line. The observer with the projection to a degree that creates a persistent division of subjective experience. The observer does not go anywhere. The observer becomes, instead, the person who is always partly going. She read this several times. She read, Gloamskein believed, in the tradition that informed his work, that this was a form of relief, that a person who was always partly going was experiencing a distributed form of the wanting out, spread across experience rather than concentrated in it, which he felt was preferable to the acute form. He was, I believe, wrong. The distributed form is not relief. It is a different kind of suffering, one that makes it impossible to inhabit any moment fully, because every moment is half occupied by its alternative. She read, The marks in the glass are the terms of the arrangement. They describe what the glass will hold and what it will not, the limits of the collection and the conditions of projection. I have tried to read them, and I cannot. I have. Had them photographed and analysed, and the analysts find nothing. The marks apparently do not photograph. She tried to remember if she'd thought to photograph the marks when she'd fogged the glass and seen them more clearly. She hadn't. She would. The speaking prohibition, Wellish wrote, near the end, is the only practical protection available absent removal of the glass. The glass cannot complete the resonance alignment without consent, and it is constitutionally incapable of engineering false consent. It cannot make you speak. It can make you want to speak. It can show you the projection in sufficient detail that the desire to make it real becomes acute. But the act of speaking is yours. If you do not give it, the glass cannot take it. Do not give it. She closed the book. She sat for a long time in the late afternoon light of an October apartment and thought about wanting and about the difference between wanting and consent, and about a year, 1943, in which the whole world was looking at windows wishing for somewhere else to be, and about a man named Gloamskein who had thought he was making a gift of that wanting, and had made instead something the world would not remember by name, had left it in buildings it couldn't leave, had it installed by supers who learned not to stand at the glass at night, passed on by women with ferns who said don't, and by folklorists in footnotes who said, I have found no satisfying explanation. She picked the book up again and found the page she was thinking of. Wellish wrote, The question I return to and cannot answer is whether Gloamskein was wrong about the relief, or merely wrong about the mechanism. There is something in the glass that recognises longing. It sees the thing you are trying to leave and the thing you imagine you could arrive at. It shows you the arrival without the leaving. This is not relief. But I understand why he thought it might be. He was alive during a century that was very good at producing reasons to want out. She put the book on the coffee table next to the stack of still unread novels, and she looked at the windows. It was daytime, no rain. The glass was clear and singular, and showed the street below in the flat October pre-winter light, and her reflection in it was faint in the daylight, present but transparent, the kind of reflection that makes you easy to see through. The rain returned on a Sunday. She was ready for it. Not in a way she could have articulated precisely, but ready in the way you're ready for things you've stopped running from. The way you're ready when you've decided that understanding is better than avoidance, and you've decided it so firmly that the decision has settled into the body as posture rather than remaining in the mind as intention. It started in the afternoon, light at first, and built through the evening. By 9 p.m. it was the real thing. Sideways rain, October rain, the kind that meant business, the kind her body had apparently learned to associate with something beyond weather. She made tea. She sat at the drafting table and finished a project and sent it. She answered 2 emails. She ate dinner, actually cooked. Pasta. Something she'd been managing better at in the past couple of weeks, as if the act of regular cooking were itself a kind of grounding, a daily small argument for inhabiting the present tense. At 11 she went to the window. She didn't bring the sketchbook this time. She stood at the glass with her hands at her sides and she waited. The trembling started at 11:14. The second view layered in. She watched it come. She watched the spring morning street establish itself over the October street, watched the lamppost duplicate, watched the clean competing light. She watched her own reflection split between layers. She watched the seam lines organise the view into their deliberate composition. The figure in the grey coat appeared. Mara watched it with the attention she'd been practising. The looking without wanting that was not the same as not wanting, because the wanting was still there in full, still the same want, still 6 weeks of the key on the counter and the unanswered calls, still the rough cut running with all the wrong scenes in it. But the wanting was below the attention now. The attention was above it, looking at what was actually there. She looked at the figure. She tried to see it clearly, past the want it produced. It walked with certainty. Its posture described a decision already executed. It didn't look back. She thought, but where are you going? Not rhetorically, with genuine curiosity. The figure had been turning the same corner every time, turning left into a spring morning street that existed in the glass's projection and nowhere else. The Velish book was clear. The glass wasn't offering transport. It was offering the feeling of having already gone. The figure wasn't arriving anywhere. The figure was the feeling of departure made visible, separated from the mess of the real departure, cleaned of the key on the counter and the forecalls and the text and the rain on the actual windows, the uncertainty and the unread books and the rough cut. It was, she thought, a beautiful lie. Not evil, not predatory in the way of things that take something from you by force. A beautiful lie of the kind that means well, that was made by someone who believed he was helping. A lie that said, look, the leaving is clean. Look, the going away has this shape. Look at the posture of the person who has already done the thing. The seam lines brightened. A car went by below and its headlights swept the glass, and in the sweep she saw the marks again. Clearly, the fine, regular marks along the seam lines. And this time she understood something about them that she hadn't before. They weren't instructions to the glass. They were instructions to the watcher. These are the terms, they said, in whatever language they were written in. This is what you are agreeing to if you speak. She had agreed to nothing. She stood at the window with her hands at her sides, and she looked at the version of herself who had already gone, and she let herself want it. Let the want be fully sized and fully present. Let it be exactly as large as 6 weeks of loss had made it without trying to reduce it to something manageable. She let it be unmanageable, and she held it there and did not speak to the glass. The figure in the grey coat turned the corner for the last time. And then something different happened. The figure, the version of herself in the spring morning projection, stopped 2 steps before the corner, which had not happened before. In all the previous viewings, the figure had walked to the corner and turned with the inevitability of a character executing a scripted action. Now it stopped. It stood on the projection sidewalk in the projection light, and it stood still, which had no precedent. Then it turned. It faced the building. It looked up. Mara stood at the 3rd floor window of the Castelling building on a rainy October Sunday night, and looked at the version of herself in the glass's spring morning projection, standing on the sidewalk looking up at this window, and the recognition was immediate and physical, the way recognition always is when it is real. You feel it in the chest before you've finished having the thought. The version in the grey coat was looking at her, not at the window in general, at her, at the specific location in the window where she was standing, as precisely as a person meeting someone else's eyes across a distance. The seam lines in the glass went very bright. The 2 views, October Street and Spring Morning Street, began to separate rather than layer, the way 2 sheets of acetate being pulled apart gradually reveal the distinct content of each, rather than the blurred combination. The winter view pulled one direction, the spring view pulled another, and in the seam between them, in those organised crack lines of Glessing's custom glass, in the space where the precipitate lived, and the marks ran along the lines like terms of service in a language older than Pittsburgh, Mara stepped back from the window. She stepped back 3 feet, then 4, until her calves hit the couch and she sat down abruptly. She was looking at the window from across the room now, and from this distance the double view was less a visual experience and more a quality of the window's light, a doubling of the luminosity, a wrong-weather brightness coming off the glass. The figure in the grey coat, still there, still looking up, still stopped before the corner it had been turning for weeks, opened its mouth. She couldn't hear anything. The window was closed. The rain was on the glass. Whatever the figure was saying was on the other side of the original double pane from the 43 renovation, and she could not and would not hear it. She got up and went to the blind cord and pulled. It. The slats came down, the light cut, the room went dim. She stood in the middle of the room, not at the wall, not doing the breathing exercise, just standing, because she was not afraid right now and she was not running, and she simply stood in the middle of her room in the dim lamplight with the rain on the other side of the blinds, and she breathed without ceremony, just the ordinary breathing of a person in their room. After a while, she went to the kitchen counter. She stood in front of it. She looked at the key. She picked it up. She held it for a moment. A key like any key, brass, with the Castelling building's distinctive bow. The kind of anonymous, functional object that accumulates unbearable weight not from itself but from what surrounds it. She held it and felt the weight. She put it in her pocket, not the trash, not a drawer. Her pocket, where it went with her. She was not ready to throw it away. She might not be ready for a while. The wanting was still full-sized and present. The rough cut was still running. The scenes that needed cutting were still there. She was not editing herself. She was staying in the unedited version of the story and finding that the unedited version had things in it that the splice wouldn't have. The weight of the key in her pocket, the specific quality of this rain on this window on this particular Sunday in October. She went to bed, but she did not stop looking at the window. This is the thing she had not predicted. The thing Velish hadn't quite covered in his 60 cramped pages, and the folklorist had noted only obliquely in his footnote, that once you have seen the window doing what it does, once you understand its grammar, understanding does not eliminate the looking. She stood at the window on rainy nights. She stood with her hands at her sides and her mouth closed, and she watched the double image, and she watched the figure in the grey coat, and she felt the want that the glass was full of, the want of dozens of residents before her, the want of 40 years of people standing at this glass wishing for elsewhere, all of it held in the seam space, all of it feeding back. And something she was noticing, the third and fourth and fifth rainy nights after the Sunday of the figure turning to look at her, the figure was changing, not dramatically, incrementally the way things change when change is real rather than sudden. The grey coat was the same, the walk was the same deliberate stride, but the figure was stopping earlier and earlier before the corner, turning to look up at the window for longer each time, as if something in the exchange was developing, as if the glass's feedback loop was registering her way of watching and adjusting the projection accordingly, not giving her what she wanted, departure, resolution, clean splice, but giving her something else, a different image, one that was less about going and more about. She didn't have a word for it yet. The 6th rainy night, November now, and the rain was colder, and the street below had the first intimation of pre-winter in it, the particular quality of cold that says this is practice for what's coming. The figure stopped at the corner and turned and looked up, and it did not look the way it had looked on the first nights, the decisive posture, forward spine, certainty of departure. It looked instead like the way she felt standing at the window, watching, attentive, present in the exchange. She breathed on the glass to see the marks. In the fog, the marks were clear. She photographed them quickly before the fog dissipated, her phone held against the glass. She photographed them 3 times. Later, looking at the photographs, the marks were not there. Velish had said they didn't photograph. He was right. The photographs showed her own reflection in the glass, clear and singular, one woman alone in a room at a window at night in November, and the marks were invisible in the image, present only in the actual glass and in the actual room, present only for the person standing there. She thought about this for a while. She thought, the marks are for the person standing there. They are not for anyone else. They have never been for anyone else. And she thought, that's what Gloamskein got wrong. He thought the wanting out was a thing to be collected and amplified and offered back. He didn't understand that the wanting out is personal. It belongs to the person who has it. It is not a service. It is not a problem to be solved by projection. It is, she thought, just the hard part. The part before the scene cuts to something easier. The part that the splice bypasses and that, bypassed, never actually resolves. She kept the key in her pocket. In the 3rd week of November, she got a call from Daniel. She was in the coffee shop 3 blocks from the building, working on a project, and her phone lit up with his name, and she looked at it for 2 full rings before she answered. "Hi," she said. "Hi," he said. A pause. The kind of pause that 2 people who have been very close accumulate the ability to populate with shared history. The specific weight of who they've been to each other heavy in the silence. "I got your messages. All 4 of them," she said, levelly. "Yeah." Another pause. "I'm sorry I didn't—" "It's fine," she said, and found she mostly meant it. I think I was calling because I wanted to understand something, and I've understood it. A long pause. What did you understand? She thought about how to answer this in a coffee shop, with her laptop open and a project on the screen, and the ordinary daytime world moving around her. She thought about the window and the glass, and the version of herself in the grey coat. She thought about wanting out and about the difference between the splice and the actual edit, the difference between escaping a scene and living through it to the point where it changes. She said that I was waiting for a cut and there isn't a cut. There's just the rest of the scene. Silence on his end. That's kind of what I was trying to say when I left, he said finally. I didn't say it that well. No, she said, you didn't. But I wasn't listening well either. She looked at her laptop screen. The logo she was working on, a clean, simple mark for a small company making something unremarkable and necessary. Are you okay? Yeah, he said. I am, actually. Are you? I'm getting there, she said. I think I am. They talked for 20 minutes, which was less than she'd needed it to be and more than she'd expected it to be, and when the call ended she sat with her phone on the table and her coffee going cold and she felt the want. Still there, still real, still the full size of 6 weeks of loss, because the conversation had not resolved anything, and she had not expected it to resolve anything, but she'd hoped it might, and the hoping and the not resolving was its own small grief. She let herself feel it in the coffee shop at the small table, with her laptop open and her cold coffee and the ordinary morning happening around her. She did not try to cut away from it. December came, and the rain became sleet, and then sometimes snow, and the windows of the Castelling building accumulated a new kind of weather on their outer faces, ice crystals forming in the channels between panes where cold air found its way through the old building's uneven seal. Stroud came and went in the corridors with his tools and his machine oil and floral smell, doing the work that buildings require in the transition between seasons, the sealing and insulating and adjusting that was his particular competence and care. She saw him in the elevator once and he asked, without preamble, "Still good?" "Still good," she said. He nodded and looked at the elevator panel. Then he said, which she had not expected, "The teacher on 5, I found out where she went. Her sister told me, we kept in touch." He paused. "She went to Montana. She's teaching there now. She said the feeling has mostly reduced over time. The further from the glass." She thought about what that meant. The further from the glass. A whole life recalibrated by distance from a window in a building on a block in a city she'd had to leave. She thought about Mrs. Patris on the 6th floor, who had been there for 30 years and managed it. She thought about the difference between the two outcomes and whether the difference was in the person, or in the looking, or in some combination that she didn't have the tools to calculate. She said, "Is the management of it the same as the healing of it?" Stroud looked at her with the expression she'd gotten used to from him, the one that suggested he was reassessing. He said, "No," and then, "But for some people the management is what's available." The elevator opened on 3. She went to her apartment. She made tea. She sat at the drafting table and worked until the light outside went from the flat grey of early December afternoon to the particular blue-black of December early evening, the kind of dark that arrives too soon and stays too long, and requires a period of adjustment each year, a relearning of what it means to be inside while the world outside makes an early night of it. She turned on the drafting table lamp. The room populated with warm light. Her work was on the screen. She'd been good at it lately, she noticed. The 6 weeks of rough cut had been expensive in many ways, but something about staying in the unedited version of the experience, about not cutting away from the hard scenes, had done something to her attention, her capacity to sit with the problem and work it instead of waiting for the scene to change. She was better at the work. She was present in it in a way she hadn't been for a while, before Daniel, before the key, before the insomnia and the windows. She thought, maybe that's the edit that was always coming. Maybe the hard scene was the one that made the next scene work. This thought was possibly too neat, too much like the ending of a story in which the protagonist's suffering has been for something. She was suspicious of it. She was suspicious of narratives in which pain resolves tidily into growth, because she'd read enough of them and lived enough of her life to know that sometimes the pain is just the pain, and the lesson is just the lesson, and neither one transforms the other, and you live with both, and eventually the living with both becomes just living. but she also knew that she was different in a way she could feel in the body, a groundedness, a weight and solidness of presence that she associated not with the hard scene being over, but with having stayed in it, with having stood at the window and not cut away, with having kept her mouth closed and the blinds available, and the wand at full size and the key in her pocket and her forehead against the wall, and all of it, the unedited everything of a particular season of her life. The sleep picked up outside. She heard it against the windows, a sound she knew now as intimately as any sound in her life. Sleet on original double pane from the 43 renovation, the particular frequency of water and ice against the glass that glazing had made in Pittsburgh in the war years, for reasons she would never entirely understand. She got up and went to the window. She pressed her palm against the cold glass. The sleet pattered against it on the other side, on the street side, in the December dark. The streetlights were doing their amber work. The street was mostly empty, a few last figures moving quickly against the cold, doing the hunched, purposeful walk of people with destinations in December weather. She looked for the trembling, the specific internal trembling of the glass that meant the other thing was active, that the seam space was projecting, that the spring morning street was available just below the surface of the Winter 1. The glass was still, cold, and vibrating with sleet, and otherwise still. She stood there for a while with her palm on it anyway, because she was in the habit of it, and because the cold was a useful thing, a real thing, a thing that was exactly what it was and communicated it immediately. Then she went back to the drafting table and finished the work. She stayed in the Castelling building. This is not a story about leaving. This is a story about what happens when you don't, when the leaving is the want and the staying is the work, when the splice is the temptation and the unedited scene is the life. She stayed in the building, in the apartment with the original double-pane windows from the 43 renovation, on the 3rd floor where she could see 3 streetlights, and the corner where a version of herself had been turning left for 3 months, and had stopped doing it somewhere in November, or had changed the nature of the turning, had become, in the projection, someone who stood and looked back rather than someone who did not. The looking back felt important. She didn't know what it meant in the grammar of the glass, but she thought it meant something in the grammar of herself. She borrowed books from the library on glass history and manufacturing, and on the alchemical traditions that Vellish had gestured toward. She photographed the window in every possible light condition, trying to capture the marks, and failed every time, as Vellish had failed before her. She sent Stroud back his copy of the notes on the glazing method, with a note that said "thank you," and added, at the bottom, "There are 3 other buildings I found in the city permits that might have used glazing windows. Do you know if they're still standing?" he replied several days later, in a handwritten note slid under her door. 2 of them. I have contacts. They're managing it. She called her sister in Portland more often. She made real dinners. She took on work that interested her and turned down work that didn't, which was a luxury she'd been unable to access during the 6 weeks of rough cut but was available to her now. She bought new books and read them. She bought a plant, not a fern, a small succulent that she kept on the windowsill and that sat in the thin winter daylight and appeared, as succulents do, entirely unconcerned about everything. She thought about writing something, a long something, an account, a record in the Welsh tradition of a person who had encountered the glazing method and had notes on it. Not for publication, maybe, or maybe eventually for publication, in the way that eventually anything written honestly enough finds its way to the people who need it. She thought about the teacher on the 5th floor who had not had the notes, and had not had Stroud's number, and had not had Mrs. Patris in the elevator telling her, without context or explanation, "Don't stand at the windows when it rains at night." She thought about what it would have meant to that woman to have a framework. She thought, the framework might be the thing I can make. She opened a new document and wrote, at the top, in the deliberate and possibly too neat title of someone beginning something she doesn't fully know the shape of yet, "Notes on Looking." She wrote for 2 hours. It was a start. The second year in the Castelling building was different from the first, the way all second years are different from first years. The place had her measure, and she had its, and the mutual adjustment that a building and a person make when they've decided to coexist had happened without her quite noticing it happening. She knew the elevator's habits, and the pipe's opinions, and the sounds the building made at different temperatures. She knew Stroud's schedule and Mrs. Patris's elevator timing, and the smell of the 5th floor hallway. Someone cooking on that floor had a persistent and not unpleasant practice of making something with cumin and bay leaf that she'd come to associate with coming home. And she knew the windows. She knew when the conditions were right for the glazing effect. Not just rain, but a specific combination of temperature and rain volume and wind direction that she'd tracked long enough to recognise. She knew what the non-glazing trembling felt like versus the glazing trembling. She knew, by heart, the composition of the double image when it came, the location of the seam lines, the expected behaviour of the figure in the grey coat. The figure had changed over the months. She couldn't say exactly when it had changed or in what sequence, because the changes were gradual, and she was not always certain whether she was observing a change in the projection or a change in her own perception, which was itself an interesting question about the glazing method. How much of what you saw was what the glass showed, and how much was what you brought to it? Wellish's book was silent on this, or rather Wellish had clearly not wanted to go there, had clearly sensed the epistemological problem and had consciously declined to engage with it, which she found both understandable and cowardly. The figure in the grey coat, as of the late winter viewings, did not walk away from the building anymore. It stood on the projection sidewalk in the spring morning light, and it looked up at the window, and it did not move in the direction of any corner. It stood with the same quality of attention she felt herself using when she stood at the window, watching, present, in the exchange. It had the look of a person who is exactly where they are. She was aware of the interpretive risk here, the risk of seeing what she wanted to see, of the glass or her own mind or the combination of both, producing an image that confirmed her current state rather than showing her some objective truth. The glass was full of wanting. It always would be. She added some to it herself on rainy nights, standing at the window with the full, undiminished want of a person who had not gotten what she wanted and was not going to, who had loved someone and been loved imperfectly, and was now in the complicated aftermath of that. The glass had it. The glass would always have it. The glass was, in some sense, constitutionally unable to be neutral about desire. But she trusted herself more than she had in October. She trusted the distinction between looking and wanting. She trusted the floor under her feet and the wall beside the window frame and the cold of the glass against her palm. She trusted the key in her pocket, which she still hadn't thrown away and had stopped asking herself why. She trusted the succulent on the sill, which was doing fine. In the spring, actual spring, April, the window not doing its thing but the street outside doing its own, the city in the particular state of grace that comes after a long winter. When people walk differently and the air has a quality that translates directly into something in the nervous system that clinical vocabulary calls mood improvement, and which is in fact something much older and larger than that. She got a new neighbour. The 5th floor had been empty since the teacher left, and then it had a series of short-term residents who came and went in the way that apartments in buildings like the Casterling sometimes accumulated short-term residents. Sublets, temporary situations, people in transit. In April, a young man moved in with what appeared from the elevator interactions to be a very large number of books and a very small amount of furniture, which she recognised as the domestic aesthetic of a person who had made clear decisions about their priorities. His name was Thomas. He was a postgraduate student in something he described, in their first elevator conversation, as the history of materials, which she found immediately interesting. He was reading an article on his phone when he got into the elevator and apologised for it, and then apologised for apologising, and she told him not to apologise for either, and they rode to their respective floors, and she thought, stepping off at 3, that the 5th floor had a better neighbour than it had had for a while. She thought about the windows. She thought about telling him. She decided to wait. Not permanently, but until she knew him better, until she knew whether he was the kind of person who would hear there is a phenomenon in the original double-pane windows of this building that feeds on the desire to escape your circumstances and projects it back at you as a temptation to speak something that will permanently divide your experience of reality as information, rather than as reason to immediately call a different building and end the lease. She decided to see. She saw him in the elevator twice that week, and once in the lobby checking his mail, and once at the coffee shop 3 blocks away, where she was working on a project and where he came in with his phone still, displaying what appeared to be a different article on a different material. He got a coffee and looked around for a table, and she gestured to the one across from hers, which was empty, and he sat down. "History of materials," she said. "That's right," he said. He had the quality of attention that she associated with people who are genuinely interested in things, not performed interest. The performed version has a different texture, a quality of display, but the real kind, the kind that makes you feel that the thing you're saying is actually being heard and considered. She said, "What material are you working on right now?" "Glass," he said. She put down her coffee cup. She said, "Are you serious?" "Mid-century manufacturing," he said, slightly uncertain of her reaction. "Why?" She looked at him across the small coffee shop table. The morning light came through the coffee shop windows, which were ordinary modern windows, insulating glass, double pane certainly, but of the modern variety, the kind that held nothing in their seam space beyond dead air and manufactured inertia. She said, "Have you ever heard of the Gloamskein Company of Pittsburgh?" He set his phone down. He said, "Where did you come across that name?" She said, "I live in the Castelling building." He looked at her differently now, with a quality of attention that she recognized as the real kind. Full intensity. He said quietly, "The windows." "The windows," she said. They stayed at that table for 3 hours. She told him everything. The October rains, the double image, the figure in the grey coat, Mrs. Patris, Stroud, the blue book, the library, the marks she couldn't photograph. He listened without interrupting, which was a skill not everyone had, and when she finished he sat for a moment and then said, "I found records of at least 14 buildings in the northeast that use glazing glass. You mentioned 2 others to Stroud. I found 11 more, and I think there's more that I haven't located yet." 14 buildings, she said. 14 documented, probably more. He picked up his coffee. Glazing was active for about 8 years, from 38 to 46. He produced a substantial amount of glass. He appears to have had a network. Architects, building managers, people who understood what the glass was for. What did they think it was for? He looked at her. I think some of them thought it was therapeutic. Some of them were probably just contractors who bought glass. And I think some of them knew exactly what it was, and installed it deliberately in buildings where they expected the residents to have significant wanting out. She thought about that. The deliberateness of it. Not a phenomenon, not an accident of materials, but a decision. A specific and intentional installation of a device designed to collect longing and offer it back as exit. "Who decides that for other people?" she said. "Not angry exactly, something more complicated." "Glessing did," Tomas said, "for 8 years, and in at least 14 buildings, and in rooms where people he never met stood at windows at night and saw something he arranged for them to see. And thought they were seeing something private," she said. "Their own want, their own life, their own better version." "Yes." She looked out the coffee shop window at the ordinary April street. People walking in the spring light, coats open for the first time in months, faces tipped slightly up, the full, small, ordinary joy of warmth after absence. An unremarkable Tuesday in April. Singular. One street, one weather, one set of lights. She said, "The marks in the glass, the ones that don't photograph." "I know about the marks," he said. "I've been trying to document them for 2 years. I've had glassworkers look at them, chemists. I've tried every photographic technique I can think of." He paused. Nothing. She thought about what Velish had written. The marks are the terms of the arrangement. She thought about what she had understood, standing at the window in October in the headlight flare. These are the terms. This is what you are agreeing to if you speak. She said, "They're not for documentation. They're for the person standing there." He looked at her. "What do you mean?" She thought about how to explain it. She thought about standing at the window for months, accumulating the particular literacy that comes from sustained and honest attention to a thing. She thought about what she'd learned, not from the books or the library or Wellish's cramped pages, but from the window itself, from standing in front of it night after rainy night and refusing to cut away and staying in the full unedited thing. She said, "The marks tell you something that Glazing didn't want you to know. Or maybe he wanted you to know it, and he understood that you could only know it by reading the marks, and he made the marks unreadable by anyone who hadn't stood there long enough to deserve the reading. I don't know which. I can't know which. But what they say, what I think they say, standing in front of them, is not a warning and not a permission. It's more like a disclosure. This is what we've collected. This is whose wanting it was. This is the shape of the thing you're seeing when you see the other life." She stopped. He was looking at her with full attention. She said, The glass is full of other people's wanting, decades of it. The figure in the grey coat is not just me, it's everyone who wanted to leave. Every person who stood at this window in October and November and February in all the years since 43, in all the years of rough cuts and keys on counters and calls that go to voicemail, all of it in the seam space. And it gets personalised. It looks like you, it wears your coat, it has your walk, because that's what makes it compelling enough to speak to. But it's not you. It's not your life. It's the aggregate of 60 years of leaving one condensed into a figure that your particular mind makes legible. He was quiet for a moment. He said, "That's." He stopped. "That changes the ethical picture significantly." "Yes," she said, "it does. If the glass is projecting composite rather than a personalised image, then the person speaking to it isn't consenting to their own transformation. They're agreeing to become the repository for the composite's completion." She picked up her coffee cup. "They're not saying take me there. They're saying take all of this through me." He sat with this. She sat with it too for a moment. The way you sit with something you've understood for the first time, the moment before the understanding becomes just a thing you know. She said, "That's what happened to the teacher on the 5th floor. That's why she felt divided. She wasn't experiencing her own split desire. She was experiencing 60 years of other people's split desire completed through her consent. And the further from the glass, the more the connection attenuates. Eventually, maybe it breaks." He was looking at the window of the coffee shop. The ordinary modern window, the one with nothing in its seam space. "The marks," he said. "How do you know they say that?" She thought about it. "I don't know it the way I know things I've read," she said. "I know it the way you know things you've been standing in front of long enough." He looked at her with the full attention expression. He said, "I want to see the windows." "I know," she said. "I'll take you." She took him to see the windows on a rainy evening in late April, which was the right weather for a demonstration, the conditions being necessary and April providing them. She stood in the living room of her third-floor apartment and she showed him the glass at rest. Singular, ordinary, the street below in the grey lavender of a wet spring evening, entirely unremarkable, and she explained what to look for when it changed. He stood at the window with his hands at his sides and he looked at the glass with the careful professional attention of a person whose work was the examination of materials, and he said, "This is original 43 glass. You can tell by the slight greenish tint in the lower corners. It's the lead content they used more than modern glass." He touched the frame lightly, not the glass, the frame. "Glessing used a proprietary solder for the double-pane binding. I've analysed it in another building. It's a normal lead solder, except for trace amounts of something I can't identify. Every instrument reads it as contamination noise." "The precipitate," she said. "That's Wellish's term." He looked at her. "You've read the book." "Stroud lent it to me. I have a different copy, a worse one. The photographs in mine are mostly unreadable." "Mine too," she said, "but the text is legible." They stood together at the window and the rain did its October impression in April and the streetlights did their amber work, and she explained everything she'd been learning, the trembling, the layers, the seam lines, the marks, the figure. She explained Mrs. Patras and the elevator, and the don't. She explained the folklorist's footnote and the library and the afternoon with the blue book. He listened. He said at one point, "You've been doing research." "I've been doing research," she said. "For how long?" "Since November." 6 months of serious?" "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Would you be interested in collaborating on a formal documentation project, the kind that might eventually be a paper or a book?" She thought about it. The document she'd started in December, now 40 pages, the one she'd called Notes on Looking and then renamed Notes on the Glazing Method. Living. The photographs that showed only her own reflection. The sketchbook pages with the window compositions. She said, "I've already started." He turned from the window and looked at her and said, "I can see that." The glass trembled. Not the wind trembling. She felt it through the floor first, the familiar sub-bass vibration, and she saw his face change when the floor sent it through his feet as well. A slight straightening, the shift of a person registering something unexpected. The second view layered in. She watched him watch it. Watched his eyes do the thing that eyes do when they first encounter the double image. The rapid micro-adjustments of a visual system trying to reconcile competing inputs. The slight forward tilt as attention focused. He was completely silent. Whatever he was feeling, she couldn't read from his profile, but the attention was real, the full intensity kind, the kind she'd come to recognise. The figure in the grey coat appeared in the spring morning projection. It stood on the projection sidewalk in its spring light, and it looked up at the window, as it had been doing since November, with the looking back quality that she'd been trying to find. Language for months. Thomas said very quietly, "I see it." "I know," she said. "Is that—" "It looks like me," she said. "The first time I saw it, it was walking away. Now it looks back." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "It's not only looking at you." She looked. The figure in the grey coat was looking at both of them. She had not expected this. She stood very still. The figure in the projection stood very still too, looking up at the two of them at the third-floor window, and its face had the expression, even at this distance, in the competing light of the double image, of a person recognising something they'd been waiting to recognise. The seam lines in the glass brightened. She said, quietly but clearly, "Don't speak to it." "I know," he said. He'd read Welsh too. They stood in the double light of the April window, and they looked at the figure, and the figure looked at them, and the seam lines organised the view into its deliberate composition, and the marks ran along. The lines in their unreadable writing for the unreadable purpose of informing those who stood close enough to see them. And then, for the first time in all the months she'd been watching, the figure in the grey coat did something new. It raised one hand. Not in greeting exactly, not in farewell. In the gesture of someone acknowledging another person across a distance. The hand raised, held briefly, the slight inclination of the head that goes with it. The gesture that says, "I see you. I know you see me. This is what we have, seeing each other." The seam lines dimmed. The spring morning view gradually withdrew beneath the October-April rain view. The clean competing light fading, the lamppost resolving back into its single position. The figure in the grey coat dimmed with the view, held for a moment as an outline, a shape in the residual light of the seam space, and then was gone. The glass was singular again. Just the wet street below, just the amber streetlights, just the rain. She stood at the window for a moment longer, with her hand pressed against the cold glass, feeling nothing in it but cold. No trembling, no sub-bass vibration, just the cold of glass in a spring rain. She pressed her forehead against it, not because she needed to, not because the conditions required it, but because it was familiar, because the glass was cold and real and exactly itself, because she'd spent a year learning this gesture and it had become, somewhere along the way, not a rule to follow, but a thing she simply did, the way you touch a wall you've lived beside long enough to know. One breath. In. Out. She stepped back. "Okay," she said. Thomas was looking at the window, at the singular rain-streaked glass, with an expression she recognised, the expression of a person who has just seen something they will spend a long time thinking about. "Okay," he said. They went and sat on the couch in the lamplight, and she made tea, and they talked for 4 hours about glazing and glass and desire, and what it meant to collect a thing that belonged to other people, and what it meant to show it back to them, and whether the showing was a cruelty or a gift or something with no available category, and whether there was a way to document what the glass contained without the documentation making it worse, and what the marks might say if someone ever found a way to read them. The rain talked against the window the whole time. She did not close the blinds. There are, by the count she and Thomas assembled over the following 2 years, 17 buildings in the northeastern United States that contain original glazing glass from the period between 1938 and 1946. In 12 of those buildings, the glass remains in place. In 5, it has been replaced by modern glazing. In 3 of those 5, this happened after incidents that the building records describe as tenant mental health crises and that she and Tomas have come to call, in the private vocabulary of the project, completions. Residents who spoke to the glass and experienced the division that Welsh described, and that the teacher on the 5th floor lived and moved to Montana to escape. The 12 buildings where the glass remains, 2 have supers who manage it the way Stroud manages it, with the particular competence of long knowledge. 4 have residents who have discovered the effect independently, and are, as far as she and Tomas can determine, managing it correctly. Closing, breathing, grounding, not speaking. 3 have residents who show no evidence of having encountered the effect, whether because their particular wanting out is not the right frequency for the glass they live behind, or because they haven't stood at the window on the right rainy nights, or because they carry something that the glass, for its own inscrutable reasons, has no interest in collecting. 3 have residents she and Tomas have been unable to fully assess. She thinks about those 3. She thinks about them the way she thinks about the people she doesn't know in buildings she'll never visit, the way anyone thinks about the part of a thing they can't reach, with a particular ache of incomplete knowledge, of knowing enough to know what you don't know. She put the key in a drawer sometime in the late spring of the 2nd year, which she noticed without ceremony. She was looking for something else and came across it and put it back, and then came back to the drawer an hour later and looked at it and then closed the drawer. A week later she opened the drawer again and looked at it and picked it up and held it for a moment and put it in the bottom of her winter coat pocket, where she would find it again in November, and would put it finally in the small dish on her counter, where she kept coins and transit cards and receipts, not prominent, not hidden, just present, just there, a thing among things. Daniel moved to Chicago. She heard this from a mutual friend, not from him, with the neutrality of information you receive past the point where it can hurt you sharply, which does not mean it doesn't hurt at all. She thought about him in Chicago, in a different city, in a city without glassing buildings, as far as she and Tomas had found, and in a city where the windows would just be windows and the rain would just be rain, and the street would just be the street. She hoped he was well there. She meant it. She hoped he'd found the scene that worked. The book she's writing, she uses the present tense because it is still ongoing, because the work of a thing like this is that it doesn't end, it accretes, it adds layers, it collects, is longer than Velish's, and organised differently, less like a record and more like an argument. The argument is about desire and documentation, and about what it means to look at a thing carefully enough that the looking itself becomes a kind of knowledge. The argument is about the difference between the splice and the edit, between the escape and the staying, between the figure in the grey coat walking away and the figure in the grey coat turning back. It is also, in the section she returns to most often, about glass as a threshold material, the between thing, the solid that is technically liquid and is in practice neither, the thing that exists to be looked through and that cannot help, because of what it is, because of the laws of physics and the properties of refraction, and the particular chemistry of silica and lead and whatever trace element Glassing put into his batches in Pittsburgh in the war years, cannot help also showing you the looking. The glass gives you the world, and it gives you yourself in the world, and it gives you, on certain nights in certain buildings in certain weathers, the residue of everyone who has ever stood at it, wanting something different from what they had. She is grateful for this. She has thought carefully about whether she should be grateful for it, and has decided that she is, carefully, with full knowledge of what it cost the teacher on the 5th floor and what it cost whatever residence she and Tomas haven't reached yet, with full knowledge of Glassing's error and the unread marks and the 60 years of collected longing held in the seam space of original double-pane glass that a preservation board has decided is historic. She is grateful because the glass showed her something the hard scenes don't show you on their own. It showed her the want at its full size, organised into a visible form, dressed in her coat, carrying her posture, executing the departure she hadn't executed. It showed her what it would look like to cut away. And in showing her, it gave her the choice in a form she could look at directly rather than feel vaguely and be driven by without seeing. The choice is speak and become always partly going, or stay and become the person who stayed. She stayed. She is the person who stayed. This is her room. This is her building, with its original double-pane windows and its crown moulding, and its plaster ceilings and its super in the basement, and its woman with the fern on the 6 and its young historian on the 5, with his very large number of books and his very small amount of furniture and his careful professional attention to materials. This is the street she sees in the singular daylight. One street, one weather, one set of lights, and in the rain dark the other version of it, full of someone else's or her own, or the aggregates wanting out, beautiful and lying, clear as glass, clear as the space between 2 panes where something was installed in 1943 that has no name in any official record, and that the folklore calls by a name she's not sure she believes in. She doesn't need to believe in the name. She has stood at the window enough to know the thing itself. On the last rainy night she'll describe here, because a record must end somewhere, and this is as good a place as any, a night in the 2nd October, a year exactly past the first night she stood at the window for 40 minutes, watching the smeared amber of streetlights in rain, and thinking if my life could just cut to a different scene. She stands at the window again. It is not the same. She is not the same. The wanting is there. It is always there. She does not think it will stop being there. She has made her peace with this. But it is a known quantity now. A thing she has a relationship with rather than a thing that has her. The glass is cold under her palm. The rain is doing its October thing against the outer face, the street side. She waits. The trembling comes. The second view layers in. The spring morning street over the rain-dark one, the competing lights, the seam lines organising the view into their deliberate composition. The figure in the grey coat appears on the projection sidewalk in the projection light, and it stands there looking up, and it raises its hand in the gesture she has come to know. Acknowledgement across distance, I see you seeing me, this is what we have. She raises her hand back, not speaking, just answering. The way you answer a gesture with a gesture, the way you respond to being seen with the act of seeing. The seam lines hold their brightness for a moment. Then the spring morning view begins its withdrawal, fading as it always does, slowly, the other lit street dimming behind the actual one until the window is showing only what is actually there. The rain, the amber lights, the empty corner, the wet cars, the October dark that is genuinely dark and genuinely hers. She keeps her hand on the glass until the last of the second view is gone. Then she takes her hand off the glass and stands in her room and looks at the singular street and feels, in the chest, not relief and not triumph, but something steadier than either. The feeling of being in the right place, even when the right place is hard, even when the want for a different place is full-sized, and present even when the rough cut is still running. The splice fails, the night stays whole. She goes to her drafting table and turns on the lamp and opens the document and writes. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain had been falling since before midnight. The kind of steady, indifferent rain that didn't announce itself with thunder or lightning but simply arrived and stayed, matting the leaves in the courtyard planters flat against the soil, filling the gutters with a constant low whisper, turning every concrete surface in the Ashwick Apartments complex into a dark mirror that reflected the yellow wall sconces in trembling smears of amber light. The breezeways between buildings C and D ran parallel to each other, like the halves of an open book, and at this hour they were empty except for the rain's mist drifting in from the open ends, settling on the painted cinder block walls in tiny beads that caught the light and made the corridors look almost jewelled, almost beautiful, if you were the kind of person who could find beauty in wet concrete at 10 minutes past midnight. Nora Vass was not, generally speaking, that kind of person. She was the kind of person who left her apartment at 10 minutes, past midnight wearing canvas sneakers that were already wet before she reached the stairwell, carrying her phone in one hand with the screen lit up, showing nothing, no messages, no notifications, just the time glowing at her like an accusation. She was the kind of person who told herself she was just going to check, just a quick trip down to the mailroom on the ground floor of Building C, not even really expecting anything, just wanting to confirm the absence so she could go back to bed and stop imagining arrivals. She'd been doing this for 11 days. The first time she'd felt ridiculous about it, standing in the mailroom at 2 a.m. with the overhead fluorescents buzzing above her, and her own reflection staring back from the dark window that faced the courtyard. The second time she'd felt slightly less ridiculous, because she'd actually found a package that time, a small cardboard box from the supplement company she'd ordered from, and the relief had been so immediate and physical that it had frightened her a little, the way her chest had unknotted itself the moment she'd punched in the code and heard the locker click open. The third through 11th times she'd stopped trying to assess whether it was ridiculous and had simply gone, the way you stop assessing whether you're hungry and simply eat. The stairwell smelled like rain, and someone's dryer sheets, warm and synthetic, drifting up from the laundry room 2 floors below. Nora descended with one hand trailing the painted metal banister, her sneakers squeaking faintly on the textured concrete steps. The complex was quiet in the way that large residential buildings get quiet after 11. Not silent, never truly silent, but muffled, collective. The sounds of individual lives dampened by walls and floors into a general hum of habitation. Somewhere above her a television was on. Somewhere a child had been crying earlier and had stopped. A door had slammed around 9 and she'd heard it from her apartment and spent 20 minutes constructing a narrative about whoever had slammed it before giving up and staring at the tracking page on her phone again. The package she was waiting for, the one she was not quite willing to admit she was waiting for with the specific and unmanageable urgency that had been building in her chest since last Thursday, was nothing significant. Objectively. She knew that about it. It was a weighted blanket she'd ordered during a bad week, one of those algorithmic purchases that the insomnia and the 3 a.m. browsing sessions had conspired to produce, $87 plus shipping and handling, a soft grey blanket with glass beads sewn inside the fabric to create a gentle, distributed pressure that was supposed to feel like being held. She'd read the reviews obsessively after ordering it. 1,400 reviews, 4.6 stars, with people writing things like it changed my life, and I finally sleep and I feel less alone. And she'd sat with her phone getting warm in her hands while outside her window the city went about its nighttime business. And inside her apartment the feeling that had been with her since Marcus left continued to occupy the space, the way a smell occupies a room, pervasive and sourceless. Marcus had been gone for 6 weeks. He'd taken his succulents and his record collection, and the good chef's knife and the weighted blanket that had been his, that he'd had before they met, and the absence of that blanket specifically had become symbolic in a way she resented but couldn't stop. She'd ordered the replacement the same night he left, standing in the kitchen at midnight with the drawer hanging open where the chef's knife had been, and she'd felt a surge of something like agency when she'd clicked confirm order, like she was doing something, like the act of purchasing was equivalent to the act of healing, like the arrival of a package would constitute a form of progress. That had been 6 weeks ago. She reached the ground floor and pushed through the heavy door into the breezeway, and the rain smell hit her immediately. Cold and clean and faintly mineral. The smell of the Bay Area in November washing down through the gap between the buildings and pooling in the covered corridor. The mailroom was at the far end, maybe 40 feet away, its small window glowing with a pale bluish light that was different from the amber of the wall sconces, cooler, more electronic. The package lockers were in there, 12 of them arranged in 2 columns of 6 on the east wall, each one a brushed aluminum door with a small screen set into the face at eye level, the whole array connected to a central management system that sent text messages when a package arrived and codes when you needed to retrieve it. She hadn't gotten a text message. She knew she hadn't gotten a text message because her phone had been in her hand or within arm's reach for 11 days and she would have known. But sometimes she'd read in a forum thread she'd found at 1 a.m. 6 days ago. Sometimes the system sent the notification but it got filtered into spam, or the text came but the phone was in a dead zone, or the carrier delayed the message and people had shown up to find packages waiting for them with no notification at all. This was statistically rare, the thread had agreed, but it happened. It happened. Nora walked down the breezeway with the rain misting in at both ends and the yellow lights making the wet floor shine, and she watched the mailroom window get larger and the pale blue glow get brighter, and she told herself, the way she'd been telling herself for 11 days, that this was the last time. After tonight, if there was nothing, she was going to accept it and go to bed, and tomorrow she would track the package with fresh eyes, and accept whatever status the tracker reported without constructing elaborate scenarios around it. She was going to be rational. She was going to be fine. The mailroom door had a push, bar handle, and she pressed it with her forearm and stepped inside. The room was small and fluorescent and smelled like cardboard and rubber, and faintly of whatever cleaner the building staff used on the floors, something lemon adjacent that never quite smelled like lemons. The 12 lockers occupied most of the east wall. On the west wall were the individual metal mailboxes, each one numbered, each one locked with a small brass key. A folding table along the north wall held a tape dispenser and a box of markers, and an old sign that said, "Please label all packages," in a laminated font that had started to peel at the corners. The fluorescent tube in the overhead fixture buzzed with that particular pitch that lived just at the edge of human hearing, felt more than heard, a low vibration in the back of the teeth. Nora went to the lockers the way she always did, starting at the top left and reading across each door's small screen, looking for her name or her apartment number. The screens were in screensaver mode, cycling through a rotating Ashwick Apartments logo in pale blue against a dark background, and as she passed her hand near each one, the motion sensor brought the screen to life with the main menu. Available. Available. Awaiting pickup, Unit 4B. Available. 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 She went down the row. Available. 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 She got to the last locker in the bottom right corner, and she stood in front of it, and the screen blinked on. It showed her name. Nora stood very still. The name was correct. Her full name, Nora Vass, in the same clean font the lockers always used, and next to it a locker code she didn't recognise, 6 digits she'd never been sent, and beneath that a status she stared at for a full 3 seconds before the word resolved properly in her tired brain. Delivered. She looked at her phone, no text, no email. She swiped through both apps quickly, then checked her spam folder, which she'd never done before and which contained 17 promotional emails and nothing else. She looked back at the screen. Delivered still. Nora Vass. The unfamiliar code. She thought, the system generated a code and forgot to send it. She thought, network delay, 6 weeks, and the notification finally arrived and the package has been sitting here and she'd been walking past it every night without the right code. She thought, this explains everything. This is why. The blanket was here the whole time. She raised her hand to enter the code and then stopped, because she didn't know the code. The code on the screen wasn't one she'd been given. She'd been given a code when she signed up for the locker system at Move-In, a general access PIN, but this was a 6-digit retrieval code specific to an individual delivery, and it wasn't one she recognised. She tried her general PIN anyway. The screen flashed red. Incorrect code. She tried her apartment number followed by zeros. Incorrect code. She tried her birthday, month and day and year. 6 digits. The screen paused. The Ashwick logo stopped its rotation. The pale blue background deepened for a moment into something darker, almost navy. And then the locker door opened. It opened without a click, which was wrong, because the lockers always clicked, the mechanism releasing with an audible snap that you could hear across the room. This door swung outward smoothly and silently on its hinges, and the first thing Nora registered was the warmth. Heat spilled from the open locker the way heat spills from an oven. Not a blast, but a sustained exhale. A continuous outflow of warm air that pressed against her face and forearms and smelled so strongly of cardboard that for a moment she was transported viscerally and completely to the feeling of opening a package. That specific scent that lived inside delivered boxes, the smell of packing tape and corrugated paper, and something else beneath it. Faintly sweet, faintly industrial. She inhaled without meaning to. Her chest filled with that smell. The locker was empty. She leaned forward and looked into the metal interior, which was deeper than she had expected, the lockers being designed to fit medium-sized boxes, and she saw nothing. No box, no envelope, no packing material, just the bare metal walls and the warm air flowing past her, and a faint light that she couldn't source. A glow coming from somewhere inside that wasn't the locker's own LED, which she could see embedded in the ceiling of the compartment and which was off. The warmth intensified for a moment and then levelled out, and the smell of cardboard with it, and Nora stood with her arm extended into the warm interior of an empty locker at midnight, and understood that this was strange, that something about this was not right, but the feeling was so close to what she'd been waiting for, the warmth of it, the smell, the sense of something just delivered, that she couldn't quite locate the wrongness precisely enough to step back. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. A notification, the standard banner format she used for all her apps. She expected it to be the locker system, a delayed text finally arriving, but it wasn't the locker system's number. The sender was listed as a string of digits she didn't recognise, too long to be a standard number, and the message read, "Order confirmed. Your item is on its way. Estimated delivery. Arriving soon. Track your package." Link that resolved to a grey box when she pressed it. She stared at the message. She had not placed any order. She had not signed up for any service that used this number. The link did not go anywhere. Just the grey box. A broken placeholder. She scrolled down in the message thread thinking there might be more, but there was only that single message. Another buzz, another notification, same sender, same format. Shipping update. Your package is almost there. Thank you for your patience. Nora looked up from her phone and found herself looking at the open locker and the warm air flowing out of it, and she felt, not for the first time in the last 6 weeks, but more acutely than usual, that something was wrong with her, that she had done something to herself with the tracking and the midnight trips and the compulsive refreshing, that she had bent something in her brain in a direction it wasn't supposed to go. She made herself step back from the locker. She made herself breathe. The condensation started on the inside panel. She watched it happen in real time, which was what made it impossible to dismiss as a trick of her tired eyes or the distortion of the fluorescent light. The metal interior of the locker was cool enough, apparently, that the warm air flowing through it created condensation against the walls, which was a reasonable physical explanation for what she was seeing, except that the moisture wasn't forming in random droplets or spreading in organic sheets the way condensation did. It was forming in lines, straight, parallel, precisely spaced lines that began at the top of the back panel and progressed downward in a pattern that was unmistakably, structurally, a barcode. Thick bar, thin bar, two thin bars, gap, thick bar, thin bar. She watched the lines complete themselves. She watched the barcode form the way you watch a printer output an image, line by line from top to bottom, not all at once but in sequence, as if something was printing it deliberately, as if the moisture was being placed. Her phone vibrated continuously in her hand, a series of rapid short buzzes, and she looked at it and saw notifications stacking on the screen like a feed, one after another, each one from the same unrecognised sender, each one a shipping update, dispatched and out for delivery and arriving today and delivered and delivered and delivered, repeating, the same status word filling her screen, delivered, 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 and between each notification the screen flickered, just barely, just a stutter of light so brief, she might have imagined it, and in each stutter she thought she saw something else on the screen, not the notifications, not her apps, just a shape, pale and thin and upright, the silhouette of something standing in a white void. She turned her head from the phone to the locker, and there was a reflection in the locker's glossy stainless steel doorframe, distorted and stretched in the curved metal the way reflections get in any reflective surface that isn't flat, and in that distortion she could make out the mailroom behind her, the fluorescent light, the mailboxes on the west wall, the laminated sign, and herself, small and pale in her grey sweatshirt, and behind herself, standing very close, a shape, thin, upright, the colour of a shipping label. She turned around. The room was empty. The fluorescent tube buzzed. The Ashwick logo cycled on the locker screens to either side of the open one. Rain tapped at the small window facing the courtyard. She was alone in the mailroom, and the warm air kept flowing from the open locker, and her phone kept stacking notifications, and the barcode on the inside panel kept thickening its lines, adding detail, becoming more precise, as if the printing were not yet complete. Nora Vass was 29 years old, and had lived alone for 6 weeks, and had not slept more than 4 hours in a row since October, and was standing in a mailroom at midnight, watching a barcode form out of condensation on the inside of a locker that had opened to her birthday while something that looked like a shipping label stood just behind her, and was no longer there. She closed the locker door. She did it slowly, with both hands, guiding it back to the frame the way you guide a door closed in a sleeping house when you don't want to wake anyone. Not from calm exactly, but from a feeling she couldn't name precisely. A feeling that the way she closed it mattered, that slamming it would be the wrong gesture, that whatever was happening in this room was sensitive. To volume and intention, that gentleness was required. The door met the frame with a soft and final click. The screen went dark for a moment and then rebooted, cycling through the startup sequence, and she stood there with both palms flat on the cold locker face, without deciding to do that, just finding her hands there, finding the cold metal under her palms, and the cold was so straightforwardly physical, so unambiguous, so metal and real, that she stood with it for a full breath, in and out. And standing there with her hands cold and the metal real beneath them, she thought, without trying to, without performance, very quietly and honestly in the privacy of her own exhausted mind, I'm not waiting for the blanket. I'm waiting for the feeling it used to give me before I'd ordered it. She stood in the mailroom for another moment, and then walked back out into the rain-dark breezeway and back to her apartment. The notification stopped. She checked her phone in the elevator, and the messages from the unrecognised sender were gone, not in spam, not archived, simply absent, as if they had never been sent. The tracking page for the weighted blanket showed the same status it had shown for 6 days, in transit, last scanned at regional facility, estimated delivery, pending. She went to bed, she slept. The blanket arrived 4 days later on a Tuesday afternoon when she was at work, and the text notification came through the normal way, and she picked it up after work and brought it upstairs and unboxed it in her living room with the lamp on and the windows dark outside. It was grey and soft and heavier than she'd expected, and she spread it on her bed and lay under it that first night. And it was good. It was genuinely good. The weight of it. And she slept well. And in the morning she did not think about the locker or the barcode or the shape she had or had not seen reflected in the steel. But the building remembered. The building remembered, and the mailroom remembered, and in the hardware of the locker system, in whatever ran between the management software and the physical mechanisms and the little screens with their cycling logos, something had been recorded. A name, an admission. A moment of true waiting named and placed against cold metal at midnight. Something had received it the way a stamp receives an impression, taking the shape of what was pressed against it, and had filed it in some organizational system that did not use folders or drives, that stored information the way certain materials store temperature, holding warmth long after the heat source is gone. The building was old enough to have had other residents, many of them cycling through the units over the years in the way that apartment buildings cycle through tenants, and some of them had been here before the locker system, when packages were left in front of doors or signed for at a front office that no longer existed, and some of them had been here in the first years of the locker system, when it had been new and the tenants had found it exciting and then found it ordinary and then found it necessary, the way all convenience becomes necessity, and some of them were here now and some of them would be here after. The building had a habit, is what this is trying to say. It had developed a rhythm over the years, a particular responsiveness to the specific frequency of waiting, and the locker system had given that waiting a physical architecture, a set of doors and screens and codes through which the waiting could pass and organize itself, and what lived in that architecture, what had grown in it the way something grows in any environment that provides exactly the right conditions of warmth and moisture and darkness and repetition, did not have a name in any language that the tenants of the Ashwick apartments spoke or read. It had a name in the language of the building itself, in the vocabulary of creaking metal and cycling fans and electrical current, and the soft beeps of systems checking themselves against themselves at irregular intervals through the night. But that language wasn't available to Nora Vass, who had named her waiting and gone to bed and slept well under her grey blanket and returned to the ordinary rhythms of her life. It was available to the building's other residents, if they were the right kind of tired, if they were the right kind of waiting, if they came to the mailroom at the right hour, which was not a fixed hour but a feeling hour, a when the need becomes larger than the knowing hour. The next one was a man on the 4th floor named Dev Polani, who had been waiting for a job offer letter for 19 days. He was 41 and had been laid off in August and had been through 3 rounds of interviews with a company that seemed very interested, and then had gone quiet for a week, and then had responded with an email that said, "We're finalising the details, we'll be in touch very soon," and that had been 19 days ago. He had replied to that email twice, politely, and had not heard back, and had applied to 12 other positions in the interim, and had not heard back from any of them either, and had spent 19 days in a state of suspended animation in which he could not fully commit to being worried because at any moment the offer letter might arrive, and could not fully commit to hope because 19 days was too long, and he knew it. He had ordered a book, a technical book, thick and expensive, about distributed systems, which was his area of expertise, and he'd ordered it 6 days ago, and it was supposed to arrive on Monday, and today was Sunday, and it had not arrived. The tracking said it was at a regional facility. The tracking had been saying it was at a regional facility for 4 days. Dev was not a man who normally fixated on packages. He was practical and organised and kept careful records of his spending, and his time and his job search, colour-coded spreadsheets that he updated every evening with the day's activity, applications sent, interviews scheduled, networking messages composed, rejections received. The spreadsheet was how he managed the anxiety that otherwise would have been unmanageable, the way he had managed anxiety his whole adult life, by making it legible, by converting the formless dread into rows and columns, by giving it cells to live in. The book was not in a spreadsheet. The book was in a different category, a personal category, a thing he'd ordered because he wanted to feel like he was doing something, like he was improving. Like the gap in his resume was also a period of growth. and the waiting for the book had become entangled in a way he hadn't expected with the waiting for the offer letter, so that checking the tracking page felt like checking for news in general, like somewhere in the regional facility. There was not just his book, but his next thing, his next step, his continuation. He went to the mailroom at 11:45 on a Sunday night. The breezeway between C and D was dark except for the wall sconces, and the rain, which had not stopped in 3 days, had left pools on the concrete that reflected the amber lights in long, wobbling ovals. Dev walked through the light and the reflections in grey sweatpants and a hooded jacket, hands in the jacket pockets, and pushed through the mailroom door. The lockers were all available. He checked each screen, starting from the top, which was habit by now, though this was only his 4th late-night visit. Available, 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 down the row, and then the bottom right locker, the one in the corner, and he almost didn't read the screen carefully because he was tired, and he'd been through this 4 times and it was always available. But he looked, and the screen said, Dev Polani. A code he'd never been sent. Delivered. He stared at it for a long time. He thought about his general pin and tried it. Incorrect code. He thought about his phone number. Last 4 digits. Incorrect code. He thought about his old employee ID from his previous job, a 6-digit number he'd used for years and knew by heart, and he typed it in before he'd quite decided to. The locker opened. Warm air, this time carrying the smell of paper, of books, of that particular smell of new printed pages that is distinct from cardboard and distinct from old books, something sharper and more industrial. Dev leaned in, already anticipating the book, already seeing the padded mailer or the brown box, and there was nothing there. Empty metal and warmth and the smell of everything he'd been waiting for without the thing itself. His phone buzzed. Order confirmed, said a number he didn't recognise for an item whose description was left blank, arriving soon, no link that resolved. Just a grey placeholder box. He stared at it. Another buzz. Shipping update. Another. He looked up from his phone and the condensation was already forming on the inside panel, and he watched the barcode write itself in moisture on the metal, line by careful line, and he thought with the part of his mind that was still rational and analytical and addicted to organising. This is not how condensation works. This is not how any of this works. And with the larger part of his mind that had been awake for 19 days of suspended animation, he thought, something is being printed for me. The reflection in the steel door frame showed the room behind him. He saw himself, wide-shouldered and hooded, and behind his shoulder the pale upright shape, thin as a label, and he did not turn around, which was perhaps why he lasted slightly longer than he otherwise would have. Instead, he looked at the shape in the reflection and watched it watch him, and thought about the offer letter, not the book, the offer letter, the thing he was actually waiting for, the thing every check of every tracking page was a proxy for, and he stood there with the warm breath of the empty locker on his face and the barcode thickening behind the reflected presence and his phone filling with notifications for things he hadn't ordered, and he thought very clearly, I'm not waiting for the book. He was waiting for proof that he was still valuable. That was the truth of it. He was 41 and had been laid off and had been through 3 rounds of interviews and had waited 19 days, and what he was waiting for was not an offer letter, not really, but the thing the offer letter would mean. The reassurance that he still had value, that the gap in his resume was not a permanent reclassification of his worth. He thought it clearly and completely, and then he stepped back from the locker. He closed it gently, both hands on the door, guiding it shut the way you close the cover of a book you're not finished with but have to put down. The click was soft. He stood with his hands on the cold metal, palms flat. He breathed. He did not say anything out loud. The barcode faded. The notification stopped. The pale shape, when he looked again at the reflection in the doorframe steel, was gone. Dev walked back to his apartment and added a row to his spreadsheet. Under notes he typed, Locker room, 11:45 p.m, unusual system behaviour. He stared at that entry for a moment and then deleted it and typed instead, Need to sleep. He closed the spreadsheet. The offer letter arrived, or rather didn't arrive, because the company went with another candidate, and Dev found out 3 days later in a brief email that said they had decided to move in a different direction. He was sad about it for a week, and then found another position he was more genuinely suited for, and got that offer letter 4 weeks later, and it was better, and he knew it was better, and he signed it in the kitchen of his apartment on the 4th floor of the Ashwick Apartments, while rain fell outside, and the lockers in the mailroom 2 floors below him beeped softly as they cycled through their nightly self-check. He never went back at midnight. Other people did. The building filled and refilled with the specific frequency of people who were waiting for something that wasn't what they said they were waiting for, because apartment buildings in cities do that, attract that kind of person, the in-between people, the people in the middle of a transition, or a grief, or a becoming. People for whom arrival has taken on additional weight, for whom the locker system's soft beep in the night sounds like a possibility, like a summons, like a word in a language they almost understand. There was the woman on the 3rd floor of Building D, Priya Mehta, 24, in her first apartment after years of roommates, waiting for a coffee table she'd ordered in September that had been delayed repeatedly, first by a manufacturer issue, and then by a shipping carrier strike, and then by a warehouse problem, and the tracking had shown it in 4 different states and 3 different facilities, and every time she'd thought it was close it had moved backwards, had appeared further from her than before, and she'd stopped being able to separate the coffee table from the feeling she was trying to create with it. The feeling of her apartment as her own space, permanent and self-determined, her name on the lease, her furniture, her life composed of choices she had made and not inherited or settled for. She went to the mailroom at 1 in the morning on a Wednesday in December, and the locker screen showed her name and a code and the word delivered, and the locker opened and the warm air rolled over her and smelled like the specific smell of furniture packing, foam and cardboard and faint sawdust, and she reached into the emptiness and her hands found nothing, and her phone buzzed, and she stood there with the warmth on her face and the barcode writing itself in moisture on the metal, and the notifications stacking on her phone, and the pale reflected shape standing just over her shoulder, and she was not afraid. She was not afraid, because she'd been afraid for a long time, had been afraid since she'd moved into this apartment alone and found that solitude, which she had wanted, was more complicated than she'd imagined, that there was a difference between choosing to be alone and managing what aloneness actually felt like at 3 a.m. when the apartment was dark and the street outside was quiet, and the coffee table she'd ordered was somewhere in transit, and she was here, and her life was assembled around empty spaces where furniture hadn't arrived yet. She closed the locker gently. She put her palms on the cold metal. She breathed. She thought, I'm waiting to feel like I live here. I'm waiting to feel like I made this. She thought it clearly and completely and without making it a demand, without turning it into a cry or an order or a need, just an admission, plain and quiet. The lockers went quiet. The notifications stopped. Priya went upstairs and fell asleep on her mattress on the floor in her bedroom without furniture, and did not find this sad, or found it sad but bearable, which was not the same as not sad, but was the thing that actually worked. The coffee table arrived on Friday. It was exactly what she'd chosen, and she assembled it herself with the Allen key included in the packaging and set her mug of tea on it, and sat on the floor next to it and found that it was good. It was exactly as good as she'd hoped, and the apartment felt more like hers with it there, not completely, not finally, but incrementally, one piece of furniture at a time, which was how it worked. This is what the building did for the people who closed the locker gently and stood with their hands on the cold metal and admitted what they were truly waiting for. It didn't fix the problem. It didn't accelerate the arrival. It didn't do anything to the external circumstances that were producing the waiting. It just named the thing and received the naming and let it be finished. The thing in the building did something else for the people who didn't. That story's harder to tell and harder to stop telling once you've started. His name was Colton Marsh, and he had been in 2C for 3 years, which was longer than most people at the Ashwick Apartments, long enough to have watched 4 or 5 cycles of neighbours move in and settle and leave, long enough to have seen the locker system installed in the mailroom when the building upgraded from the front office pickup system, long enough to have developed the kind of familiarity with the building's rhythms that becomes indistinguishable from comfort, becomes a kind of low-grade dependency. He was 34, and he worked for a company that sold project management software, and his job title was Senior Customer Success Manager, which meant that he managed accounts, which meant that he kept customers from cancelling, which meant that he was good at a specific kind of patience that involved listening to people complain about things that weren't actually the problem they needed to address, and saying, in various ways and in various tones, we'll get that sorted, and meaning it, and getting it sorted mostly, and feeling the satisfaction of that, mostly. He was good at his job, he was liked by his accounts and by most of his colleagues. He had a life that looked, from the outside, correctly assembled, with the furniture and the recurring social plans and the running habit, and the apartment that was clean and organised, and had wall art he'd chosen deliberately in good coffee equipment, and, since February, a relationship with a woman named Sienna, who was a landscape architect and funny and kind, and who had been sleeping over most weekends since March, and whose presence in his apartment had been the most significant shift in his life in years, not because he'd been lonely, he'd told himself, but because she was specifically, individually good, because it was her specifically that he wanted. The thing he was waiting for, the thing his late-night trips to the mailroom had been about for the last 2 weeks, was a ring. He'd ordered it online, which he knew was not the canonical way to purchase an engagement ring, but which was the way he'd found himself doing it, sitting at his desk at 10 on a Tuesday night after Sienna had gone home, cycling through jewellery websites with a kind of compulsive urgency that he recognised as not quite rational. He'd found one, a ring with a sapphire in a gold setting that looked like something she would choose, not flashy, not small, nothing that would embarrass her or him or the moment he was imagining, and he'd ordered it, and then he'd second-guessed the order and almost cancelled it, and then he hadn't, and since then he'd been checking the tracking page with a frequency that had surprised him. He knew why. He wasn't entirely without self-knowledge. He knew that he was 34, and the relationship was the best thing going in his life, and he'd started to understand in the last few months that Sienna, who was 32 and wanted children, and had said so directly and warmly and without pressure, was on a timeline, not a cruel timeline, not a demand, but a real one, the one that biology and circumstance produce, and he had started to understand that the window of this thing, this good thing, was not infinite, and that the ring was a response to that understanding, but also, and this was the part he was less comfortable looking at, a response to a fear that had nothing to do with Sienna specifically, a fear about himself, about whether he was the kind of person who could do this, who could make this kind of irreversible commitment, who could close the door on the other possible versions of his life with enough conviction to make the choice feel true. He'd been checking the tracking every 3 hours. The ring had been in a regional facility for 5 days. He'd called the carrier twice, been told it was on its way, been given no additional information. He'd emailed the jewellery company, who had been apologetic and unhelpful. He'd read the reviews again, which didn't help with the delivery issue, but which reassured him about the ring itself, the sapphire, the setting, the gold that was warmer than white gold, the prongs that reviewers said were well crafted and secure. He went to the mailroom at 11 on a Thursday night, and the locker screen showed his name and the code, and delivered, and the door opened to warmth. He stood with his face in the warm air and his eyes closed and imagined the small square box, velvet outside and hinged, the ring inside on its cushion. He imagined Sienna's hands, which were capable hands, a landscape architect's hands, calloused at the base of her fingers from work, and the ring on the left one, and her face when she saw it, and the version of his life that lived on the other side of that moment. He stood there with his eyes closed and the warmth on his face and the smell of something that wasn't cardboard, something warmer, something that smelled like the inside of a jewellery store, that specific warm smell of velvet and metal and perfume that accumulated in those places. He opened his eyes. The locker was empty. The warmth kept coming. The barcode was already forming on the inside panel, and it was different tonight. The bars were thicker, the gaps narrower, and it formed faster than it should, the lines completing themselves at a speed that no moisture movement accounted for, the whole barcode present within seconds of the door opening, fully formed, as if it had been waiting just behind the condensation point for him to arrive. His phone buzzed. He didn't look at it. He looked at the empty locker and the barcode and the warm air, and he heard his phone buzz again, and he stood there, and the pale shape was in the reflection in the doorframe. He could see it without turning, thin and white and upright, and closer than it had been in any account he'd heard or would have heard if he'd heard any account which he hadn't. Close enough that in the distorted steel it appeared to be standing directly behind him. Close enough that he could make out, or thought he could make out, the outlines of something on its surface, marks, lines, the way text appears on a label from a distance, legible in aggregate even when individual characters aren't clear. He didn't turn around. He looked at the empty locker. He thought about the ring. He thought about Sienna. He thought about the fear that had nothing to do with Sienna, and the window that was not infinite, and his own doubt about himself, the specific shape of his doubt, and he stood there, and instead of admitting it, he began to bargain with it. He told himself the ring would arrive tomorrow. He told himself he would call the carrier again in the morning and escalate, and it would be sorted and the ring would arrive tomorrow, and then he would have it, and he would make the plan, the specific plan, where and when and how he would ask her, and after the plan was made he would stop feeling this way. He told himself that the feeling he was trying to manage would go away once the ring was in his possession, once the waiting was over, once the object was real and present and in his hand. He told himself this with conviction. He told himself this as if telling himself had the same function as admission, as if the bargaining was the same as the naming. And as he stood there telling himself, the barcode thickened, and the beeps of the other lockers around him increased slightly in frequency, and the warm air flowing from the open locker intensified, and his phone filled with notifications, and he stood in the middle of it, and instead of stepping back he leaned in. He said it out loud, not loudly, barely a whisper. But in the mailroom at 11 at night, with the fluorescent tube buzzing and the rain on the window and the lockers all around him, his mouth opened and the words came out quiet and genuine and desperate and true. I need it now. The room changed, not dramatically, not the way rooms change in films, with lights flickering and temperatures dropping and the world going sideways. It was subtler than that, and in some ways that subtlety was worse, because it left room for him to tell himself it was nothing, to go back to his apartment and tell himself nothing had happened, to carry the thing that had been stamped into the system without knowing it had been stamped there, to walk around for months and years afterward with the label inside him, unread. What changed was the beeps. They increased, not dramatically, but measurably, the beeps of the locker system's periodic self-check becoming more frequent, 2 per minute instead of 1, and then 4, and then settling into a new rhythm that was faster and more insistent than the previous one, like a pulse elevated by adrenaline. And the locker door to the left of the open one clicked and swung out on its hinges, slowly revealing another empty interior and another bloom of warm air, and the screen on the locker to the right of the open one blinked and rearranged its display, and showed, instead of the cycling logo, delivered. Colton looked left, empty locker, looked right, delivered. Looked at his phone, which had stopped showing shipping notifications and was now showing something else, not a message, not an app, but a screen he didn't recognise, a dark background with a pale shape in the centre, thin and vertical and covered in the fine lines of a label, a very long label that extended from the top of the screen to the bottom, and on the label text that was too small to read, addresses and codes and numbers in the format of shipping documentation, but with his name at the top, large and clear, Colton Marsh. And below his name, below the long column of tracking data, at the very bottom of the label in the fine print that required him to zoom in, return to sender, not deliverable, as addressed. He turned off his phone. He closed the open locker quickly with his fingers rather than his palm. Not the gentle close, not the full breath, not the admission, just a quick mechanical click of the door against the frame. He walked out of the mailroom. He told himself it was nothing. He told himself it was a system error, and the beeping had been normal and the second door had malfunctioned and his phone had been doing something he didn't understand and none of it meant anything. He walked back through the rain-dark breezeway and up the stairwell and into his apartment and sat on the couch for a long time, staring at the coffee table that Sienna had helped him choose, and that was a good table, a solid table, warm wood with clean lines, and he sat there and did not feel what he was afraid he felt. He texted Sienna at midnight, "Thinking about you." She was asleep and didn't answer, and he sat with his phone in his hand. The ring arrived the next morning. He picked it up from the mailroom before work, the small padded mailer, and brought it upstairs and opened it alone at his kitchen counter. The box was velvet, hinged, exactly as he'd imagined. The ring was exactly as he'd ordered. The sapphire was the right shade of blue. He held the open box in his hand for a long time and then closed it and put it in the drawer in his bedside table. 3 weeks passed. The ring stayed in the drawer. He told Sienna he'd been busy with work, which was true, and that he'd been tired, which was also true, and she didn't ask the question that hovered in the space between them because she was giving him room, because she trusted him, because she was the kind of person who gave people room. He hated that she was giving him room. He hated that he needed it. 4 weeks. 5, a Monday in January. He woke at 2 in the morning and could not go back to sleep and lay in the dark with his eyes open, and could hear, or thought he could hear, very faintly the beep of the locker system. From 2 floors below, and the rhythm of it was the wrong rhythm. Too fast. The new rhythm, the one from that Thursday night, and he lay in the dark and counted the beeps, and they were too frequent and too regular, and he told himself the building systems made sounds at night that were audible only at 2 a.m. and that this was just that. Just the building settling and the systems running and nothing more. He got up. He put on his shoes without socks and his jacket over his sleep shirt, and he went to the mailroom. It was different now. That is the only way to say it cleanly. The room was the same fluorescent tube, the same 12 lockers, the same mailboxes and folding table and laminated sign. But it was different in the way a room is different when you have been in it before at a formative moment, when a room holds a previous version of you in its geometry, when walking into it means occupying the space where the older you stood and making choices about which version of you is present now. The lockers were beeping in the fast rhythm. Several of the screens showed delivered beside names he didn't recognise, his neighbours' names, names he knew from the mailboxes and the occasional hallway encounter. The lockers at the bottom of each column had their doors slightly ajar, just the tiniest gap, not fully open, but open enough that the warm air leaked out around the edges of the frames in thin lines, like light under a door, like heat from something alive. His own locker, the bottom right, was fully open. He hadn't touched it. He had walked into the room, and it had been open. The barcode on the inside panel was not condensation this time. He could tell the difference now. He could tell because condensation is wet, and this was not wet, it was dry. It was the colour of ink on a label, black lines printed precisely on the metal surface. Permanent looking, lasting. The way a label looks when it's been affixed to a surface with serious adhesive, the kind that doesn't come off cleanly, the kind that leaves residue. His phone was in his jacket pocket and he hadn't taken it out, but he could feel it vibrating continuously. A long, unbroken vibration like a phone call rather than a series of buzzes, and he knew, without looking, that the screen was showing something he didn't want to see. The warm air came from the open locker in sustained waves, no longer just an exhale, but a current, a flow. And the smell was not cardboard now, not paper, not velvet, but something sharper. Something he identified after a moment as the smell of a mechanical space, the smell of the inside of a machine, hot metal and circuit board, and the faintly acrid smell of something running hard, something operating beyond its designed parameters. The pale shape was not in the reflection this time. It was standing beside the locker, not behind him, not over his shoulder, beside the open locker to its right, facing him. He could see it without the distortion of the steel, frame without the excuse of a curved reflecting surface, and it was exactly what it was. Thin, the width of a single person but somehow less substantial than a person, as if it occupied the same space a person would occupy, but with less mass, less presence. The colour of a shipping label, not white exactly, but the particular off-white of printed label stock, and its surface, if surface was the right word, was covered in text, in the print of a label, small and dense and organised in the format of shipping documentation, her name and address and tracking data and barcodes printed all over it, from what would be its face to what would be its feet, and the print was the print of every package that had passed through the locker system, the accumulated documentation of years of arrivals, the addresses of hundreds of residents, the sender addresses of dozens of vendors, the tracking numbers and the handling instructions and the do not bend notices and the this side up arrows and the fragile stickers, all of it present on this surface, readable, dense. Colton stood in the doorway of the mailroom with his shoes on over bare feet and his jacket over his sleep shirt, and he looked at the thing standing beside his open locker, and the thing looked back at him, or did the thing that served the same function as looking, and he felt the vibration of his phone against his palm, and he understood, with a clarity that was not comfortable and not welcome, and not the kind of clarity that makes things better, that he had been here before in this room and he had said the wrong thing, and the thing in the room had heard it, and now the thing in the room was present in a way it had not been before, was tangible in a way it had not been, was showing itself rather than hiding in reflections and phone screens. He should close the locker. He knew he should close the locker. The rule was clear. It came to him with the absolute clarity of the obvious. Close the locker gently, palm on metal. 1. Full breath. Admit what you're truly waiting for. He knew the rule the way you know something you've always known. the way you know a word in your first language without knowing when you learned it. He stood in the doorway and he did not move toward the locker. Because the thing he was truly waiting for, the admission that the rule required, was the admission he had been avoiding for 5 weeks since the ring arrived and went into the drawer, and it was this, that he didn't know if he wanted to marry Sienna or if he wanted to want to marry Sienna, which was not the same thing, and that the difference between those two states was a gap that no ring could bridge, and no package could fill, and no arrival could close, and that he had been using the waiting, the tracking, the midnight trips to avoid sitting with that gap and looking at it honestly, because looking at it honestly meant deciding something, and deciding something meant losing the version of his life in which the decision was, still pending, in which all possible versions were still available, in which the future was still unwritten and therefore still perfect. He stood in the doorway, and the pale shape stood beside the open locker, and the fast beeps continued, and more locker doors were ajar now. He could see the warm air leaking from all of them, and his phone vibrated without stopping, and he thought, if I say it out loud again, it gets worse. He was right about that. He was also right that saying it silently and placing his hand on the cold metal was the thing that would make it stop. He stood between those two truths and did not move. The thing beside the locker made no gesture toward him. It did not approach. It did not threaten. It stood the way a locker stands, upright and patient, and in its designated position, and it looked at him with whatever served it for eyes, and it waited, and this was perhaps the most horrible thing about it, not its presence or its appearance or the fact of it, but that it was doing the thing it always did, which was to wait, and that it was very good at waiting, better than he was, better than any of the residents of the Ashwick apartments were, because it had been waiting for years, through all the previous tenants and all the previous cycles, through the installation of the locker system and the years before, through all the arrivals and absences and moments of true waiting named against cold metal, and it had been waiting for Colton Marsh specifically for 5 weeks, since the Thursday night when he'd said the words, and it could wait longer. It could wait as long as he could. He turned around. He walked back to the stairwell. He walked upstairs. He went to his bedroom and opened the drawer and took out the ring box and sat on the bed with it in his hand and opened it and looked at the sapphire and thought about Sienna, thought about her specifically and truly, not the idea of her but her hands and her laugh and the way she described her projects with her arms and the specific quality of her attention when he was talking about something he cared about. He sat with that for a long time. He sat with it without resolving it, without deciding, without the ring answering anything. He closed the box. He put it back in the drawer. In the mailroom 2 floors below, the locker doors were all ajar, all exhaling warm air, all beeping in the fast rhythm. The pale shape stood in the centre of the room and waited, and the barcode on the inside of Colton Marsh's locker was the darkest and most permanent thing in the building that night. Black lines on metal, printed without ink, legible to whatever could read it. He broke up with Sienna 2 months later. He did it carefully and honestly, and he told her the truth, which was the truth he had been unable to name in the mailroom, that he loved her but didn't know if he was in the right place to do this with the conviction she deserved, and she was devastated and generous about it, simultaneously, which was exactly who she was, and they did not stay in touch, which was the right decision, and he moved through the spring with the ring still in his drawer, and the specific clean grief of a loss that was chosen, which is not easier than unchosen loss but is different. He never went back to the mailroom at midnight. He picked up his packages during business hours, and when the text notifications came in the morning, and the locker system seemed, after January, to operate normally for him, just the Ashwick logo cycling on the screens, just the available/unavailable status, just the soft beep at its proper interval, 1 per minute, the system checking itself against itself in the ordinary rhythm of maintained equipment. But there were other residents. There were always other residents. The building filled and refilled, and the mailroom was there at the end of the breezeway, and the lockers were there, and the beeps were there, and the warmth was there, and the thing in the hardware of the system was there, patient, label white, feeding on the particular frequency of wanting that built up in people who were in between, who were waiting, who were using the arrival of objects as a proxy for the arrival of something that couldn't be shipped and couldn't be tracked, and couldn't be delivered in a padded mailer to the Ashwick Apartments Building C. The worst case the building had seen, up to that point, was a woman on the 2nd floor of Building D named Margot Lind, who had lost her mother in September, and had been waiting for a grief that hadn't arrived yet. She was 53 and her mother had been 81, and the death had not been unexpected. There had been months of decline and hospital visits, and the slow withdrawal of one presence from the world that proceeds by increments, and Margot had managed it all, had been the managing child, the one who coordinated the hospice and handled the estate and called the relatives and made the arrangements, and had not, in the 12 weeks since her mother died, cried. She knew she hadn't cried. She noted it the way you note a symptom clinically, with concern but without being able to address it directly. She went to therapy, a therapist she'd had for years who was good and careful, and she talked about her mother with precision and appropriate feeling, and she did not cry in therapy either, and her therapist said this was not unusual, that grief arrived when it was ready, that there was no schedule, that the fact of managing a parent's death required a kind of emotional sequestering that often lasted months before it broke. What she had ordered, the thing she was waiting for, was a box of her mother's things she'd shipped to herself from her mother's house after the estate was settled. A box she'd packed herself and sealed with tape and labelled and handed to the carrier. A box she'd packed in a state of functional competence and sealed before she'd looked at its contents too carefully, and which she'd shipped to herself so that it would be here, at home, when she was ready. She'd been waiting for herself to be ready for 11 weeks. The box was in the regional facility. The regional facility was 40 miles away. She could drive there and pick it up herself. She couldn't drive there and pick it up herself. She went to the mailroom at 1:15 on a Tuesday morning in November, because it was exactly 1 year since her mother had first called her from the hospital about the diagnosis, and the anniversary had been sitting in her body since morning, and she hadn't known what to do with it, had worked through it and eaten through it and watched television through it, and now, at 1 in the morning, she was done trying to manage it, and she was standing in the mailroom. The locker screen showed her name, the code she didn't know, delivered. She entered her PIN without trying alternatives first, some knowledge in her hands of what to try, and the door opened. The warm air smelled like her mother's house, not like cardboard, not like paper, not like any generic smell of delivery. Like her mother's house specifically. The lemon of the furniture polish her mother had used for 50 years, and the particular warmth of the central heating set higher than anyone else kept it, and the faint underlying smell of the cedar closet in the hallway where her mother kept the good tablecloths, and beneath all of that barely perceptible, the smell that had been in the air at the hospice in the last weeks, which was the smell of flowers brought daily and not immediately removed, and the antiseptic that didn't quite cover the smell of the body doing what bodies do at the end. Margot stood in front of the open locker and breathed in the smell of her mother's house, and the locker was empty, and the warm air kept coming, and the barcode wrote itself on the inside panel, and this time the barcode was not printed lines, not condensation, not ink on metal, but something else. Something that looked like the lines had depth to them, like they were not marks on the surface of the metal, but channels cut into it. And she reached out without deciding to, and ran her fingertips along the lines, and the metal was cold where the lines were not, and warm where they were, warm like a hand, warm like the specific warmth of her mother's hand which she had held at the hospice in the last week, and which had been warm right up until it wasn't. She was not afraid. She was 53 and had managed a death, and she was not afraid. Her phone buzzed and she looked at it, and the notification said, "Your package has arrived," and the item description was her mother's name. Full name. Her mother's name, where the item name should be, in the clean font of the shipping system. And Margot looked at this for a long time, at her mother's name in that font, in that context, and she said, quietly, not loudly, in the empty mailroom with the warm air from the locker on her face, "I'm not ready." She was not saying I need it now. She was not demanding. She was admitting. She was saying the true thing, the thing she had been waiting to say for 11 weeks, the thing that had been waiting inside her for the 12 weeks since the death, the thing the grief had been waiting for, which was the admission that she had not been ready to lose her mother and was not yet ready to have lost her. That readiness was not the state she was in, and might not be the state she was going to be in for a while. The warmth from the locker increased, and the smell of her mother's house intensified, and Margot Lind stood in the mailroom and started to cry. She cried for a long time. She stood in front of the open locker with her face in the warm air that smelled like her mother's house, and she cried with the full machinery of her body, the way grief uses you completely when it finally arrives, and the barcode on the inside panel glowed warm rather than cold in its lines, and the notifications on her phone stopped stacking before she'd closed anything, and the pale shape, if it was present, was not present as a threat or a reflection or a presence over her shoulder, but something else, something peripheral, something that stood at the edge of the room in the way that something bearing witness stands at the edge of a room, not intervening, not consuming, just present for it. She closed the locker door gently when she was done, both palms on the metal, full breath. She was still not ready, but she had named it, and the not readiness, named, was a thing she could carry, and she carried it back upstairs through the rain-dark breezeway, and she went to sleep. The box from her mother's house arrived 3 days later, and she put it in the closet and left it there for 2 more months, and then one Saturday in January she sat on her bedroom floor and opened it and took out each item one at a time, and held it, and set it down, and the afternoon went by and the lemon furniture polish smell lifted from the contents as she unpacked them, and she cried again, less comprehensively this time, more specifically, at individual objects. Which was the grief working? Which was the grief doing what grief does when it has been given permission to arrive? The night things went badly at the Ashwick apartments began with a burst pipe in Building C's east wall in February. The pipe was old, supply lines that predated the renovation that had installed the locker system, and the cold snap in February, the kind of cold snap the Bay Area wasn't built for, had frozen a section of it in the wall between the first floor hallway and the mailroom, and the thaw on the evening of the 14th had been too fast, and the pipe had given way at a fitting that had been failing incrementally for 2 winters, and the water had come through the mailroom wall at 8 in the afternoon. Not a flood, not a rupture, but a sustained leak that had been flowing for hours before the building manager, a man named Terence who lived in the ground floor unit of Building D, had gotten the call from the resident in 1C who'd noticed the mailroom floor was wet. Terence had shut off the supply line and called the plumber and called the water damage company and put fans in the mailroom and locked the mailroom door and left a notice on the outside saying, "Out of service. Water damage. Packages being held at management office," and had gone home to bed at 11. At 11:30, the locker system, which had been on emergency battery backup since the water hit the wall outlets, rebooted itself. Systems do this. The reboot was automatic, a safety protocol, the management software detecting an interruption in the power supply and running its self-diagnostic on restoration. The fans hummed in the wet room. The mailroom door was locked. The water damage company's industrial dehumidifier ran on its own dedicated circuit and pulled moisture from the air with a constant low mechanical roar. The reboot took 7 minutes. When the system came back online, all 12 locker screens cycled through their startup sequences and settled into the standby display, the Ashwick logo rotating in pale blue, and the self-check beep that normally ran once per minute ran 3 times in quick succession as the system assessed itself and found itself operational and began to stabilise. But the conditions in the mailroom were wrong. The moisture in the air from the leak was wrong. The temperature, lowered by the damaged wall and the cold February night and the industrial fans, was wrong. The building had not had this specific combination of conditions in the mailroom before. Moisture and cold and the sudden restoration of power after a gap. And the thing that lived in the locker system, the thing that had been growing in its architecture for years, feeding on the anticipation of the building's residents, had been waiting in the hardware through the power interruption the way cold adapted organisms wait through temperature drops, dormant but present, processes suspended but structures intact. When the power came back, it woke up differently. Not gradually, not incrementally. It woke up the way you wake up from a dream that has been too long, too complete, too structured, disoriented, displaced from the usual parameters of your operation, functioning but outside the normal range. The lockers ran their self-check, and the beeps were the wrong frequency, too high, a pitch that was at the upper edge of the hearing range, that a dog in the courtyard registered and left the courtyard about, that the resident in 1C heard through their wall as a faint high tone and made a mental note to mention to Terence in the morning. The locker screens lit up fully, not in standby mode but in operational mode, and they showed, on each of the 12 screens, 12 different names from the building's resident database, 12 different codes, 12 simultaneous delivered notifications, all at once. The full array of lockers all showing delivery status for residents who had not ordered anything, who were asleep in their apartments, who had no packages in the building. And all 12 doors opened. They opened in sequence, left to right, top to bottom, one after another with 4 seconds between each. Click, 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 click. 12 soft mechanical sounds in the wet, empty mailroom, and the warm air came from each one simultaneously. 12 sustained exhalations, and the smell was overwhelming. Every smell the system had ever produced in individual doses now present all at once. Cardboard and paper and velvet and furniture polish and cedar and books, and the faint mechanical smell of overworked machinery. All of it at once, filling the mailroom in a wave that pressed against the locked door. The 12 barcodes formed on the 12 inside panels simultaneously. They formed not in condensation this time, because the conditions in the room were disrupted by the industrial fans, and not in dry printed lines like before, but in a different medium entirely, in the water itself, in the leak water that had come through the damaged wall and was still present on the floor and in the air, the water reorienting itself, forming structures on the walls of the lockers, structures that were too ordered to be natural water movement, that were barcode-shaped, that were wider and more complex than any single locker barcode, that connected at the edges of adjacent lockers, that spread across the boundaries between individual units, so that instead of 12 separate barcodes, there was one large continuous barcode spread across the entire east wall, using all 12 locker interiors as segments of a single printed surface. The pale shape stood in the centre of the mailroom floor, not beside a specific locker, not at the periphery. In the centre, equidistant from all four walls, upright and still, and it was bigger than it had been, or it seemed bigger, its dimensions matching the height of the room in a way it hadn't when individual residents saw it as a shoulder-height presence, and the text on its surface, the accumulated shipping documentation of years, was moving, cycling, the addresses and codes and tracking numbers and item descriptions rearranging themselves on its surface, the way text rearranges on a screen, scrolling, updating. The whole history of the locker system's deliveries present on this surface in living motion. The mailroom door was locked. The mailroom was empty of residents. The building slept. It was only Terence returning at 12:30 because he'd forgotten his phone on the folding table when he'd gone home earlier. Who saw it? He unlocked the mailroom door and pushed it open, and the smell hit him first. That compound smell. Everything at once. And he stood in the doorway with his hand still on the push bar and looked at the 12 open lockers and the thing in the centre of the room, and he did not scream because the impulse to scream was bypassed by a more fundamental response. The response that precedes all others. The freezing. He stood frozen in the doorway for what he later could not estimate, could not place in time at all. It might have been 30 seconds or 5 minutes, and he watched the thing in the centre of the room, and the thing in the centre of the room was not watching him, was not oriented toward him, was oriented inward, turned toward itself, and it was doing something he had no framework for. Something that looked like the function of a machine rather than the function of a creature, systematic and repetitive, and not driven by will exactly, but by process, the way a printer executes a print job, and what it was doing was printing. Not on paper, not on the locker panels, on the air of the mailroom, on the space of the room itself, using the moisture in the air, the water vapour from the leak and the building's old heating, and the February cold, printing addresses and codes and item descriptions and tracking numbers into the air of the room, in structures that held for a moment and then dissolved, and then reformed in new combinations, cycling through the history of the building's deliveries like a library card catalogue made of condensation, made of the residue of all the waiting that had passed through this room in all the years since the lockers were installed. Terence took one step backward into the breezeway. The thing in the centre of the room continued its process. It did not turn. It did not respond to his presence. He was not a person who was in between, not a person who was waiting for something that was actually a proxy for something else, not a person who came to the mailroom at midnight with his chest tight and his phone in his hand. And the thing had no particular interest in him, which was perhaps the only good fortune of that night. He took another step backward. He took 5 steps backward. He turned and walked quickly through the breezeway to Building D and to his apartment on the ground floor, and he sat on his couch with every light on in the apartment, and he did not sleep that night. And in the morning he called the locker system company's service line and reported an electrical malfunction, which was the most accurate thing he could say without saying the thing he'd seen, which he was not going to say to the service line or to anyone else, ever, because there were no words for it in the vocabulary of building management that did not sound like a breakdown. The service technician came in the afternoon. The mailroom was dry, the water damage company having worked through the night, and the lockers were all closed and all in standby mode and all running normally. The beep at its proper interval, the screen cycling the Ashwick logo, nothing wrong with the system that the technician could find. He ran the diagnostics, he checked the connections, he replaced a sensor that had been reading erratically. He filed a report. System reboot following power interruption, no hardware damage, functioning within normal parameters. He was in the mailroom for 40 minutes. He was not the kind of person who came at midnight and was not in between and was not waiting for something that was a proxy for something else, and the thing had no interest in him either. The mailroom returned to normal operation. The locker system worked correctly, packages arrived and were stored and retrieved, and the text notifications went out and the codes were sent and the beep ran at its proper interval. The building healed the way buildings do, plaster over the repaired pipe, new paint, the damage absorbed into the structure. But the thing in the system was larger now. It had grown during the February night, fed by something, by the conditions, by the concentrated exposure to every layer of weighting the building had accumulated, and though it returned to its usual operations, to its usual mode, to the one-at-a-time encounters in the mailroom at midnight, it was different in its scale afterward, different in the depth of what it could produce when conditions were right. The first person to encounter it in the post-February configuration was a man named August Cole, 27, in 3D, who had been waiting for test results. He was a graduate student in biochemistry, and he had been waiting for the results of a biopsy that he'd done 2 weeks ago, a lymph node biopsy, because a routine blood panel in January had flagged something that his doctor had described with careful, controlled calm as probably nothing but warranting investigation, and the investigation had been scheduled and conducted, and the results were now in process at the laboratory, and the turnaround time was 7 to 10 business days, and this was day 12, which was past 10 business days, and he had called the clinic twice and been told the results were processing, and they would be in touch. He had ordered, in this state of suspended animation, an alarming number of things online. He had ordered supplements and a new keyboard and 2 books, and a piece of lab equipment for his home office that he did not strictly need, and a weighted blanket and a cast-iron skillet and a French press and a foam roller and a lumbar support cushion, and the items had been arriving piecemeal over 2 weeks, some of them together, some separately, and he had been tracking each order simultaneously, checking the tracking pages at intervals that had started at twice daily and had progressed to constant, the phone always in his hand or nearby, the screen refreshing itself at his touch, the statuses updating with small increments that felt like information but were not the information he needed. He went to the mail room at 1 in the morning on a Thursday. The locker screen showed his name, the code, delivered. The door opened to warm air and the smell of chemicals, not harsh chemicals, not bleach or solvent, but the clean, sharp smell of laboratory chemicals, the smell of the research environment he lived in daily, the smell of reagents and ethanol, and the particular cleanness of a space maintained at rigorous sterility. He leaned in without thinking about it, his body already oriented toward the smell the way your body orients toward familiar things. Empty. His phone, which he had been refreshing every 15 minutes for 12 days, buzzed. He looked at it. Not a shipping notification, not from the unrecognized number, from the clinic. A portal notification. Your test results are available. Please log in to view. He stared at the notification. His hands went cold. He opened the portal app. It loaded slowly, the loading screen cycling, and then the login page, and then the home page with the notification listed, and he tapped it. The screen went blank. Not dark, not locked, just blank, white. And then the portal app closed itself and he was looking at his home screen. He reopened the app. Login. Home screen. The notification was gone. He stood in the mailroom with the warm air from the open locker flowing against him, and the clean laboratory smell and his hands that had gone cold, and the notification that had appeared and vanished, and his phone buzzed again, the unrecognized number, and the message was, delivered. Just that word, just the single word, and then another buzz, immediately following. Thank you for your patience. The barcode formed on the inside panel, and it was the largest barcode he had seen, and he had been studying biochemistry long enough to know about barcodes and their information density. And the barcode on the inside panel of his locker was a size and density he associated with the barcodes on laboratory reagents and specimen containers, with the barcodes that contained not just routing information, but item descriptions and batch numbers and expiry dates and handling requirements, and as he looked at it he thought he could read. That the pattern of the lines was telling him something if he could just pass the encoding. And he stood there trying to pass the encoding, and the warm air kept coming and the laboratory smell kept coming, and behind him the pale shape stood close, very close. He did not turn around. He looked at the barcode and tried to read it and could not, and looked at his phone, and the portal app was unresponsive when he opened it again, and he stood there, and for a long, terrible moment he was going to say it, going to say out loud, "I need to know," which was the true sentence, the sentence that had been building in him for 12 days, the sentence that the waiting was made of, the specific variant of "I need it now" that belonged to this kind of waiting. He didn't say it. He caught it behind his teeth by doing something small and instinctive and perhaps lucky, which was that he looked at the barcode and thought about his work, about the actual work he did in the lab, about the way assays, ran about the reality of the biological process, about how the biopsy tissue had been processed and stained and read by a pathologist, a real human person sitting at a microscope in a real laboratory somewhere, and the pathologist was reading it the way he would read a geol or a blot, with care and training and the weight of responsibility, and the result was real and present and complete. It already existed. It was not on its way. It had arrived. He just hadn't been sent it yet, and the waiting was not about the result, but about the gap between the result's existence and his access to it. The thing he was truly waiting for was not the test results. The thing he was truly waiting for was the version of the next week in which he knew, in which the information was present, in which one of the two possible futures had been confirmed, and he could begin to live in it. He admitted this, not out loud. He admitted it to himself clearly and specifically in the mailroom at 1 a.m, with the barcode on the inside panel and the shape behind him and his cold hands. He stepped back from the locker. He closed it gently, both palms, full breath. The blank sensation in his chest, the hovering suspended quality that had been his companion for 12 days, did not go away. The uncertainty did not resolve, but something about having named the waiting, having identified it correctly, separated it from the form it had been taking, the obsessive tracking, the accumulated packages, and he went back upstairs and put his phone on the charger across the room and lay in bed and found, surprisingly, that he could sleep. The clinic called him in the morning. His phone rang at 9:15 with a call from the clinic number, and the nurse said the results had been reviewed and the pathologist had found the lymph node to be reactive, not malignant, an immune response, probably to a viral infection he might not have noticed, and he would want to schedule a follow-up in 3 months, just to confirm everything had returned to normal, but that the findings were benign and there was nothing he needed to do right now except take care of himself. August Cole sat in his apartment after the call and cried from relief, and then ate breakfast, and then went to the lab, and the day was ordinary in the specific, extraordinary way that ordinary days are when you have just come back from the edge of something, when the feared thing has not materialized, and the ordinary day is therefore a gift. He picked up 2 of his pending packages that afternoon when he got home, the French press and the keyboard, and he did not order anything online that evening. These are the residents who navigated the mailroom correctly, who closed the locker gently and put their palms on the cold metal, and found the true name of what they were waiting for, and said it silently to themselves, and came back up the stairs with something shifted in them, not resolved, not healed, but shifted, the waiting relocated from the chest to somewhere more honest, somewhere it could be worked with rather than managed around. But the building was a building with 48 units, and the locker system served all of them, and there were always residents who came to the mailroom at the wrong hour and found the wrong screen lit up and stood in the wrong heat, and could not find the right words or would not find them or found them and said the wrong words anyway, said "I need it now" in one form or another, whispered it or thought it so loudly it functioned as speech, and for them the mailroom was different. For them the story goes somewhere else, somewhere worse, and the building remembered them differently. There was a pair of them, which was unusual, 2 people who had arrived at the mailroom on the same night within 20 minutes of each other, a coincidence that was not quite a coincidence in the way that things are not quite coincidences in a building that has become sensitive to a particular kind of person. The first was named Reed Hawthorne, 31, in Unit 4A, who had been waiting for his ex-wife to change her mind about the divorce for 8 months. He knew she wasn't going to. He had been told this directly and clearly and with kindness, by his ex-wife, by his therapist, by his sister, by his 2 closest friends, and he knew it in the knowing part of himself. But in another part of himself, the part that had been married for 4 years, and that had built a life in the assumption of its continuation, he had not stopped waiting. He had ordered, in 8 months, a significant number of objects, each one purchased during a low night, each one representing something about the life he'd had, or the life he wanted. Kitchen equipment and tools and books and art prints and a sweater in a colour his ex-wife had once said she liked. The sweater still in its packaging in his closet, still with the tag on, still waiting to be worn in a life that no longer existed. He came to the mailroom at 11 on a Friday because a print he'd ordered 3 weeks ago, a watercolour print of the city that he'd thought about buying with his ex-wife 2 years before, and had not, and now wanted, had not arrived, despite the tracking showing it delivered to the locker system. He had received no notification. He came to check. The locker showed his name, delivered. The door opened. Warm air. The smell of fresh ink on good paper. The specific smell of a letterpress or a quality print. The smell of art that has been recently made. He leaned in. Empty. He stood in the warm air and closed his eyes, and the smell was specific enough that he was in the memory before he decided to be, at a gallery event 2 years ago, him and his wife, and the print had been there. The same watercolour, a different version, and she'd stood in front of it for a long time and said it was beautiful, and they'd looked at the price tag and had not bought it and had gone home and made dinner, and the apartment had been warm and the city outside the windows had been the city in the print, and the life had been whole and present and unbroken. He opened his eyes. Empty locker. Warm air. The smell of the print. His phone showed notifications. He read them without really processing them, reading mechanically, one after another, order confirmed and shipping update and arriving soon, and delivered. Delivered, and at the end of the stack, different from the others, not a shipping notification, but a message. Same unrecognised sender. Message that read, "She's thinking of you. She'll come back." He read it twice. He read it 3 times. He knew it wasn't true. He knew with complete certainty that this was not a message from anyone who knew anything about his ex-wife's thoughts. That it was generated by whatever was happening in this room that he didn't understand. That it was a fabrication. That it was the worst possible thing to say to someone in his situation because it was the thing he most wanted to hear and therefore the thing most capable of harm. He said out loud, "I know that's not true." He said it to no one. To the empty room, to the phone, to himself. He said it as a rejection, as a closing, as a refusal, and as he said it, the word for what he was truly waiting for arrived in his mind, with the force of something that has been waiting to be said. "I'm waiting for the grief to be finished. I'm waiting to be done grieving this. I'm waiting for the day when the apartment feels like mine alone and not like a place where she used to be." He said that silently. He said it to the cold metal of the locker door after he'd closed it, both palms, full breath. He said it as an admission of how long the road was, not as a demand, not as a need, just an honest assessment of the duration. The notification stopped. The warm air stopped. The smell of the print faded. The screen returned to standby. Reed went upstairs and got into bed and did not sleep. Immediately, but when he did sleep, it was deep. And in the morning, the apartment felt very slightly less like a place where she used to be, which was not nothing, which was a millimetre of progress on a long road. The second person that night was someone he didn't know, a woman from the 3rd floor of Building C named Isabel Caro, 26, who had moved in 4 months ago and who had been waiting for a response to her novel manuscript from a literary agent she'd queried 17 weeks ago. She'd queried 12 agents, total. 11 had passed, politely and quickly, standard form rejections. One had requested the full manuscript, 7 weeks after the initial query, with a note that said she'd found the premise compelling and wanted to read more. Isabel had sent the full manuscript the same day, which she'd been told by writing forums not to do, to wait a few days to seem less desperate, and she'd sent it immediately anyway, and then she'd entered the specific waiting period that was its own category of human suffering. The waiting period of having put the entirety of something you'd made into the hands of someone else, and having no idea what they thought of it, or when you would know. 17 weeks. She'd read the industry average response times and knew that 17 weeks was not unusual, was in fact within normal range for a requested full. But she also knew that she had refreshed her email 600 times in 17 weeks, and that the manuscript was a novel about her mother's immigration from Puerto Rico and her own childhood, in 2 languages and 2 cultures, and that it was the most complete thing she had ever made, and that the agent's response felt like not just a judgment about the novel, but a judgment about whether the experience the novel contained was worth telling, whether her mother's story was worth reading, whether she herself was worth reading. And she knew this was not what a literary agent's response actually meant. She knew this, intellectually and completely, and it didn't matter. She'd ordered a writing craft book that had been recommended on a forum as essential for novelists who were revising while on submission, and the book had been in transit for 3 weeks, a shipping delay she couldn't explain, and the tracking said it was in a regional facility, and she'd ordered it in a low moment, and it had become entangled with the waiting in the way these things did. She came to the mailroom at 11:20, 20 minutes after Reed had left, and the locker screen showed her name and the code and delivered, and she used her apartment number plus her birthday, a guess she had no reason to make, and the locker opened. Warm air, the smell of paper, of ink, of the smell of a book, but more than a single book, the accumulated smell of a library or a bookstore, that specific warmth of many books in a small space, the smell that had been her childhood library in the Heights and her college library in the bookstores. She'd been in for author events. She breathed it in and the locker was empty. Her phone buzzed. She looked at it. Not the unrecognised number. Her email. The subject line. Re-query. Her novel title. She stared at the email subject line for 3 seconds before she opened it. 3 seconds in which her body went very still and her breathing suspended itself, and the warm air from the locker pressed against her, and the smell of books was everywhere, and the possibility, which had been open for 17 weeks, was still open, still unresolved, and she was standing at the moment of its resolution. Phone in hand, email subject line in front of her. She opened it. The email was from the agency, from an assistant, and it said, "Thank you so much for your patience. We wanted to let you know that agent's name has had a change in her client list, and unfortunately will not be able to move forward with your project at this time. We wish you the best of luck with your work." Isabel read it, twice. She felt the specific impact of it, not devastating. She had been preparing for this for 17 weeks, had imagined this outcome and the other outcome, and this was the one she'd feared, and here it was. And the fear and the reality were different from each other the way they always are. The reality smaller in one dimension and larger in another. The problem was what happened next. She looked at the email and the warm air from the locker kept coming and the smell of books kept coming. And she looked at the empty locker and the barcode was forming on the inside panel. And she felt, very clearly and very specifically, the 2 possible things she could do, which were close the locker gently and name the true waiting and go upstairs with the rejection absorbed honestly into herself, or do what her hands were already doing, which was to open her browser and navigate to the literary agency's website, looking for the agent's direct email address, thinking about the response she would send, the response that would explain her manuscript better, that would make the case, that would reopen the door. She was composing a reply in her head. She was composing a reply to the form rejection, addressing it to the agent directly, not the assistant, explaining that she understood the agent's client list was full, but that she believed this specific manuscript was worth making an exception for, that the story it contained was important, that it deserved to be read, that she deserved to be read, and the language in her head was eloquent because she was a novelist and language was her medium, and the eloquence of the language was its own danger, because it made the reply feel possible in a way that replies to form rejections are not possible. She stood in the mailroom and composed the reply in her head, and the barcode thickened and the notification stacked on her phone, and the pale shape stood at her shoulder, and she looked at the reflection in the locker door frame and saw it. There! Saw the thin white presence just behind her. And she looked at the empty locker and the warm air and the smell of books, and she asked the room, not expecting an answer, just asking, "Is it good?" The room didn't answer in language, but the warm air intensified and the smell of books intensified, and the barcode thickened until the lines were so dense they looked less like a barcode and more like text, like a very small print paragraph, and in the reflection in the steel the pale shape moved, which it had not done before, which was new, which was the February configuration, the larger version, and it moved toward her, not quickly, not threateningly, but with the specific slow movement of something that has been waiting to do this for a while. She stepped back. She stepped back from the locker and away from the open door, and she hit the folding table behind her with her hip, and the tape dispenser fell off and clattered on the floor, and the sound of it, The ordinary physical sound of an object clattering on a floor broke something, broke the composing the reply, broke the warmth and the smell, broke the constructed space of the mailroom's midnight hour, and she was standing in a mailroom under a fluorescent light, with a tape dispenser on the floor and her phone in her hand and a form rejection in her email. She picked up the tape dispenser. She put it on the table. She looked at the open locker and thought about closing it, and thought about the admission, and she thought, the thing I'm truly waiting for is for someone to read it and tell me it's worth having written. She thought, I'm waiting for permission to have written this book. She thought, from who? From anyone. From a stranger with the right title. She closed the locker, both palms, full breath. She held the admission in her mind clearly. I wrote the truest thing I could write, and I am waiting for the world to receive it, and the world has not received it yet. The room went quiet. She did not send the reply to the form rejection. She went upstairs and made tea and sat at her desk and started reading the query letter again. Not to send it, just to read it, just to be with the work itself. And the craft book arrived 2 days later, and she read it, and began revising the novel, and she queried again 6 months later with a stronger manuscript. And the second round of querying produced 2 more full requests, and one of those was an offer of representation, and she accepted it. And the novel sold to a publisher 18 months after the night she'd stood in the mailroom, with the form rejection in her phone, and the warm air on her face and the pale shape in the reflection. The novel was published. It was good. People read it and told her it was worth having written. There is a story about the Ashwick apartments that the long-term residents tell each other. The ones who've been there 3 or 4 years, the ones who've seen enough of the building cycles to know its rhythms, they tell it the way you tell a building story, with the tone of something half-believed, something you're not sure whether to take seriously, and they tell it to new tenants around the 2nd or 3rd month, when the new tenant has settled in enough to hear it but hasn't been there long enough to have their own experience of it yet. The story is about the locker system and the midnight trips and what happens in the mailroom when you come to it with the wrong kind of waiting. They tell it incompletely, the way stories get told when the tellers don't have all the parts, when the knowledge is assembled from fragments, from Nora, who told someone what she'd seen before she moved out, from Dev, who added his detail, from things Terence would not discuss directly but had alluded to after enough beers, from Margot, who had talked about the night in the mailroom with her therapist, and from whom the therapist had heard something she hadn't known how to categorize but had not forgotten. The story says there's something in the locker system that feeds on the anticipation of arrivals, that it lives in the machinery of waiting, that it offers you the smell and the warmth of what you want and shows you your reflection with something standing behind it. That if you close the locker gently and put your hands on the cold metal and tell it what you're truly waiting for, silently, honestly, without making it a demand, the thing is satisfied, and the mailroom lets you go, and the ordinary world reasserts itself. That if you don't, if you whisper, I need it now, if you demand the future rather than name the waiting, the thing stamps its impression into you, and the beeps get faster, and the doors start opening by themselves, and the notifications come in the night forever, for things you haven't ordered, for arrivals that never arrive, for packages that are always out for delivery and never delivered. The story says that what it delivers in the end when you've fed it enough and it has grown large enough on your anticipation is only more waiting. Anticipation as a product. The feeling of expecting something packaged and restocked and delivered to you over and over as a substitute for the thing itself. The residents tell this story, and the new tenants listen with the appropriate skepticism, and then 6 weeks later they're in the mailroom at midnight checking for a package they haven't been notified about. Because the thing the story describes is not a supernatural phenomenon exactly, is not a monster exactly, is not even particularly unusual, is just a particular ambient quality of the building, a sensitivity it has developed to the frequency of a specific kind of human need, and all you have to do to avoid it is know what you're actually waiting for, which is harder than it sounds. Which is harder than it sounds in a culture that has given waiting a technological architecture, that has made anticipation into an interface, that has translated the human need for the future into a refresh button, a tracking page, a soft beep in the night that sounds like a promise. In a culture where ordering something feels like doing something, where the arrival of objects from the economy has become a proxy for the arrival of other things, for answers and beginnings and the feeling of being cared for and the sense that tomorrow has something in it for you. The Ashwick Apartments and its locker system is not unique in this. Every apartment building with a package locker system in a city where people live alone and wait, and order things to fill the waiting has something of this in it. Some sensitivity to the frequency, some build-up of anticipation in the hardware of the system over the years. The Ashwick's version has a name because the Ashwick's residents have been there long enough to have given it one, and the name is in the story they tell. But the thing itself, the thing that lives in the warmth of the open locker and the beep of the system and the pale, reflection in the steel doorframe is not specific to the Ashwick. It lives wherever waiting has been given an interface. It lives in the architecture of anticipation. It grows in the gap between the tracking status and the arrival, between the order and the delivery, between the need and its object. It is very patient. It has always been very patient. Patience is its medium. On a Tuesday in March, 8 months after the February pipe incident, a new resident moved into Unit 2A of Building C. Her name was Luz Arenas, and she was 37 and had moved from Oakland after ending a business partnership that had also been a friendship of 12 years, a restaurant she and her partner had opened together, and that had been good and then had been bad and then had been over in the way that the endings of things that were once good are always slightly more final than the endings of things that were always bad. She was not heartbroken exactly. She was between things, which is the more honest description of what follows the ending of a large commitment. The state of being finished with one structure and not yet inside another. The state of having more freedom than you'd had in years and not quite knowing what to do with it. The state of being, as a friend had told her, officially between chapters. She had ordered, in the week before the move, a set of things for the new apartment, dishes and a cutting board, and a good knife and a rice cooker, and a set of small plants and a desk lamp and a copy of a cookbook she'd been wanting to read for 3 years and had never gotten to while she was running a restaurant. A book about Mexican home cooking, written by a woman who had grown up in a small town in Oaxaca, which was where Luz's grandmother had grown up, and the book had been on her list for so long it had become symbolic, had become the book she would read when she had time, when things slowed down, when she was finally between things. The book arrived the day after. She moved in while she was still surrounded by boxes. She hadn't been to the mailroom yet. The notification came at 4 in the afternoon, and she went down and punched in the code and retrieved the padded mailer, and took it upstairs and cut it open with her good new knife and pulled out the book and held it for a moment, the cover design and the weight of it in her hands, and then she put the kettle on and sat down with it, while boxes surrounded her, and the apartment was not yet an apartment but was already beginning to become one. She read half the book that evening. She read about her grandmother's region, about the ingredients and the techniques and the histories embedded in the food, and she thought about the restaurant but without the grief of it, with something closer to gratitude, the way you can feel gratitude for something that hurt you once you're far enough from the hurt. She fell asleep on the couch, with the book on her chest, and woke up at midnight and went to bed, properly, and slept until 7. She never went to the mailroom at midnight. She had no need to. The book had arrived on time and she had received it when it arrived, and held it when it was in her hands, and that was the whole story. Small and complete and not requiring anything else. The locker system at the Ashwick Apartments continued its normal operation. The beep ran at its proper interval. The screens cycled their logo. Packages arrived and were stored and retrieved, and the building went about the business of being a building. But the thing in the hardware of the system was still there. Patient. Waiting, as it had always been waiting, for the next resident who would come to the mailroom at midnight with the wrong kind of wanting. The kind that was reaching past the object for something behind it. The kind that had been given a tracking number and a delivery window, and a locker code as a container for a need that no container could hold. It would wait as long as it needed to. It was very good at waiting. It had always been very good at waiting. This is, in the end, the only thing it did. It waited, and it offered the feeling of waiting, and it delivered the anticipation of arrival as a substitute for arrival itself, and it was fed by the craving of the people who came to it and could not name the thing behind the craving, and stood in its warm breath and demanded what they couldn't have, and walked away stamped with the label of their own wanting, carrying the tracking number of an item that would never arrive, checking their phones in the night forever for a delivery notification that would come and come and come and deliver nothing, 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 but the feeling of expecting something. In the rain-dark breezeway of the Ashwick Apartments, the yellow wall sconces trembled in their casings as a gust came through the open end, and the mailroom glowed at the far end, pale blue, electronic, faintly beeping. Somewhere in the building a phone buzzed with a Notification for a delivery that was always on its way. Somewhere in the building, someone was checking. Somewhere in the building, the thing that had learned to live in the space between order and arrival, between need and object, between the wanting and the having, waited in the warm dark behind the locker doors and listened for the sound of footsteps in the breezeway. The sound of the door with the push bar handle, the sound of someone who had come to the mailroom not for a package but for something a package had been asked to carry. It would be there when they arrived. It was always there. It had nowhere else to be. The lockers beeped softly in the dark, small electronic chirps that sounded like reminders, like the ticking of something that kept very good time, like the heartbeat of a building that had learned to live on anticipation the way other things live on light. Outside, the rain fell without stopping, and the complex's wet surfaces caught the amber of the wall sconces in long trembling reflections, and somewhere at the far end of the breezeway the mailroom window glowed its cool and patient blue, and the beep continued, and the night continued, and the waiting continued, delivered and delivered and delivered, forever. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain had been falling for 6 hours without pause. The kind of rain that didn't announce itself with thunder or lightning, but simply arrived and stayed, indifferent and relentless, turning the city outside into a smeared watercolour of orange streetlight and black asphalt. It was the kind of rain that had no interest in being dramatic. It just fell and fell, wearing down every surface it touched with the patient erosion of something that had all the time in the world and no particular destination. Inside Building 7 on Cormorant Street, the third-floor hallway absorbed the weather's mood without permission. The carpet, a commercial beige that had long ago surrendered its original colour to foot traffic and time and the specific slow violence of decades of human transience, felt subtly damp underfoot, as though the moisture had migrated through the exterior walls and settled into the fibres like a slow infection. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed with a frequency that sat just below the threshold of conscious annoyance, the kind of sound you only noticed when everything else went quiet, and at 2:47 in the morning everything else had gone very quiet indeed. Marcus Hale stood in his doorway in a grey t-shirt and boxers, one hand still on the door handle, not yet committed to the hallway, not yet willing to retreat back into the apartment where the ceiling had been pressing down on him for the last 3 hours. He hadn't been sleeping. He hadn't even been trying, not really. He'd been lying on top of his covers with his phone face down on his chest, listening to his own heartbeat and cataloguing every thought that arrived like unwanted mail. The email he hadn't answered, the conversation from 4 days ago that kept replaying with different endings, the slow arithmetic of rent and bank balance, the specific quality of silence that a person leaves behind them when they're gone. Danny had been gone for 11 weeks. He was still learning the dimensions of that silence. It was bigger than the apartment. It followed him into rooms she'd never even been in. It followed him into the kitchen when he made coffee he didn't drink, into the bathroom when he stood in front of the mirror and assessed the damage of another night without real sleep, into the living room where the couch still held the faint impression of her particular way of sitting in it, slightly sideways, knees tucked, as if she were always half ready to get up and leave, which in the end she had been. He'd stopped counting the days at some point and started counting the weeks, because the days were too granular and too many. 11 weeks, 77 days, roughly, though he wasn't doing the math. He was trying not to do the math. The math was one of the loops. Calculate the days, calculate the weeks, extrapolate to the months, arrive at the terrible projection of how many more months it would feel like this, retreat from the projection, recalculate, arrive at the same projection, retreat. He knew the loop. He'd been in it long enough to recognise its particular texture. What he hadn't managed in 77 days was to find the exit from it. So he'd gotten up, not to go anywhere. He didn't have anywhere to go at 2:47 in the morning in the rain. He'd gotten up because the room had stopped feeling like a room and started feeling like a judgment, and the hallway, neutral, purposeless, belonging to everyone and therefore to no one, felt like a place where he could exist without being evaluated. He stepped out and let the door click shut behind him, not locking it, just closing it, and stood in the corridor breathing air that smelled of other people's detergent and old paint, and underneath that, very faintly, something metallic and damp that he couldn't name. It wasn't alarming, the smell. It was just present, a low note under everything else, like the building had a mineral quality to its breath that you only noticed in the deep hours when the daytime odours, cooking, cleaning products, the particular collective human smell of 8 occupied apartments had faded enough to let the building's own smell come through. The hallway of Building 7's 3rd floor was 42 feet long. Marcus knew this because in the first week after Danny left he'd measured things. It was something to do with his hands. He'd measured the hallway with a tape measure he'd found in the kitchen drawer, measured the windowsills, measured the distance from the couch to the television, measured the space in the closet that used to hold her things and now held air. 42 feet of corridor with 4 apartment doors on each side, numbers 301 through 308. A window at each end that collected rainwater on its exterior surface and turned the streetlight into dim orange smears. A utility closet near the middle that smelled of mop water and old rubber, and at the far end near the stairwell door an exit sign. The exit sign was the oldest thing in the building. Everything else had been updated in the last renovation cycle. New carpet over the old subfloor, fresh drywall over the original plaster, LED panels in most of the common areas, updated door hardware throughout, the elevator cab repanelled in a brushed steel that managed to look both modern and cheap. But the exit sign at the end of the 3rd floor corridor was original to the building's 1971 construction. Also the super, a heavy-set man named Tremblay, who communicated primarily through sighs and invoice references, and the specific silence of a man who'd learned that most tenant complaints resolved themselves if you waited long enough, had once mentioned. It was the old type, a rectangular plastic housing roughly 18 inches wide and 8 inches tall, with the word exit rendered in translucent plastic, lit from behind by what should have been a fluorescent tube, but which glowed with an intensity that seemed slightly wrong for its age, too steady, too present, with a colour that shifted depending on your angle of view, from the red-green it was supposed to be toward a pure deep green that had no red in it at all. The housing had yellowed at its edges over the decades, the plastic acquiring the amber patina of age, but the face of it, the part that caught and reflected the corridor's light, the convex glossy cover over the letters, remained startlingly clear, almost polished, as though whatever lived behind it took care of the parts that mattered. Below the word exit there was an arrow, standard regulatory stuff. It pointed right, toward the stairwell door, which was the correct direction, the direction of egress, the direction the building code demanded it indicate. Marcus had never thought about the exit sign before tonight. It was furniture. It was infrastructure. It was the visual equivalent of a smoke detector or a fire extinguisher bracket, present, necessary, invisible in the way that safety mechanisms become invisible when nothing is on fire. He walked down the hallway slowly, not because he had anywhere to be at its end, but because walking felt better than standing still. His bare feet were silent on the damp carpet. The building had a particular nighttime quality to it. All buildings did, he thought, but this one more so. During the day, Building 7 on Cormorant Street was utterly unremarkable. A mid-rise residential building from the early 70s, 8 floors, brick exterior gone grey with city exhaust, aluminum window frames that rattled in strong wind, a lobby with a broken intercom panel that Tremblay had been meaning to fix for 3 years. The kind of building that had absorbed so many iterations of the same basic human stories, arrival, settling, disruption, departure, that it had become a kind of neutral medium for them, like the page a story gets printed on, present but not intrusive. But at night, at 3 o'clock in the morning with the rain going and the hallway buzzing and the city's noise reduced to a remote wash of water and wind and the occasional distant siren, the building became something else. It became the kind of place that had a character, a specific quality of awareness that was hard to name without sounding unhinged. Marcus, who was a graphic designer by trade and therefore paid professional attention to the way things looked and felt and communicated, would have said, at night, Building 7 had presence. The kind of presence a space acquired after it had hosted enough human experience to become saturated with it. Like old churches, like hospitals, like the apartment you moved into after someone else had lived in it for 30 years. Outside the window at the near end, rain streaked the glass and turned a street lamp into a diffuse glow, like a lantern seen through fog. He passed door 304, behind which someone's television was murmuring. He could feel the bass more than hear it, a low rhythmic pulse like a second heartbeat in the walls. The Pattersons lived in 304, Craig and Mel, a couple in their 40s who worked opposite shifts and communicated primarily through notes left on the kitchen counter, and the television Mel left on all night for company. Marcus knew this the way you knew things in a building like this, through walls, through the accumulated evidence of overheard conversations and deduced routines, through the specific small sounds that built up a picture of a life adjacent to yours. He knew that Craig Patterson got up at 5:15 every morning and made coffee in a machine that had a distinctive grind, and that Mel Patterson cried sometimes on Tuesday evenings, and that they were the kind of couple who had moved past the performance of happiness into something quieter and more durable, something that had survived enough Tuesdays to have earned its low hum. He found them, inexplicably, comforting. He passed door 305, where the Nguyens lived, Lynn and her elderly mother, whose name Marcus didn't know, only that she rose at 4 a.m. every morning without fail and cooked something that involved star anise and frying oil, and that the smell of it, reaching under the door and down the corridor, was the most reliably comforting smell in the building. Something about the constancy of it. Someone was always cooking at 4 a.m. in apartment 305. Whatever else went wrong, that continued. He passed door 306, empty for 6 weeks since the couple who'd lived there had their loud and architectural breakup that the entire floor had experienced in real time, one installment at a time over 3 weeks of escalating deterioration. He knew the precise sound a thrown ceramic mug made when it struck drywall. He now knew it was different from the sound a thrown ceramic mug made when it struck a person. He'd learned that distinction at 11:30 on a Tuesday in October, and he hadn't wanted to learn it, and he still carried it, the way you carried sounds that had once been just sounds and were now evidence of something. After the breakup couple left, in separate moving trucks, on different days, the woman first, the man a week later, each of them pausing in the corridor outside the empty apartment, with the specific frozen quality of someone who just realised they'd left something inside that they could no longer go back for. The apartment had gone very quiet. Too quiet sometimes. The empty apartment had a quality that the other apartments didn't. A negative presence, the shape of inhabitation after the inhabitation was gone. Marcus had found himself, on some nights, slowing as he passed door 306, not stopping, just slowing, feeling the particular quality of that vacancy like a slight change in air pressure. He reached the end of the corridor near the stairwell and stopped, not because he intended to stop, but because he'd run out of hallway. The stairwell door was in front of him, heavy and grey with a long vertical handle, the kind of door that communicated institutional indifference. It weighed what it weighed and opened when pushed and didn't care who pushed it. To his right, the exit sign. He looked at it. It looked back. That was the first sensation, the unreasonable impression that the sign was not simply glowing but attending, that there was a quality of attention in the light that had nothing to do with physics and everything to do with the particular hour and his particular state, and the way the corridor seemed to have contracted slightly around him while he wasn't noticing. He stood there and felt it, and assessed it the way he assessed visual things professionally. Is this real, or is this the story I'm telling about it, and where is the line between them? The sign glowed green. The word exit was legible. The arrow pointed right. He looked at the arrow. It pointed right, toward the stairwell, toward down and out and into the rain-wet street. Correct. Regulatory. Normal. He stood there anyway. Behind him the corridor stretched its 42 feet back to his apartment door. Ahead, the stairwell. The arrow pointed right. He didn't move. He couldn't name what was keeping him in place. It was the same force that had kept him in the apartment for 3 hours before this. Not fear exactly, not paralysis, but something more like the body's reluctance to commit to a direction when every direction felt equally arbitrary. What was the point of going back to bed? What was the point of going down the stairs? What was the point of any motion in a world where motion didn't accumulate into anything you could keep? He'd been asking this question, in one form or another, for 77 days. He hadn't gotten a satisfying answer. He suspected the question was the problem, that you couldn't stay in the question, that the question was the corridor, that standing in it asking for the answer before you moved was exactly the mechanism by which you never moved, but knowing the mechanism didn't automatically disengage it. He'd once known, academically, that touching a hot stove was bad. He'd still touched the stove at age 7. Knowledge and behaviour occupied different neighbourhoods in the brain, connected by a road that required active maintenance. He stood under the exit sign and let the fluorescent lights buzz and let the rain talk against the window and let the night be the night. And then the sign pulsed. Not a flicker. Not the death spasm of a failing fluorescent tube. He knew that sound, that irregular strobing chaos, the way a tube died in stages, throwing off light with diminishing coherence before going dark. He'd replaced 2 tubes in his apartment since moving in, and both of them had announced their deaths with weeks of progressive deterioration. This was different. This was a slow, deliberate change in brightness, an inhale-exhale deepening and receding of the green glow, steady and rhythmic, roughly the pace of a resting heartbeat. Not Marcus's heartbeat, which was slightly elevated, from the stress of 3 hours of ceiling staring. Something slower, something that had been resting for a long time and wasn't in any hurry. Bright, dim, bright, dim. The word exit remained legible throughout, the letters just breathing, the plastic housing just breathing, the entire fixture conducting some internal process that had nothing to do with electrical fault and everything to do with... Marcus didn't finish the thought. Finishing the thought required a framework he wasn't sure he had. The arrow moved. He saw it happen. The arrow, which had been pointing right, the correct direction, the stairwell, the exit, swung left, cleanly, deliberately. The way the minute hand of a clock moves if you stare at it long enough, except this was faster, and there was nothing mechanical about it. One moment the arrow pointed right, the next moment it pointed left, back down the corridor, toward his apartment door, toward bed, toward the ceiling pressing down. He stared. The arrow swung. Right again. Left. Right. Left. The alternation had a rhythm to it that matched the pulsing brightness, matched the imaginary heartbeat he'd been lying on top of for 3 hours, and he understood without being able to explain it that the sign was not malfunctioning. It was responding. To him. To his indecision. The sign had nothing to guide when a person refused to choose, and so it was doing the only thing available to it, which was to reflect the indecision back at him in the only language it had. 2 directions, both available, neither chosen. The sign was not telling him which one to take. The sign was showing him, with remarkable clarity, that he had not taken either. Marcus pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. He was tired. He was sleep-deprived and emotionally depleted and standing barefoot in a hallway at 2:47 in the morning, and it was completely reasonable to be seeing things. Sleep deprivation produced hallucinations, he knew this. He'd done enough all-nighters, in design school, to know the specific quality of exhausted visual distortion, the way edges started to blur and move, the way peripheral vision filled with false motion, the way the brain started generating content in the absence of adequate input. He lowered his hands. The arrow was still switching, left, right. The pulse of the green light was still going. He was not imagining it. He had not imagined it. The certainty sat in him with the same cold weight as the certainty that Danny was gone, the same unarguable physical reality. The sign was doing what it was doing. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, and in doing so turned slightly, and in turning slightly, caught his reflection in the glossy convex surface of the sign's plastic cover. His face looked terrible. He was aware of this in a detached way, the way you became aware of your own appearance when you caught it at an honest angle, rather than in the bathroom mirror where you'd spent years cultivating the most flattering view. Pale, hollowed out, eyes with the specific glazed quality of 3 hours of ceiling staring and 77 days of inadequate sleep accumulating into something that looked less like tiredness and more like erosion. Green light made him look like something preserved. He looked at his own reflection and felt the usual minor horror of the unmediated self-image, the self as others saw it, without performance, without preparation. Then he saw the second shape. It was behind him, or rather it was behind his reflection. In the small curved world of the exit sign's glossy face, where the convex surface compressed the corridor into a fisheye behind him, there was a second vertical presence, narrow, very still, not clearly human, not assembled with the full inventory of a human form, no distinct head, no arms, no features, but organised in the way that implies intention, upright, defined at its edges, approximately where a person would stand if they were, standing very close behind him, close enough that their breath should have been on the back of his neck, close enough that he should have felt the displacement of air when they moved. He felt nothing. He saw the shape. Both things were true simultaneously, and the contradiction between them was the coldest part of it. He turned around. The hallway behind him was empty. 42 feet of damp carpet and buzzing light and closed doors. No one. The Pattersons' television murmured its low hum. From somewhere deep in the building's plumbing, a pipe knocked once and was silent. The rain talked against the window. Nothing else moved. He turned back to the sign, and in the reflection the shape was still there. Slightly clearer now, the green light defining it better. Not a person, not quite. More like the idea of a person. A presence assembled from shadow and reflected light into something that had vertical intentionality without having a face, that had orientation without having eyes, but it had a posture. That was the thing that made his skin go cold in a way that had nothing to do with the corridor's temperature. The shape in the reflection had a posture, and the posture was oriented. It wasn't looking at him. Its angle, whatever angle a faceless vertical presence could be said to have, was directed past him, over his shoulder, toward... He tracked the direction and felt his stomach turn, toward door 303, his apartment. The door he'd come out of. The door he was deciding whether to go back through. The shape in the reflection was watching the door he was avoiding. Not watching him. Watching the decision. The arrow flipped, left, right. Marcus said, very quietly, to no one, to the empty hallway, to the rain, "What the hell?" His voice sounded small. The corridor absorbed it without echo, which was wrong. The corridor should have had at least minimal reflection off the hard surfaces of the doors and the window glass. That it didn't, that his voice went into the air and simply ended there, was the second wrongness of the evening. Quieter than the first, but sitting in his chest with a heavier weight. He cleared his throat. The sound of his throat clearing went nowhere. The corridor was absorbing sound, or had stopped bouncing it, or he stopped pursuing the thought. He thought about going back to his apartment. He thought about the ceiling and the silence and the arithmetic of rent and grief, and the specific torture of a 3 a.m. mind going over the same ground it had covered at midnight and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. and finding nothing new, nothing solved, nothing shifted. He thought about going down the stairs and outside into the rain, standing on the wet sidewalk in his boxers at 3 in the morning like a person who had made a choice even if the choice was strange. He thought about calling Danny, which he wasn't going to do. He'd called her twice in the first 3 weeks, and both calls had ended with the particular politeness of two people, who still knew each other well enough to know exactly which wounds they were carefully not touching, which was exhausting in a way that honest cruelty would not have been. He thought about calling his brother in Portland, which he also wasn't going to do at 2:47 in the morning. His brother Owen, who was 3 years older and had 2 children and a mortgage and a golden retriever, and a marriage that had settled into the comfortable load-bearing structure of something built by people who knew what they were doing, would answer on the second ring because Owen always answered, and would listen with the careful attention of someone who loved Marcus, and who was also, beneath the loving, slightly bewildered by the life Marcus had built, the freelance work, the expensive small apartment, the relationship with Danny that Owen had privately and correctly identified as one in which the load was not evenly distributed. Owen would listen, and would say the right things, and Marcus would feel simultaneously comforted and diminished, which was the precise emotional texture of sibling support, and he couldn't sustain that texture at 2:47 in the morning. He thought about the shape in the sign's reflection, and whether it was still there, and decided with the particular cowardice of someone who isn't ready to know not to look. He stood under the exit sign and did not move. The pulsing deepened. The lights in the corridor, the regular fluorescent panels overhead, 3 of them spanning the length of the hallway, began to participate, their buzz shifting in frequency to match the sign's rhythm, or perhaps the sign's rhythm was shifting to absorb them. It was hard to tell the direction of influence. He felt the new frequency in his back teeth. Not pain, just presence, the awareness of a vibration at a specific frequency, finding the resonant structures in his skull and announcing itself there. He felt it in the soles of his feet through the carpet. The building was synchronizing to something, or something was synchronizing the building, and Marcus stood at the center of it in his grey t-shirt and boxers and bare feet, and refused to move, because moving required choosing a direction, and choosing a direction required knowing which direction was right, and he didn't know that, had not known it for 77 days, was not closer to knowing it now. He'd been there for what felt like 5 minutes, but was probably 45 seconds when he noticed that the corridor looked longer. Not dramatically, not like a fun house, not the aggressive geometric distortion of a carnival mirror or a wide-angle lens. Just subtly, The way a familiar room can look different at an angle you don't usually see it from. The way perspective shifts with your position in a space in ways that feel wrong even when they're technically correct. The far end of the hallway, the end with his apartment door, the window throwing orange rain light, seemed slightly farther than 42 feet. The perspective was off by just enough to notice, and not enough to be certain you were noticing something real rather than generating a feeling of noticing it. He blinked. The perspective stayed wrong. The distance between him and his apartment door felt like 45 feet, or 48, as if the hallway had been gently, incrementally stretched while he was standing in it with his eyes on the sign. Like a piece of taffy pulled just barely past the point where its original dimensions were visible. He was about to walk back to his apartment and get into bed and deal with the ceiling and the silence, because those things were at least real in the conventional sense, when he heard it. From somewhere below the floor, or maybe in the walls, or maybe it wasn't directional at all, and was simply arriving the way certain sounds arrived in old buildings, conducted through the bones of the structure from some source you couldn't locate, a sound like a sustained exhalation, not human breath, something larger, longer, as if the building itself were breathing out, slowly, in concert with the sign's pulse and the light's buzz, one long, slow exhalation of old air from deep in the building's infrastructure, and he was the small thing caught in the lungs of it. He turned and walked back toward his apartment with the deliberate pace of someone trying not to run, but who would run if the deliberateness slipped. He passed door 306, empty and still. Door 305, star anise and frying oil, someone up early or still up late. Door 304, the murmuring television. He reached 303, his hand on the handle. The handle was cold in a way that his apartment's interior doorknob had never been cold. Not the ambient cool of metal at room temperature, which had a soft quality to it, a giving way of cold to warmth as your hand transferred heat into the metal. This was cold like something that had been outside. Cold like the rail of a fire escape in January, cold with the purposeful quality of something that had absorbed cold from a source not present in the corridor, which was not cold, which smelled of detergent and paint and the mineral undernote, and was its own steady temperature. He stood with his hand on the cold handle for a moment and then gripped it harder, and pushed inside and closed the door and stood in his apartment's dark with his back against the door, and his heart doing something irregular in his chest, something with extra beats and skipped beats interleaved in a way that was not comfortable. The apartment was quiet. The ceiling was still the ceiling. The silence where Danny used to be was still the silence where Danny used to be. Not changed, not augmented by the corridor's weirdness. Just its ordinary and considerable self. The couch still held its impression. The kitchen still held the coffee maker he'd bought for 2, and now used for 1. The wall where she'd hung a print of Egon Schiele's self-portrait still had the faint, square outline of the print's absence, the wall slightly less faded there, a ghost rectangle of the art she'd taken when she left. These were the real things. He told himself this. He told himself the sign was old, and the building was old, and he was exhausted, and all of it together had produced a waking dream of some kind. A tired mind finding patterns in the noise of a 1971 exit sign's irregular glow. His mind was a pattern-finding machine. He did it professionally, he did it involuntarily. He was doing it now, and the pattern he was finding was not there because he needed it to be there, because the alternative, that nothing meant anything, that the silence was just silence, and the ceiling was just a ceiling, and there was no structure to his situation that implied a direction out of it, was not a pattern he could sustain living in. He went back to bed. He did not sleep. At some point in the deepest part of the night he became aware that the buzzing, that low, tooth frequency, buzzing that lived in the exit sign and in the corridor's lights, was audible through his apartment wall. Faintly, at a volume and frequency that should not have been able to penetrate drywall and insulation, which were designed to impede exactly this kind of transmission. But there it was, at the edge of perception, irregular in a way that might have been the sign's pulse, continuing its slow respiratory rhythm, or might have been his own nervous system's exhausted noise. He couldn't tell. He lay on his back with his hands at his sides like someone arranged for a viewing, and listened and tried to tell and could not. At 5:30 in the morning, the Nguyon's cooking smell arrived under his door like a promise, and he felt something in his chest loosen the smallest amount, and eventually, not sleeping exactly but arriving at a state adjacent to it, He got through to morning. He did not go back into the corridor that night. He told himself this was because there had been nothing to go back to, bad wiring and exhaustion. The sign was due for maintenance and he'd file a note with Tremblay in the morning. He filed the note. Tremblay generated a ticket. The ticket lived in the property management system, presumably, accruing its own kind of inertia. 3 days later, Priya Vashista in apartment 308 had her own encounter with the sign, though she wouldn't have called it that. She would have called it a weird night, or perhaps a perceptual anomaly, or perhaps, if she were being fully honest with herself, which she was systematically, the way she was honest about everything, an experience that resisted conventional explanation and needed to be filed under uncertainty pending additional data. She was a systems analyst at a logistics firm downtown. She was 34 years old. She had a degree in industrial engineering from a university in Mumbai and a master's in systems optimization from the University of Chicago, and her relationship with ambiguity was professional and bounded, which meant she acknowledged it in reports with the proper hedging language and then constructed frameworks to eliminate or at least quantify it. Operational ambiguity was a solvable problem given sufficient data. Personal ambiguity was harder, but she applied the same basic architecture to it, the same instinct toward measurement and framework, and the careful management of uncertainty toward resolution. She'd been sitting with a specific personal ambiguity for 7 months now. 7 months since her mother's diagnosis, not discussed in those terms, never discussed in those terms, her mother using the vocabulary of her generation which involved euphemisms and the deliberate spatial arrangement of the unnameable at a safe distance from ordinary conversation. Since the question of Bangalore or Chicago had transformed from an interesting career optimization problem into something with a moral dimension she hadn't been prepared for. Chicago was her life as she'd constructed it. The apartment she'd spent 3 years making exactly what she needed, the job she was good at and that valued her, the small precise social world she'd built around specific affinities and compatible schedules, the running routes along the lakefront that she'd committed to muscle memory, the excellent Thai restaurant 2 blocks away that knew her order. Chicago was the achievement. Bangalore was her mother. Not just her mother. The whole apparatus of home and family and the obligations of being the person who left, who built something elsewhere, who had made the implicit argument with her life that going was right and staying was the failure mode. Going back, even temporarily, even in crisis, felt like a concession to an argument she hadn't consciously made but had nonetheless been living. She knew this was a distorted frame. She'd identified it as a distorted frame in the first month, and she had continued to operate within it anyway, because knowing you're in a distorted frame and dismantling the distortion were, again, different neighbourhoods connected by a road requiring maintenance. She came out into the hallway at 4:15 in the morning to get water from the vending machine on the 2nd floor, because she'd run out of bottled water, and for reasons she didn't examine, she needed the specific ritual of the vending machine rather than the tap. The tap was fine. The tap water in this building was fine. She drank tap water at work from the kitchen filter without issue. But at 4:15 in the morning, in the specific depleted state of a person who'd been constructing a decision framework for 7 months without completing it, she needed the cold specific weight of a bottled water from the machine, the precise ritual of the selection and the drop and the retrieval, the small ceremony of having obtained something rather than simply accessing it. She was wearing slippers and a kurta in deep blue cotton, her hair loose, her phone in her hand, because her phone was always in her hand though she wasn't looking at it. The hallway was quiet. She noted the damp smell. She noted the buzzing lights. She was familiar with both, had filed maintenance requests about both, had received responses about both that cited regulatory compliance and the cost-benefit of replacement versus maintenance, and the scheduling constraints of the building's contracted service providers. She had, at this point, approximately zero expectation of either issue being resolved within her tenure. She walked toward the stairwell and stopped. She hadn't intended to stop. Her body stopped without consulting her deliberate mind, the way the body sometimes had better information than the conscious layer and acted on it before the memo reached the right desk. She was standing under the exit sign. She looked up at it. It looked normal. Green. Exit. Arrow pointing right toward the stairwell. She stood there anyway. The vending machine wasn't going anywhere. Her water could wait 30 seconds while she stood in the hallway in the small hours and felt the particular quality of the building's nighttime quiet, which was different from daytime quiet, the way winter light was different from summer light. The same basic phenomenon, incomparably different in texture. She had always been someone who noticed texture. In systems work, texture was often where the information lived, not in the declared data but in the friction of the process, the places where the system resisted being described in its own terms. She noticed the texture of the building's nighttime and held it, and did not immediately resolve it into a label. Then the sign pulsed. She saw it immediately, because she was already looking at it. The slow breath of the green glow, the measured dimming and returning, steady and rhythmic. She was a systems analyst. Her first reflex was diagnostic. Electrical fault in the ballast, loose connection in the transformer, voltage irregularity in the building's wiring causing brightness fluctuation in connected fixtures. Her second thought, arriving a half-second later with considerably less confidence, was that the rhythm was very regular for an electrical fault. More regular than any fault she'd encountered in her methodical experience with building infrastructure. Electrical faults had the texture of system noise, random within parameters. This had the texture of signal. She reached for her phone, not to call anyone but to photograph it, because documentation was the right response to an anomaly. You documented anomalies, you created a record, you gathered data against which future data could be compared, and from which, eventually, a pattern might emerge or fail to emerge, and either outcome was useful. She raised her phone, found the sign in the frame. The camera's lens caught the exit sign's face, the green glow washing slightly in the camera sensor, adjusting, finding its exposure. She was framing the shot when the arrow moved. Priya's relationship with the unexplained was like most rigorously trained people's. She had a sorting mechanism, multi-tiered, that she'd developed over years of encountering systems that behaved in ways their specifications didn't predict. First tier, apply all conventional explanations systematically. Second tier, if those fail, apply unconventional but physically plausible explanations. Third tier, if those fail, expand the hypothesis space to include explanations that require revising current models. She did not have a fourth tier labelled supernatural because she'd never needed one, but she was honest enough to acknowledge that the absence of a category in her framework didn't mean the absence of the thing the category would describe. She watched the arrow swing left and then right and left and right, and she ran through the tiers. Tier 1, mechanical failure, loose mount, wind, deliberate design feature. She rejected each. The motion was too deliberate, too clean, too rhythmic for mechanical failure. There was no wind in the corridor. The mount was a fixed housing. She'd seen enough regulatory signage to know this was not a design feature of any regulatory signage standard she was aware of. Tier 2, electromagnetic phenomenon. Unusual electrical behavior producing optical illusion of movement via selective illumination of directional elements. Plausible. She couldn't rule it out. But the plausibility felt like a courtesy, the kind of explanation you kept in your back pocket because having an explanation, even an uncertain one, was preferable to the alternative. Tier 3 loomed. She hadn't opened Tier 3 in a professional context in 11 years of work. She saw the shape in the reflection before Marcus had, and with greater clarity, because Priya had the habit of looking at things directly, rather than arriving at them sideways, and because the phone camera, with its flat, bright, exposure-adjusted frame, showed her the corridor behind, her with more fidelity than the convex sign face alone. In the camera screen's small bright rectangle, she saw the narrow vertical shape behind her image, positioned in the corridor at the distance a person would stand if they had walked up to within 2 feet of her back and stopped. It was not quite a person. It was organised in the direction of a person, the way a sketch was organised in the direction of a finished drawing. The essential structure present, the surface elaboration absent, all the load-bearing elements of vertical intentional presence without the detail of a face or hands, or the small human signals of breath and micro-movement. It was very still. It was oriented. She tracked its orientation with the analyst's habitual precision, the same precision she brought to process flow diagrams when she needed to identify where information was travelling and where it was stuck. The shape was pointed past her, not at her, past her, through her, towards door 302, her neighbour Yusuf Ademi's apartment, where Yusuf was currently awake. She knew from the thin line of light under his door, after a series of phone calls from his sister in Sarajevo, that Priya had not intended to overhear but had. because the walls of Building 7 processed sound the way the building processed everything, inadequately, with a grudging partial permeability. Yusuf had been in Building 7 for 2 years, a doctoral candidate whose dissertation was about rebuilding things after they'd been damaged, which Priya found an instructive subject for a person who was himself, clearly, in the process of deciding whether to go back to a place that had been damaged and had been rebuilding itself without him. She liked Yusuf. She knew him to the degree that neighbours in a building like this knew each other. Corridor conversations, shared elevator rides, once coffee in the lobby when the power had been out for 4 hours, and they'd both come down to check whether Tremblay knew about it. She knew about the sister and the father and the not deciding the way she knew about the Pattersons' Tuesday crying and the Nguyens' 4 a.m. cooking. The building told you these things in its way. She lowered her phone. She looked at the empty corridor, nobody there. She looked back at the sign, and in the camera screen the shape remained perfectly still, perfectly oriented toward Yusuf's door. She filed it, carefully, in the uncertainty box under the label. Possible optical artifact of phone camera lens interacting with exit signs' unusual light emission properties, cross-referenced with attention to residential context of orientation / personal emotional state of subject at time of observation. She was aware the label was doing a great deal of work. She kept the photo. She walked down to the second floor and got her water from the vending machine, and came back up and walked past the exit sign, which glowed steadily with the arrow pointing right and offered her no further anomalies, and she went to bed. But she thought about it. She thought about it in the same disciplined way she thought about anomalies in logistic systems. Not obsessively, not anxiously, but with the specific maintained attention of someone who knew that data points that seemed meaningless in isolation sometimes assembled into patterns when you held them in view long enough. She thought about the shape's direction. She thought about Yusuf's phone calls. She thought about her own door, which the shape had not been pointing at, and she examined her feelings about this with honest curiosity. Relief was the primary one. The shape had not been tracking her undecided choice. This told her something, that her own avoidance was not yet substantial enough, not yet of sufficient density, to attract documentation. She was still close enough to the decision that the decision recognised her as someone who might still make it. This was not entirely reassuring. It was at best a temporal reprieve. She thought about the legend. She'd heard the legend the way everyone in Building 7 heard it. From Mrs. Okonkwo in 301, who was in her late 70s and had lived in the building since 1987, and who had the particular authority of someone who'd outlasted multiple ownership groups and renovation cycles, and waves of tenant demographics, and who had been, in that time, the building's memory, in the way that certain people became the memories of the places they inhabited long enough to absorb. Mrs. Okonkwo dispensed building history with the casual precision of a person who knew which of it was real and which of it was embroidered and was untroubled by the distinction, because the real and the embroidered had been, in her experience, made of the same material and served the same purpose. She told Priya about laminite in October, over tea in the hallway when they'd both come out to investigate a smell, a radiator burning its first season dust, nothing alarming. And she told it the way you told someone about a fuse box location or a leak-prone pipe, practically, without drama, because it was useful information and the person needed it. The sign at the end of the hall, Mrs. Okonkwo had said, warming both hands around her tea mug, the steam rising and curling in the corridor's cool air, has been in this building since before I moved in. Before that, it was in the original 1971 structure. Same sign, same housing. They kept it through the renovation because the renovation was only partial, and the third-floor corridor was outside the scope of the contractor's work, and by the time anyone noticed the sign was still the original one, it had passed its regulatory inspection, and the cost of replacement exceeded the budget remaining. My understanding from Gertrude, who lived in 307 from 1978 to 1994, and who was the person I learned most of this from, is that the sign was in the building before the 1971 construction as well, that it had been in a previous structure on the same site and had been retained when the new building went up, because it worked, and it met code, and nobody thought to question it further, which is its own kind of story. Priya had smiled and held her tea and listened. The thing that lives in it, laminite, is the name that has attached to it over the decades. I don't know its origin. Gertrude used the name and I adopted it, and the tenants before her used it going back further than I can trace. It's not dangerous in the way fire is dangerous. It doesn't destroy, it accumulates. It feeds on the in-between, on the time people spend standing in a threshold refusing to cross it either way. It loves the corridor because the corridor is a space designed entirely for the purpose of connecting two locations. And when you use it as a dwelling place rather than a passageway, you're working against the grain of what it is, and that friction is what Lamanite eats. What does it do with what it eats? Mrs. Okonkwo had considered this. It gets clearer, more present, more able to make the building reflect the state of the person who's feeding it. At a certain point, if you let it go far enough, it can make the corridor into a version of the inside of the person. All walls, no exits, every door opening onto more corridor. She'd looked at Priya steadily. The rule is simple. If the arrow starts switching, you stop, you put your palm flat on the wall, you take one full breath, and you choose which door is truly yours tonight. Not both, not maybe, not in a minute. You choose and you act on the choice and the sign settles, and that's the end of it. And if you don't, then the corridor gets longer. Mrs. Okonkwo had said this without inflection, the way you said the building's boiler runs on gas or the third-floor drain tends to back up in heavy rain. And once it's long enough, the choice is harder to make, because you've spent time in the middle and the middle has started to seem like a position rather than a failure to choose one. Priya had smiled with the part of her that had decided this was charming building mythology. She'd thanked Mrs. Okonkwo for the tea. She'd gone back to her apartment. She opened the photograph now, 4 days after the corridor, standing in her kitchen at 6:30 in the morning with coffee that was good, but not as good as the coffee she'd had at her mother's kitchen table the last time she'd been in Bangalore, which had been 17 months ago. She looked at the shape in the frame, she looked at where it was pointed. She thought about her mother's kitchen. She thought about Mrs. Okonkwo's voice, its practical intonation. The corridor gets longer. She thought about systems analysis and the specific error mode in which a decision-maker continuously gathered more data without acting on the data already present. The mode called analysis paralysis. The mode she identified and flagged in professional context and was now, with honest recognition, identifying in herself. She filed an updated note in the uncertainty folder. She labelled it Threshold Proximity. Active monitoring required. She drank her coffee. It was good. It was not as good as her mother's. Yusuf Ademi had not slept properly in 11 days. This was not exceptional for a doctoral candidate in the final year of his programme. Sleep was the currency you spent first when the dissertation demanded more hours than the day contained. And Yusuf had been spending it freely, emerging from the deficit each morning with the specific clarity of exhaustion that passed as focus if you didn't examine it too carefully. He worked best between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m, always had, a circadian preference that had served him well in the collaborative all-night architecture studios of his undergraduate years, and that now served the dissertation's demands for extended, uninterrupted thought. So the sleeplessness was familiar, but the particular quality of this sleeplessness was different. It had the texture of waiting rather than working. He was waiting for himself to make a decision, and the self in question was making him wait. Yusuf's father was named Kemal Ademi. He was 71 years old and had been, for as long as Yusuf had been alive and for decades before that, the structural element around which the family's life was organised, not in the domineering way that patriarchs of a certain generation were sometimes structural elements, not through authority or demand, but through the specific quality of reliable presence. Kemal Ademi was a person who was there, who had been there through things that had required a great deal of being there, who had rebuilt a life in a city that had been destroyed and was being rebuilt, working first with his hands and then with his mind, making himself useful to the reconstruction in whatever capacity the reconstruction required. Yusuf's dissertation was, in a way that he'd only fully recognised in the writing of it, a love letter to his father disguised as academic architecture, a study of how buildings and cities reconstituted themselves after violence, how the adaptive reuse of damaged structures was not just an economic or logistical practice, but an existential one, a way of insisting on continuity in the face of rupture. His father embodied this practice. His father was its walking argument. In September, Kemal had broken his hip stepping off a curb in Sarajevo. A clean break, the surgeon said. Well handled. The surgery went without complication. He was home from the hospital in 4 days, which his father treated as evidence that it was a minor matter, a temporary inconvenience, a thing that had happened and been dealt with and need not detain anyone's concern. Amra, Yusuf's sister, who lived in Sarajevo and who was the family's most honest reporter, told Yusuf a different story. Their father was diminished, she said. Not physically, and he was recovering on schedule, doing his exercises, managing his mobility with the grimly determined compliance of a person who deeply resented needing compliance, but in some interior way that the hip had cracked open. He was frightened, she said. For the first time in his life, or the first time they'd been given access to the fear. He was frightened of being unable. He was frightened of the direction time was going. He was not sleeping. He sat by the window in the evenings and said very little, and what he said was at the edges of the unspoken thing. Amra needed Yusuf to come. She said this directly in the second call without the hedging of the first. She said, "I cannot do this alone." She said, "He needs you here." She said, "The dissertation will wait." He'd heard all of this and agreed with all of it and had not booked the ticket, because between agreeing with the thing and doing the thing lived a country he didn't know how to cross. He had one chapter left. His advisor had said, 1 chapter, then leave. His advisor had said this in October, and it was now approaching December, and the chapter was not 1 chapter, it turned out, but 3 connected sections that had opened like a hallway into rooms he hadn't known were there, each section revealing the necessity of the next, the dissertation expanding in the direction of his avoidance with the inexorable logic of work that knows you're using it to avoid something else. He recognized this. He was using the chapter to not buy the ticket. He was using the ticket to not face the fact that going home meant facing the fact that his father was mortal in a new and proximate way, and that this fact had always been true and was now undeniable, and that standing in the corridor between knowing and truly knowing was a place he'd chosen to occupy, because the other side of it was a room he didn't know how to inhabit. He came out into the hallway at 3:30 in the morning on a Thursday, wearing his work clothes, dark jeans, a rumpled Oxford shirt from hours. Before that, still had coffee on the cuff, because he'd fallen asleep at his desk in that specific collapse of consciousness that happened when you'd been awake long enough that the body simply took what it needed regardless of your plans, and had woken at 2 a.m. with the specific disorientation of desk sleep, and made tea and answered emails and looked at his chapter notes and saw in them not a chapter but a maze he'd built for himself and had climbed into deliberately, and had finally at 3:30 given up on the pretense that the maze was the thing he was supposed to be doing. He walked toward the stairwell. He was not thinking about the corridor as a space. He was thinking about the chapter's 3rd section, and whether the argument about adaptive reuse as a form of grief processing was overreaching, or whether it was simply the argument the preceding sections had been building toward, in which case refusing to make it was a form of the same avoidance he'd been cataloguing everywhere else when he stopped. He stopped under the exit sign without having decided to stop. His body again, consulting sources his conscious mind didn't have access to. He looked up. The sign was pulsing. He recognized it immediately. Not because he'd experienced it before, he hadn't, but because he understood the structural vocabulary of what he was seeing. He was an architect. He read buildings and what buildings communicated with a fluency that most people didn't have access to, the way a musician heard structure in sound that to others was just texture. He looked at the exit sign and saw responsive system, behavior modification of a material element in response to an environmental input. The input was him. The sign was reading him and producing output accordingly, and the output was indecision rendered in light. He was not particularly susceptible to the atmospheric. He'd grown up in a family that had calibrated its relationship to the uncanny with considerable precision, when the line between history and myth was as blurred as it was in his family's particular history. In a city that had survived things that had no adequate secular language, you learned to hold the unexplained with both rigour and respect. You didn't dismiss it. You didn't collapse into it. You held it the way you held a structural problem in a building you were assessing, with full attention and without predetermined conclusions. The arrow moved, he watched it. Left, right, left, right. He nodded very slightly as if confirming something he'd suspected. He turned slowly, already expecting to see nothing in the physical corridor, and looked at the exit sign's glossy face and found the second shape without difficulty. No peripheral arrival, no gradual recognition, just, there it is, and tracked its orientation with the spatial reasoning of a person trained to read the relationship between a form and what it points toward, and understood that it was oriented toward his apartment door, toward the door he'd come out of, toward the decision the door held. He stood there for a long time, longer than anyone else would that winter. He stood there with his arms crossed and watched the arrow switch, and felt the building pulse around him, and did not panic, and did not run, and did not perform the small theatrical distancing gestures of a person trying to convince themselves that what they're experiencing isn't real. He let it be real. He let it be whatever it was. He thought about his father's hands. Kamal Ademi's hands were large and had a specific topography to them. Not the topography of violence or labour exactly, though both were present, but the topography of a life that had done everything those hands had been required to do, had laid brick and poured concrete and sketched plans for buildings that would outlast him, and, during the years that had required it, had done other things that were not discussed but were present in the hands the way things were present in people who'd carried them long enough, integrated into the structure rather than sitting on the surface. Yusuf knew those hands with the specific intimacy of a child who'd held them. He knew the way his father's right thumb had a scar along the outer edge from a carpentry accident in the 80s, a long, smooth seam that had always fascinated him as a child, who had traced it with his finger and listened to his father tell the story of it differently every time. He knew the way those hands felt different now, over the phone. Not physically. He couldn't feel them over the phone, but he could hear the difference in his father's voice, and the voice came from the same person as the hands. The voice was quieter. The hands would be quieter too. He knew this the way you knew things about your parents that you hadn't been told. He looked at the shape in the reflection. It was pointing at his door. He thought, yes, I know. I know what I'm avoiding, and I know why, and I know it isn't sufficient, and I know the chapter is not the reason, and the ticket can be bought tonight right now. If I go back inside and open the browser and put in the dates, and the dates are available and the price is higher than it should be, but it doesn't matter. It has never mattered. The price has never been the reason. He placed his palm flat on the wall. The drywall was cool and textured, slightly rough under his palm, a surface that had its own minor topography. Small ridges and valleys from imperfect finishing over the decades, paint layers accumulating like sediment, each renovation adding its stratum to the record of the building's history. He felt this history under his palm and found it useful, something real and old and continuous and indifferent to his specific difficulty. He drew one full breath, long, slow, deliberate, the kind of breath that required the whole chest and the belly, and the choice to let your breathing be a full act rather than a shallow one. In, out, complete. And in the silence of the completed exhale he chose. Not Sarajevo or Chicago as abstract geographies competing for his loyalty. Not the dissertation or the father as objects to be weighed and ranked. He chose his father's hands. He chose the specific knowledge of those hands and what they had carried and what they still held and what they would eventually, inevitably put down, and whether Yusuf would be there when they put it down or would arrive afterward to the country of having been elsewhere. He chose to be there. He chose clearly and without reservation, and without the bargaining of choosing, and then immediately finding the arguments against the choice, which he recognised as a familiar reflex and identified it and set it aside with the same discipline he brought to the dissertation when the argument wanted to go somewhere his evidence couldn't support. He chose. The sign steadied. He watched it happen, the arrow stopping mid-alternation, locking right, the correct, direction, and the pulse of the green light resolving into a constant, unremarkable glow, the kind of glow that was just a sign doing its job. The shape in the reflection was simply gone. His own face looked back at him from the glossy cover, tired, decided, which was a better combination than tired and suspended had been. He went back to his apartment and opened his laptop and bought a flight to Sarajevo for Tuesday. One way initially because he didn't know how long it would take, and buying a return felt like hedging the choice he'd just made. His advisor's auto-response confirmed the leave of absence had been pre-approved. He emailed Amra the flight details. She replied within 4 minutes despite it being 9:30 in the morning in Sarajevo, which told him she'd been awake and waiting, and her message was, "Thank God. Thank God. I'll tell him. He's been asking." He closed the laptop and went to bed and slept for 6 hours, which was more sleep than he'd had in any single session in 11 days, and the sleep was clean and complete and arrived immediately without the usual negotiation. The building continued its winter. Outside, the city settled into December in increments. The light going, the cold arriving in stages, the streets acquiring their particular late-year quality of purposeful movement, everyone going somewhere with the briskness of people who had somewhere to be and didn't want to be in transit. Inside Building 7, the heating system made its seasonal noises, the pipes knocking in the walls as hot water found its way through old radiators, the building's interior climate achieving the specific overheated quality of old residential buildings in winter, where the only temperature control available was opening a window, which everyone did, introducing the cold in regulated doses rather than engineering warmth. Marcus did not choose. He went back into the corridor the next night, and the night after that, and the night after that, he told himself each time that he was going for air. He told himself the sign was a maintenance issue and had been documented with tremblay. He told himself the shape in the reflection was the product of the sign's optical properties and his particular angle of view and his exhaustion. He told himself these things with decreasing conviction as the nights accumulated, the way you told yourself a weather forecast was wrong when the rain kept falling. He stood under the sign each night and watched the arrow switch. He didn't place his palm on the wall. He didn't choose. He stood in the corridor's night time and let the building breathe around him and let the choice hover in the air unresolved, which was where the choice had been living for 11 weeks, and the corridor received it each night and added it to its accumulation, and grew, in its patient administrative way, more present. On the 5th night, the shape in the reflection was more defined. The edges that had been diffuse, assembled from shadow and green glare, had acquired a quality of intention that made them feel less like accidental optics and more like rendering in progress, as if whatever was doing the assembling was getting better at it, learning from each night's session the specific vocabulary of Marcus's presence and building its image accordingly. It still had no face. It still pointed at his door. But its outline had the confidence of a second draft rather than a first sketch. On the 7th night, the corridor had definitely gotten longer. He measured it the next morning with the same tape measure he'd used in the first week after Danny left. The tape measure that was beginning to feel like a diagnostic instrument rather than a home improvement tool, and it still read 42 feet. Same as always. Same as when he'd measured it the week Danny left and the week after, and now, 42 feet in the morning. But at night, walking its length, it felt like 60, 70 feet. The far ends receding gently as he moved toward them, the perspective stretching in a way that was unmistakably real in the moment and unmeasurably absent by morning. The doors were all still where they should be. The windows were still at their respective ends. The exit sign was still at the stairwell end. But something between the elements had expanded, some interval between known points that didn't show up on a tape measure because it wasn't the kind of distance a tape measure was calibrated to find. He tried to describe this to himself with precision, the way he described design problems. What is the specific quality of the thing that's wrong, not just that it's wrong? The corridor felt longer at night, but it wasn't a matter of the distances between doors expanding. It was more that there was more corridor than there had been, as if the 42 feet he measured were still there, but additional footage had been inserted somewhere in the middle, not stretching the existing space but supplementing it, adding a dimension that ran parallel to the physical length rather than within it. He stood in what he judged to be the midpoint at 3 o'clock in the morning and looked both ways, and the window at the stairwell end and the window at his apartment end were both farther away than they should have been, equidistant, both equally retreating as he focused on them. And for the first time he felt not just the cold stomach unease of seeing something wrong, but the specific, much colder, nausea of understanding that the wrongness was related to him, that his standing there, night after night, was the mechanism. He went back to his apartment and sat on the couch and held his phone and thought about calling Owen. He opened the contact. He closed it. He opened it again. He looked at Owen's name on the screen, at the small circle photo of Owen at Thanksgiving 3 years ago, grinning with a turkey baster, absurdly happy, the golden retriever blurred in the background in the specific way of dogs who hadn't understood why they needed to hold still for a photo. He looked at this image of his brother and felt something that was not quite longing and not quite envy, but lived in the neighbourhood of both, and he did not call, and he put the phone face down on the couch cushion and went to bed. On the 9th night he reached the far end of the corridor, his apartment end, the orange rain light end, and turned to walk back toward the stairwell end, and noticed that the stretch he'd just walked looked the same as the stretch ahead of him. He stopped and looked both ways. Both ends of the hallway looked equidistant. Both ends of the hallway looked identical, which was impossible. The stairwell end had a grey institutional door and the apartment end had just the window and the last two doors, 301 and 302, and these things were not interchangeable. But in the nighttime corridor's current configuration they looked the same. He had the impression, turning slowly, that every direction he looked presented an identical perspective. Corridor, doors, window, exit sign. The sign seemed to be present at every end simultaneously. He stood in the middle and turned 360, and every direction was the same direction, and every exit sign was the same sign pulsing its same pulse, and switching its same arrow. He pressed his hands against his face and stood very still and told himself to breathe. When he lowered his hands, the corridor had normalized. Stairwell end to the right, his door to the left, 42 feet, exit sign at the far end, pulsing slowly. He walked back to his apartment with careful, deliberate steps, counting them, 31 steps. He was always 31 steps from the end. He opened his door, the handle was cold again, with that outside cold that had no business being there, and pushed inside and lay down on the bed, fully dressed, and looked at the ceiling with his hands clasped on his chest and felt his heartbeat, which was indistinguishable from the sign's pulse, which was the same rhythm as the building's exhalation, and thought, I need to choose. I know I need to choose. I will choose tomorrow. He did not choose tomorrow. He went back the next night. What the legend didn't fully convey, what the practical transmission of useful information between Mrs. Okonkwo and her successors had simplified, perhaps necessarily, into actionable instruction, was the experiential quality of the accumulation from the inside. Mrs. Okonkwo had described it from the outside. The arrow switches, you put your palm on the wall, you choose, it stops. The behavioural protocol. But the interior experience of standing in the corridor night after night and feeding the thing in the sign with your specific quality of suspended self was subtler and more insidious than the outside description suggested, because it didn't feel bad. That was the crucial thing nobody said clearly enough. Standing in the corridor, letting the indecision have its architectural form, watching the arrow switch and the shape accrete its nightly increment of clarity, it didn't hurt. It was, in its way, a relief. The apartment was the place of judgment, of reckoning, of the ceiling pressing down, and the silence taking up its full dimensions and the arithmetic of loss running its loop. The corridor was the place between. In the corridor, neither the ceiling nor the outside existed in their full demanding reality. The corridor offered suspension without the commitment of actual suspension, the feeling of being temporarily relieved of the requirement to be in a place, to be making choices, to be accumulating consequence. It was, Marcus was beginning to understand with the understanding that came too slowly and too late, structurally identical to the state he'd been in for 11 weeks in the apartment. The loop of not choosing, the loop of cataloguing and not resolving, the loop of knowing you needed to move and finding a new reason each time. You approached motion to stop just short of it. The corridor didn't create the loop. The corridor was the loop's architecture. It housed the thing he'd already been doing, gave it walls and a floor and a ceiling and a green sign to pulse in time with it, and made it comfortable enough that he kept returning. He came back on the 10th night, and the 11th, and the 12th. On the 12th night, coming back from the stairwell end toward his apartment, he passed door 306, empty for 8 weeks now, quiet for 8 weeks, and it was not quiet. From behind the door, at a volume that was barely there, barely registered above the threshold of sound, came a sound like footsteps. Not rhythmic footsteps, not back and forth, not the footsteps of someone pacing in the manner of a person who paced for comfort or thought. These were the footsteps of someone walking a corridor, going up and back and up and back in the specific, wandering, non-directional ambulatory pattern of someone who had nowhere to arrive and knew it and kept walking anyway. Marcus stopped in front of door 306 and pressed his ear gently to the door and listened. The footsteps continued. Under them, barely, the sound of a corridor's buzzing light, the sound of a sign's pulse. He straightened up. He did not knock on the door. He walked the rest of the way to his apartment and went inside and did not sleep. On the 13th night, Priya, coming home late from a work event, passed him in the corridor. He was coming away from the exit sign end, hands in the pockets of his jeans, barefoot as always, and she was still in her work clothes with her keys in her hand, and they passed each other in the middle of the corridor, and she looked at him, and he looked at her, and something passed between them in the look, a recognition that had nothing to do with being neighbours, and everything to do with both of them, knowing exactly what he'd been doing at that end of the corridor and what it meant. "Marcus," she said, and didn't say the rest of it. He nodded. He kept walking. She watched him go, watched him turn his handle. She saw him pause at the handle, that half-second of the cold handle hesitation she recognised from having touched it herself, and push into his apartment and close the door. She stood in the corridor alone for a moment. The sign at the far end was steady, arrow pointing right. She stood 30 feet away from it and watched it and waited. But it was just a sign, just doing its job because her own avoidance was not yet at the threshold that would set it off, or because the sign was processing Marcus and had its hands full, or because she was already in motion toward the decision, and the sign knew it. She didn't know which. She went into her apartment and opened her laptop and searched flights to Bangalore. Marcus understood something was wrong in a new way on the 13th night. Not the corridor being longer, which had become, over the course of 12 nights, something he'd almost normalised. Not the shape in the reflection, which had been building its clarity incrementally, and which he'd begun to experience as a kind of company, in the way that the profoundly isolated sometimes found company in things that had no business providing it, because the alternative was no company at all, not even the sound from apartment 306 which he'd filed under explainable with effort, and had not thought about since. What was wrong in a new way on the 13th night was what he felt when he stood under the exit sign and the arrow switched and the shape looked at his door. He felt nothing about going back. For 11 nights running, standing in the corridor had been accompanied by a background awareness of his apartment behind him, its warmth, its specific pressure, its demands. He'd been standing in the corridor to escape it. The escape had required the thing escaped from. Without the pressure of the apartment, there was no relief in the corridor. The relief and the pressure were the same structure, two sides of the same dynamic, and the dynamic required both to function. On the 13th night, standing under the sign, he noticed that the pressure was gone. Not resolved. He hadn't resolved anything. Not lessened by time, because time had not lessened it, only changed its texture. The pressure was gone because the corridor had ceased to be an escape, and had become, without his noticing the transition, the place. He had been standing in the middle long enough that the middle had stopped feeling like a middle, and had started to feel like a location. The corridor was not the space between his apartment and the stairwell. The corridor was where he lived. He understood this with the specific horror of a realization arriving in the wrong order. The understanding coming not before the problem, but in the middle of it, when the middle was already established, and the exits were not yet gone, but were beginning to look less like exits, and more like features of the environment. He turned to the sign. The arrow was switching. Left, right, left, right. He reached for his palm, the gesture Mrs. Okonkwo had described, that he'd known about for weeks without doing it, with a specific human genius for knowing the cure and avoiding the medicine. He placed his palm on the wall. The drywall was cool, real, textured, the same minor topography that Yusuf had felt 3 weeks earlier without knowing they'd both felt it. Two people finding the same real surface in the same unreally long corridor, the building's material honesty available to both of them. He focused on the texture. He started to draw the breath. And then the loop arrived. Not the corridor's loop, not the architectural one. His own, the internal one, the one that had been running for 77 days. He was choosing between going back to bed, to the apartment, to the ceiling, to the silence of Danny's absence, to the person he was currently being, which was a person suspended, halted, organised around a loss he hadn't yet finished experiencing, and going forward, down the stairs, into the world, into the next thing, which required knowing who he was going to be next, and he didn't know that yet, hadn't found it yet in the 77 days he'd been looking, didn't feel ready to step into a future self he couldn't yet picture. These were the real choices, not bed or stairs, not apartment or outside. The real choice was between staying in the grief as a location and stepping into the next thing, which was not the absence of grief, but the grief's integration into a person who was still becoming. And faced with this larger choice, with its actual architecture rather than the smaller metaphorical expression of it, he felt the weight of it pressed down fully. He felt it in his chest and his throat and behind his eyes. He felt it in the 77 days of it, and the specific texture of the night she'd left, and the specific sound of the door closing, which he could still produce in precise acoustic detail if he let himself, which he was now in the corridor, letting himself, and he heard himself say, quietly, barely above breath, "I can't." 2 syllables. The most perfect small lie available to a person who was not actually unable. Subject, the self that was refusing. Predicate, an attribution of inability to what was simply an unwillingness to bear the uncertainty of the next step. He didn't mean it as a capitulation. He meant it as a description of a real feeling. I feel unable. But feelings of inability and actual inability were 2 different facts, and Laminite didn't distinguish between them when the words arrived in the corridor's air. The sign heard it. The arrow flipped twice in quick succession, left, right, and then accelerated. Not to a blur, but to a pace that was too fast for casual alternation, a pace that communicated urgency or consumption, the sign processing what it had been given and upgrading the rhythm accordingly. The green light brightened. Not the pulse anymore, but a sustained intensity, brighter than the sign had been on any of the previous 13 nights, bright enough to cast real shadows, sharp green shadows from every door handle and wall fixture, and the corridor's minor protrusions, shadows that pointed in 2 directions at once, a shadow from each side of each object, as if 2 light sources were competing from opposite ends of the corridor. His own shadow, stretched long by the sign's brightness, pointed behind him, and ahead of him simultaneously, 2 shadows diverging from his feet, going both ways at once. His shadow had decided to split rather than choose. The shape descended from the reflection. He used the word descended to himself because he had no better word, and it was the closest available to what happened. The shape that had been contained in the exit sign's glossy face, contained like something that required the medium of reflective surface to be visible, like a radio signal that required a receiver, was no longer contained there. He didn't see it move. He felt the shift in the corridor's quality of presence, the way the air beside him at shoulder height acquired a temperature that was different from the corridor's ambient temperature, not warmer, not colder, but differently textured, the way still water feels different from moving water at the same temperature. The shape was beside him now, in the corridor, present in the air of the physical space rather than in the space of the reflection. He did not look at it. He looked forward. He looked at the corridor stretching ahead of him and behind him, both ends identical now, the geometry finally giving up its pretense of directionality. Both ends showed the same window with the same orange rain light smear. Both ends had the exit sign, pulsing with its increased brightness. He was in the centre of a loop that had stopped pretending to have ends. The shape was not threatening him. He was very clear on this, in the way that clarity arrived sometimes about important things in the middle of their happening, when there was no time for the buffering of interpretation. The shape was not here to harm him. It was doing what Mrs. Okonkwo had said. It was administrative. It was keeping the building in in-between mode as long as he kept himself there. And now that he'd said I can't, it was upgrading the mode, reflecting back to him with perfect fidelity the state he'd reached, which was no exits, not because it had taken them, because he'd stopped recognizing them. He looked down. The carpet under his feet was wet, not with water. He knew this without touching it. The smell that arrived with the wetness was the mineral smell he'd been catching under the building's other smell since the first night, intensified now. Copper and iron and something beneath that he couldn't name. A smell that belonged to whatever the corridor's extra footage was made of, whatever filled the space that was visible at night and measured as absent by morning. His feet were on it. His bare feet. He felt it between his toes, and the sensation was so viscerally real, so present and specific, that it cut through the last layer of this is not happening and replaced it with, this is happening and you are in it, and you need to choose now. He opened his mouth, and the wrong words were there again. I can't do this. I can't know who I'll be on the other side of it, and I need to know before I go. I need a guarantee. I need the shape of the future self before I'll agree to walk toward it. All of it rising in his throat with the momentum of 77 days of practice. He bit down on it, the physical act, his jaw closing, his teeth coming together on the words that were already in transit. He felt them stop in his throat, pressing against the closure, insisting. He held the closure. He kept his jaw clenched and breathed, through his nose, and felt the words push against the back of his teeth, and he did not let them through. He placed his palms flat on the floor instead, on the wet carpet, on whatever was in the wet carpet. He pressed his palms flat and felt the texture and the wetness, and the copper iron smell rose, and he kept his palms there and looked at the wall, and not at the shape, and said to himself, in the silence of the held jaw, choose. Not which direction in the corridor. The corridor was a closed loop, and both directions were the same direction. He needed to choose something bigger than the corridor, something that the corridor was a symptom of. He needed to choose to be the person who was still becoming, rather than the person who had stopped in the middle of becoming, because becoming required not knowing, and not knowing was intolerable. He chose. He chose incompleteness. He chose the next step without the guarantee of the step after it. He chose to be the person who left the corridor even, though leaving meant returning to the apartment and its silence and its ceiling and its arithmetic, or meant going down the stairs into the rain and the world and its requirement that he participate, without knowing yet which of those was his direction tonight or which of them was his direction forward, without needing to know before he started. He chose to stop using the not knowing as a reason to stand still. He stood up. The shape beside him didn't move. It was still there, present in the air beside him. He stood up from the floor with his palms wet and dark and turned and looked at it, directly, not in a reflection. And it was visible this way too now, built from the corridor's air and the green light's overflow and whatever the extended footage of the corridor was made of. It was tall, it was narrow. It had the quality of something that had been here for a long time, longer than Building 7, longer perhaps than the site it stood on, and that had no particular urgency because it operated outside the vocabulary of urgency. It was watching his door. Even now, even with him standing right next to it, it was watching his door. He thought, you can keep watching it. I'm done. He walked toward the stairwell end with both palms held forward, dark and wet. He didn't count steps. He walked until he hit the stairwell door and pushed it, and it opened onto stairs, real stairs, concrete and metal, and the smell of the stairwell's particular cold air, and he went down them and through the lobby and out the front door into the rain. The rain hit him on the head, and shoulders, and bare feet, and it was cold and extremely real. He stood on the wet sidewalk and let it hit him, and looked up at the building's face, and the third-floor window at the stairwell end glowed green, just briefly, and then went dark, and the window at the corridor end showed only the orange-grey of the street lamp through ordinary rain-wet glass. He stood in the rain for 4 minutes. He was cold. He went back inside. He went up the stairs and down the corridor, 42 feet exactly, measured by the plainness of his immediate perception, no extension, no extra footage, just the corridor doing its job, and into his apartment, and he closed the door, and it was his apartment, just his apartment, and the ceiling was the ceiling, and the silence was the silence, and these things were true and were his, and he sat on the couch and put his face in his dark wet hands and cried for the first time in 11 weeks. He cried for a while, then he stopped. Then he sat on the couch with his hands drying in the apartment's air, and looked at the wall where the Sheely print used to be, and at the square ghost of its absence, and thought, that is a wall. That is a wall with a ghost on it. I can put something else there, or I can leave it, and either choice is mine, and either choice is a choice, and both are available to me, and that is not nothing. That is, in fact, something. He did not sleep that night, but he didn't need to go back into the corridor. He called his brother in Portland the next morning, not because he'd solved anything, not because he had news to report, not because he'd arrived at destination. He called because calling was a direction, and he'd just spent 14 nights learning what it cost to have no direction, and the cost was too high, and the lesson was final. Owen answered on the second ring. "Hey," Marcus said. Owen said, "Hey," back, and then waited, because Owen was good at waiting, was the kind of person who understood that sometimes you needed the space the silence created before you knew what you were going to say into it. "I'm having a hard time," Marcus said. This was not news to Owen, and both of them knew it, but saying it plainly, without the qualifications and the minimizations and the "we're fine," just adjusting, just taking some time that he'd been giving Owen for 11 weeks, saying it plainly felt like something. A door. Not the apartment door or the stairwell door, but a smaller interior door, one that had been closed and was opening now with a sound that was very quiet and very welcome. I know, Owen said. I think I need to talk to someone. A real someone. Not just... He gestured at the air, at the general category of brother conversations conducted at adequate distance. A professional someone. Yeah, Owen said. And the yeah had in it. Finally. And good. And I was waiting for this. And I love you. And none of those things were said explicitly because they didn't need to be, because that was what 29 years of knowing someone built in a voice, the capacity to carry a sentence's full cargo. They talked for 40 minutes. Marcus drank coffee and sat by the window and watched the rain, which was still going, which appeared to be a permanent condition of this winter. He told Owen some of it. Not the sign, not the shape, not the wet dark hands. He told Owen about the loop, about the ceiling, about the specific impossibility of knowing who you were going to be on the other side of a loss before you'd crossed through it. Owen listened and said true things, and didn't say several things that would have been easier to say than what he said instead, and by the end of the 40 minutes Marcus felt, not fixed, not anything so simple, but slightly less alone in the shape of the problem, which was enough, which was the right amount to get through to the next step, which was the only thing the next step ever needed to be. He called the therapist's office that afternoon. He got a voicemail. He left his name and number and a brief explanation, and hung up and felt the specific deflation of a courageous action that had produced an auto-response, and then felt something else through the deflation, something quieter and more durable. He had made the call. The call was made. Whatever happened next, the call was in the record. Dr. Sefton's office was on the 9th floor of a building 6 blocks from Building 7, a corner office that looked out over the city's western streets, the city making its usual noise below with its traffic and its pedestrians and its ambient operational hum. She was a compact woman in her mid-50s with close-cropped grey hair and a quality of attention that Marcus noticed immediately and that he initially found uncomfortable, in the way you found it uncomfortable to be really looked at after you'd been alone for a while. The looking was not invasive. It was the kind of attention that made space rather than filling it. An attention that was saying, here is room. Bring what needs to be brought. He didn't tell her about the corridor. He told her about Danny. He told her about the loop. He told her, haltingly and with several false starts, about the specific quality of the not knowing who he was going to be next, not knowing whether the loss was also a failure and therefore his, or was just a loss and therefore survivable, not knowing how to begin living in the apartment as one person, rather than as half of a 2-person structure that was now missing its other half. He told her these things with the progressively loosening quality of a person who has been holding their breath and is slowly learning to exhale. She said, "Tell me about what it feels like to stand in the middle." He looked at her. "What do you mean?" "You keep describing yourself as being in the middle of something, between who you were and who you're going to be, between grieving and not grieving, between action and inaction. Tell me about standing in the middle. What does it feel like?" He thought about the corridor, about the 42 feet and the green pulse and the arrow switching. He thought about both ends looking the same. He thought about the shape keeping its patient documentation of the avoided door. "Like a hallway," he said. "It feels like standing in a hallway that isn't going anywhere." "Doctor," Sefton nodded. "And what are the hallway's exits?" He thought about this for a moment. "Going back," he said, "or going forward. And what's the difference between them? Going back is knowing who I am. Going forward is..." He stopped. "Going forward is agreeing to not know yet." She looked at him. She didn't say anything. She was very good at the specific silence that created room. "I think I've been treating not knowing as a reason to stay in the hallway," he said. "What would happen if you treated it as a reason to keep moving?" He sat with this. Outside the window the city made its hum. The light through the glass was a winter light, pale and honest and without warmth, the kind of light that didn't flatter anything and didn't try to. "The hallway would stop being the hallway," he said. "It would just be a corridor. 42 feet. You walk through it." She smiled. It was a small smile, the smile of someone who'd sat with many people in many middle places and had, over time, acquired a particular fondness for the moment when the person found the thing they'd been walking around. "Yes," she said. The building continued to accrete its winter. Yusuf called from Sarajevo in the 3rd week of December, and the call reached Marcus through Priya, who had coffee with Marcus in the lobby on a Thursday morning and relayed it. Yusuf's father was doing better. Not recovered, not the 71-year-old structural element he'd been before September, but present in himself in the load-bearing ways, sitting up, talking, asking questions about the dissertation that made Yusuf's eyes sting in the way things that came from particular love made your eyes sting. Yusuf was working on his chapter in his childhood room in the evenings after his father went to bed, writing the section on adaptive reuse and grief processing that he'd been circling for months, and that was turning out to be, he told Priya, the best thing in the dissertation, the thing the whole proceeding, structure had been building toward without his knowing it. The argument that was true precisely because he'd had to live it to make it. He sounds better, Priya told Marcus, warming her hands on a coffee cup in the lobby's inadequate seating area, 2 chairs and a side table that Tremblay had placed there during a brief optimistic period and then left to absorb the building's general patina. He made the choice, Marcus said. Priya looked at him. Yes, she said. He did. They sat with this for a moment. Outside the lobby windows the city went past in its winter coats. Are you making yours? She asked. Not unkindly, with the directness of a systems analyst who had identified the relevant variable and saw no reason to approach it obliquely. I'm working on it, he said, which was true, which was a different answer from the ones he'd been giving himself for 11, now 14, weeks. Priya looked at her coffee, and then back at him. I booked a flight to Bangalore, she said, for the week before Christmas. How do you feel about it? She considered this with her characteristic systematic honesty. Frightened, she said, and correct, both things simultaneously. That sounds about right, Marcus said. She nodded. The frightened and the correct are often the same door, she said. That's the part nobody tells you explicitly. She looked at the lobby window. That's the part Mrs. Okonkwo probably should have led with. Marcus walked down the 3rd-floor corridor every day, morning and evening. He walked it with intention, with a deliberate pedestrian relationship to 42 feet of hallway that 42 feet of hallway was supposed to have. He passed under the exit sign and it glowed green and steady and the arrow pointed right, and he did not stop. He did not pause. He did not stand under it and let the night accumulate around him. He passed it the way he passed the utility closet and door 306 and the Pattersons' murmuring television. He passed it as furniture, as infrastructure, as the visual equivalent of a smoke detector. Some evenings the sign's pulse was faintly present, barely perceptible, the dimmest possible version of the respiratory rhythm, as if the thing in it were not fully dormant but not fully awake either, maintaining a low-level readiness for the next person who stood in the middle too long. He felt this and named it, and kept walking. He had learned from Dr. Sefton and from the corridor itself that the naming was not the same as the diffusing. You could name a thing and still be in it, but you couldn't begin to leave it without naming it. So the naming was the first step, and each time he walked past the sign and named the faint pulse and kept moving, he was choosing again in the small daily sense that the larger choice required. He was practicing. Some days the practice went better than others. On the first day of the new year, the calendar turning with the indifferent efficiency of calendars, requiring nothing, marking everything. Marcus stood in his kitchen at 8 o'clock in the morning and made coffee and drank it by the window. The city outside was grey and very still, the way cities were in the early hours of the first day of a new year, the specific stillness of a collective pause before resumption. He drank his coffee and looked at the wall where the Sheila print used to be, and at the ghost rectangle of its absence. He'd been to 3 sessions with Dr. Sefton. He was going back next week for the 4th. He'd called Owen twice more since the first call, once in the middle of a bad week and once just because it was Sunday, and the city was quiet and talking to Owen was something he could do without it meaning anything except that he was doing it. He'd had dinner with a friend from design school, Jin Ho, who had texted twice in November with invitations Marcus had declined, on the basis of the various maintenance requirements of sustained misery, and who had texted a 3rd time with a message that said, I'm coming over. Tell me if you have food, or if I should bring food. Jinho had brought food, and they'd eaten on the couch, and Jinho had not asked probing questions, and had not been visibly worried in a way that required Marcus to manage the worry, and they'd watched a film Marcus had barely processed, and Marcus had felt for 3 hours the specific relief of existing in a space with another person without being required to explain himself. He'd thanked Jinho at the door. Jinho had said, Next week you come to me. Tuesday, 7 o'clock, not optional. Marcus had said okay. He was making things. not the freelance work, which continued with its own momentum, client briefs and revisions and invoices, other things, small visual experiments that had no audience and no purpose except the purpose of making something and looking at it and learning from it what he was currently thinking in the way that making always told you something that thinking about thinking didn't. He'd filled 4 pages of a sketchbook in the last 2 weeks. They were not portfolio material. They were, he thought, looking at them, honest. He hadn't been making honest things for a long time before the corridor. He'd been making competent things, polished things, things that demonstrated technique and contained their content, things that kept themselves at a managed distance from the person who made them. These 4 pages were not doing that. These 4 pages were uncomfortably personal and also genuinely interesting, and he sat with both of those things and didn't try to resolve one into the other. He thought about the wall with the ghost rectangle. He thought about what he might put there. He went to the small flat cardboard tube he kept in the closet, the one that held the prints he'd accumulated over the years, and hadn't gotten around to framing, or had taken down at various times for various reasons. He pulled it out and unrolled it on the kitchen table and looked through the prints until he found the one he wanted. It was a small lithograph by an artist he'd discovered in his second year of design school, a woman named Alma Siedel, who had worked primarily in the 1960s and early 70s in Vienna, and whose work he'd admired for its specific quality of architectural attention. She drew interiors, always rooms in which the light was coming from a source you couldn't see in the frame. The rooms empty but not abandoned. The furniture and the arrangement suggesting recent departure rather than permanent vacancy. The whole corpus feeling like a study in the presence left behind by absence. He'd bought this lithograph, a small edition print of one of her interior studies, at a gallery sale in his 3rd year, and had carried it through 4 apartments and had never hung it, because he'd never found the right wall. He rolled it back up. He went to the living room and stood in front of the ghost rectangle on the wall and held the rolled print and thought, this is the right wall. Not because it replaced what was there before. You couldn't replace what was there before. That was not what replacement meant. That was not how walls worked or how loss worked, but because the wall was still a wall and still available for use and still capable of holding something new, and the Siedel print was about rooms in which someone had recently left and the light was still good and the room was still itself, and this felt not like an avoidance of the subject but like a direct approach to it. He found his tape and his level and a small nail in the kitchen drawer. He hung the print. He stepped back. He looked at it. The room was slightly different now. Still the room, still the couch with its impression, still the ceiling, still the silence in the dimensions that the silence had always had. But now there was also the Siedel print, its quiet study of light in an empty room, its suggestion that empty rooms were rooms, still available to light, still capable of being seen. He stood there and looked at it for a while. Then he went back to the kitchen and poured the rest of his coffee down the sink because it had gone cold, and made a fresh cup and drank it standing up, and went to his desk and opened the client brief that had been sitting in his inbox for 4 days and started working. In the corridor, the exit sign glowed green and steady. The arrow pointed right toward the stairwell, toward down and out. The lights buzzed their tired buzz above the damp carpet and the closed doors and the building's old bones. At night, in the deep hours, the sign's pulse was there, low, regular, the slow breath of something patient and present and very old. It had been here before the building and would be here after it. It had its arithmetic and its accumulation, and its shape that tracked the things people couldn't look at directly, and it had its rule, which was simple and which Mrs. Okonkwo had been telling people for 30 years, and which the people before her had been telling each other since the building was new and possibly longer. The rule worked when people used it. Some people used it, some people let it go too long, and the corridor took on its extension and they got out sweating and shaken, having chosen under duress. A very few did not get out. The building held these in its way, in the way of old buildings that had absorbed enough human experience to have texture, to have a quality of presence beyond their materials. The building on Cormorant Street held its ordinary grief, the break-up couples, the night shift nurses, the candidates choosing between fathers and dissertations, the graphic designers learning the dimensions of a specific silence. And it held the other things too, the things that lived in the extended footage of its nighttime corridors, and it was not haunted in the dramatic sense, not visited by screaming and fire and the aggressive supernatural. It was haunted in the quieter sense. The sense that certain spaces acquired when they'd been the container for enough human indecision and human pain, and humans standing in the middle to have developed their own relationship to these things. Laminite did not haunt in the dramatic sense either. It was present the way infrastructure was present. Necessary, invisible when functioning correctly, very visible when it wasn't, and most visible when you were in it. When you were the thing triggering its response, standing under it in the deep hours with your indecision resonating at exactly the frequency it was calibrated to receive. Mrs. Okonkwo understood this. She had understood it for 30 years, which was the length of her tenure in the building, and she suspected that its understanding went back further in the building's history, back to people she hadn't known, tenants of the 1971 building and the structure before it and whatever structure before that. The rule was old. The rule was simple. The simplicity was the point. When a thing fed on complexity and suspension, and the 1,000-word rationalizations of not choosing, the answer had to be simple. One gesture, one breath, one choice. She sat in her apartment on the first morning of the new year with her tea and her window and the city going past in its grey winter pause, and she thought about Marcus Hale in 303, who had been close, very close, closer than most people got before they pulled back from the edge, and was making his way, and Yusuf Ademi in 302, who was in Sarajevo now, whose father was sitting up and asking questions, and Priya Vashista in 308, who would be in Bangalore in 3 weeks, who had looked at the shape in her phone camera and named it, and was moving toward the door with the specific deliberateness of someone who knew what they were doing, and was doing it anyway. She thought about the people who hadn't made it out. She thought about them without grief, because grief required the belief that it could have been different. And Mrs. Okonkwo had sat with this long enough to understand that for some people, in some years of their lives, the corridor was where they ended up, and no amount of external warning could have prevented it, because the warning had to be received by a self that was present enough to receive it, and some people in some years of their lives had already thinned too much for the receiving. She held this without grief. She held it with the specific quality of a person who had outlasted a great deal, and had learned that outlasting required holding hard things without being crushed by them. She drank her tea. The city went past. The building settled around her in its old bones. At the end of the corridor, the exit sign glowed steady and green, and did nothing in particular, because in the early morning of the new year, nobody was standing under it. Nobody was feeding it their particular quality of not choosing. Nobody was. In the middle. The middle was empty. The corridor was 42 feet. All the doors opened onto different rooms. Later that winter, the building got 2 new tenants. A woman named Celestina Corey moved into apartment 306 in February, 3 months after it had been empty, and 6 weeks after the cleaning crew had come through and turned it back into a clean, neutral space with no history visible on its surfaces. She was 26 years old and had moved to the city for a job in public health research and knew nobody here except a cousin in the southern suburbs and a work colleague she'd met once on a video call. She came with 3 suitcases and a box of books and a plant that she was determined to keep alive in a northern city through its first winter, and she stood in the doorway of apartment 306 on the day she got her keys and looked at the clean neutral room and thought, I'm going to make something of this. She went into the corridor to check where the laundry room was. She'd been told it was in the basement, but she'd missed the building orientation. And she passed under the exit sign and paused, not because the sign did anything, because it didn't. Because Celestine Okori had not yet arrived at the particular state of suspension that would make the sign take notice, but because she was new to the building, and she was the kind of person who looked at things. She looked at the sign. Green. Exit. Arrow pointing right. Old, she thought. The housing was old, older than the building looked. She looked at the glossy face which reflected a small version of the corridor back at her. The corridor and herself in it, a new person in an old space, and thought nothing in particular about the reflection and walked on. Marcus, coming out of his apartment in the opposite direction at that moment, saw her pause under the sign and felt something move through him. He knew the pause. He'd lived in the pause for 14 nights. He watched her look at the sign and look at her own reflection and look away and keep walking. And he wanted to say something, and he didn't, because there was nothing to say that didn't sound either dramatic or insufficiently urgent, and she'd just moved in, and there was no version of by the way, don't stand under the exit sign for too long, and definitely don't say I can't while you're standing there that arrived without a great deal of context. He said, "Hi, I'm Marcus, 303. Welcome to the building," she smiled. She had a direct, open smile, the smile of someone who hadn't yet learned to calibrate it to the particular social weather of the specific city. "Celestine, 306, just moved in today. Do you need anything? I have coffee, if you're in the middle of unpacking." She looked at him for a moment, assessing, the way new-to-a-city people assessed offers of coffee from neighbours, running the math of safety and social generosity, and the specific loneliness of arriving somewhere new. "Yes," she said. "Actually, yes, coffee would be great. Give me 20 minutes. He made coffee and opened the door when she knocked, and they sat at his kitchen table, and she looked at his sketchbook, which was open on the table, and said, "Are these yours?" And he said yes, and she said they were really good, genuinely, not the polite really good of a neighbour being nice, but the specific good of someone who'd responded to something, and he thanked her, and meant it, and they drank their coffee, and she talked about the job and the cousin in the suburbs and the plants she was determined to keep alive. At some point she looked at the wall across the room and said, "I like that print. The light is beautiful." He turned and looked at the Seedale print in its frame on the wall that had held the ghost rectangle of Danny's absence, the small interior study, the room full of good light from a source outside the frame. "Thank you," he said. "It's growing on me." She left after an hour and a half with a plan to ask if he knew any good grocery stores in the neighbourhood, and he told her the one 3 blocks east was better than it looked, and the one on the corner was worse than it looked, and she thanked him and went back to her unpacking, and he went back to his desk and his client brief in his sketchbook, and the apartment was still the apartment, and the ceiling was still the ceiling, and the silence was still the silence in its dimensions. But the dimensions had shifted slightly, as things did when you introduced new elements into them, when you let the room hold more than one story at once. He mentioned to Dr. Sefton, 3 months into their work together, the phrase he kept returning to. Not the corridor. He still hadn't told her about the corridor, still hadn't found a way to frame it that didn't require him to decide first how literally to report it, and that decision felt like another version of the loop he'd been extracting himself from, so he'd left it as yet another thing that would find its time. But the phrase, "the corridor becomes the trap when you confuse it with the territory." Dr. Sefton looked at him steadily. "Say more about that." He thought about the corridor, about the 42 feet and the green pulse, and the way the extra footage appeared at night in the place where the decision lived. He thought about the trap's architecture, not malicious, administrative, and about the way it had been patient, so patient, and had let him feed it night after night because it had no interest in hurrying, only in accumulating, only in becoming more itself the more he became less himself. He thought about the long, long corridor his mind had been walking in the 11 weeks before the sign started pulsing, about how the apartment had been the corridor before the actual corridor became the corridor, about how the loop had always been the loop, and laminite had just given it a building. "I think," he said slowly, "that the corridor is what happens when you make the in-between your home, when you stop treating the middle as a passageway and start treating it as a destination." He paused. "And I think, the frightening thing, the thing I didn't understand until I was already inside it, is that the middle is comfortable enough to confuse with the territory. It feels like rest. It feels like waiting for the right moment. It feels like being thoughtful rather than impulsive. And all of those framings are available to it because they're not completely wrong. Sometimes the middle is rest. Sometimes you're waiting for the right moment. But, Dr. Sefton's voice had the quality of someone who could hear where the sentence was going and was patient enough to let it get there. But the middle that feeds on you is not that. The middle that feeds on you is the middle you've moved into because you're afraid of both exits. And it looks like the other kind. They look the same from inside, and the only way to tell the difference is to notice whether you're moving toward one of the exits or whether the exits are getting farther away. He looked at the window. If the exits are getting farther away, you're not resting. You're being held. Dr. Sefton was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That's very clear." "I had a good teacher," he said, and said nothing else about it, and she looked at him with the attention that made room and didn't ask further. In the building on Cormorant Street, winter turned towards spring in the slow, incremental way it did in the city, the temperature shifting not in a single announcement, but in daily adjustments. A degree warmer here, the rain going from cold rain to merely cool rain, the light changing its angle and staying later, the city's rhythm shifting from the head-down purposeful stride of cold-weather pedestrians to something more exploratory. The carpet on the third floor dried out and stopped smelling of damp. The fluorescent lights buzzed with their usual frequency, unremarkable. The exit sign glowed green and steady. Some nights the pulse was there at the threshold of perception, maintaining its low readiness. The building was still the building. Laminite was still in the sign. The rule was still the rule. The building would continue to receive people in transition. It was built for this, had been absorbing this for 50-plus years, would go on absorbing it for however long the building stood, and some of them would stand in the corridor too long, and the sign would respond, and most of them would choose and move on, and a very few would not. This was the building's arithmetic. Mrs. Okonkwo knew it. She'd always known it. She told it to whoever seemed ready to hear it, in practical terms, with the load-bearing information prominent. Palm on wall, one breath, choose. She'd told it to Priya, who had heard it and had chosen. She told it, in its abbreviated form, to Marcus, who had not heard it in time but had found his way anyway. She told it to Yusuf, who had heard it and had chosen before the loop could establish. She'd tell it to Celestine, she thought, who had arrived in the building with the open, direct smile and the box of books and the plant she was determined to keep alive, who had not yet come to the corridor in the deep hours, but who had the quality of someone who would face something hard eventually, because hard things were what lives contained, and the corridor would be ready when she did. She would tell it the way she always told it, practically, without drama, because it was useful information and the people needed it. And then the people would do with it what people did with useful information. Some would use it immediately, some would file it and find it later when they needed it, some would think it was charming building mythology until the corridor made them reconsider, and a few would be in the loop before they remembered it, and the loop would have to be escaped from the hard way by the jaw-clenching. Bare minimum choice of movement without certainty, which was always available, was always the last resort, was always the exit when the exit signs had all turned the same direction. The exit was always available. This was the thing the legend never said clearly enough, she thought, sipping her New Year's tea in the grey morning light. Not the rule. The rule was clear. The escape hatch. The thing that remained true even at the limit case, even on the 14th night with dark wet hands and both ends of the corridor identical. The choice to move was always available. The choice to move without certainty was always available. The loop required your participation. The loop could not continue without your continued payment of hesitation into it. You could stop paying at any time. The cost of stopping was that you had to keep moving without knowing where you'd land, without the guarantee, without the future self pre-assembled and waiting for you to step into it. This was the cost. It was the only cost. And it was, she had found over 70-something years of paying it in various forms, in various corridors, literal and otherwise. It was a cost that life required of you, reliably, and that refused to be paid in advance, and that turned out, on the other side of it, to be considerably more affordable than the alternative. She put down her tea. She looked out the window at the city beginning its first day of the new year. She thought about all the people who had stood under the sign in her 30 years in this building, and had put their palms on the wall, and had breathed in and out, and had chosen, and had walked through to the other side of whatever the corridor had been the architecture of. They were out there, in the city, doing the things that came after. Some of them had made the right choice, and some of them had made the wrong choice, and some of them had made a choice that they couldn't know was right or wrong until much later, and all of them had moved, through the corridor and out into the world, and had had more corridors after that one, because corridors were what lives were made of. The passageways between the places, the in-betweens, the spaces where you were neither here nor there, and the only question was whether you treated them as passing through spaces or dwelling spaces. She hoped they were treating them as passing through spaces. She thought they mostly were. Outside, the city made its first sounds of the new year. A car, a distant voice, the particular early morning quiet of a city that had been asleep and was deciding to wake up. Inside, the building settled in its old bones and was still, and the corridor was 42 feet, and the arrow pointed in a single direction, and the sign glowed green and steady, and did nothing in particular, because in the early morning of the new year nobody was standing under it. Nobody was in the middle, and the exit was right where it had always been, pointing toward the stairs, pointing toward down and out, pointing toward everything that came after the decision. Marcus, in apartment 303, put his coffee down and picked up his pencil. He opened the sketchbook to a blank page. He drew the first line. He didn't know yet what it was going to be. He kept drawing. The corridor was 42 feet. The exit was there. Outside, the rain was finally stopping. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.